Yo!
Good morning, Chetty House.
Good morning, everybody.
What's going on?
Happy Halloween. We're dressed as Zelo and Casey. I'm wearing a beanie because if you've ever had a bald head, you understand it gets chilly. So I've got the beanie on right now, but Ramsey got the belt. Congratulations, Ramsey.
What's going on? Should we start with D-Lo and Casey music?
So I was thinking I didn't want to do their whole show intro, but I was gonna do the show intro like D-Lo does his show intro. But I forgot to do that, and I don't have time to make the proper adjustments. So here we go. Hey, welcome in. It's a Halloween edition of The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. I cannot hear anything.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I can't hear the music, so we're just winging it right now.
You could fade the music. Oh, there we go. The
Am I
music
fading?
just faded.
Is it fading, right?
Yep, it's
okay,
fading.
We're good.
It's fading.
And it's out. We're
It's
good?
gone.
All right, perfect.
There it is.
Welcome in to a Halloween edition of The Insiders. Here's something that's not going to happen on this program today. Not because I don't like it, but because our show is a little bit truncated, and also a little bit because I don't like it. We're not ranking Halloween candies today.
Oh?
We're not doing a Halloween candy bracket.
Oh.
I don't mind talking Halloween candy. I love candy.
We're not just going to trash candy corn like everyone always does?
Candy corn's mid. It's fine. No, I don't get why candy corn gets such just this awful bad rap. Like, it's fine. It's not something where I'm like, I need candy corn. But if it's let's snag some candy corn.
I'm with you. I do not. I'm not here for the villainization of candy corn.
It's outrageous.
Yeah.
No, I just every year on Halloween or the day before, if it's on a Saturday, you get all the national radio shows tweet out, here's our Halloween candy rankings. Who has the best rankings? Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Which Reese's are good. Everybody knows it. Unless you have a peanut butter allergy or a peanut allergy. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the candy bowl. If you walk by the candy bowl, what do you grab?
Reese's every time.
Okay, so I'm like the little tiny Snickers. Even like the mid-sized Snickers is almost like too much Snickers.
We're so back. I can hear everything again.
Oh, you can hear everything.
Yeah,
all right.
We're so back.
The small Snickers that are like, like this big, those are the best. Because you eat them like
little
popcorn.
Squares?
Yeah, because you eat them like popcorn.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's just like, oh.
See, those make me feel bad, though. Because next thing I know, I've eaten 12 of them.
Oh, no, that happens. I
know it does.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I like to go and raid, because I have boys, and like I've always gone in and like taken what I want out of their candy bag.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't take it all, but I'm like, hey, I need a couple of pieces of candy, and I'm going to take this, this, and this. And they're always down with it.
Yeah, man. The new candy thing I'm on, because we have our candy like tub, like container in our pantry.
Okay.
And it's just filled with a lot of stuff from like England that we brought back when we went, and just, you get, if there's leftover candy today at work, and they're like, yeah, take some, I'll just take it home and throw it in there. And then, when the urge strikes, my new favorite thing to have in that bin, it was Sour Patch watermelons. I love a Sour Patch watermelon. Fantastic.
Okay.
The Nerds clusters.
Oh, you brought those to the game the other night.
Bro.
They were good.
Fantastic, right?
But Sean got a whole handful and I got 3.
Yeah, that was my bad. You could have asked for more.
I got distracted by the game.
You could
Sean's got like 2 handfuls. I'm like,
I didn't want to start dumping stuff on your computer. And then I think what happened was I was really worried about dumping out like the whole bag into your hands, and then we've got a mess. So you got a couple, and then when Sean reached out, the residual ones that I was trying to get to you all fell out.
Yes.
That's my bad.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
It wasn't a preference thing. It was, I'm trying to not make a scene in this tiny area of press row that we get to sit.
Yeah, and I think I'd already got a hot apple cider, so I didn't need any more sugar. So yeah, I was good. I was good.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about so that's our candy segment for today.
That's it.
Love candy.
We love
We're
candy.
not gonna rank them. We're not doing a bracket.
Nope.
We're not doing it. We are gonna hand out candy for the second time ever this year though.
Oh.
Because we had not. So we bought our house in October of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So that Halloween, it was, man, we're barely moved into this house. Like we still got boxes stacked everywhere. We're not gonna sit and hand out candy, so we didn't. And then we were gone a couple of the years, and then one of the years we forgot and just didn't get Halloween candy. So last year we committed to it. We're like, we are sitting and handing out candy. We don't even know if there's kids in our neighborhood though. Our neighborhood's very quiet.
This is funny because this is the first time I can remember us having the same conversation 2 years in a row. Because that means we've been on the show for over a year. But we had this conversation last year because you were very, very concerned about whether kids would come to your door or not. And you were worried about like the whole environment.
Yes.
And it was a success.
Great.
Right? No, it was last year.
Yes.
And now
It was
this year.
outstanding.
Yeah, this year you're like in again.
I'm fired up. We got our little camping folding chairs. We're gonna put those out, gonna open a couple of beers, and we're gonna sit there with a bucket of candy. Every kid's super respectful, every parent's super nice. It was great.
Amazing.
I'm really looking forward to doing it again this year.
That's right.
Like we made plans for Friday that could have been done Thursday. We were like, now we gotta hand out candy.
All right.
I'm really looking forward to it. Now that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. If you've missed it, we're dressed as D-Lo and KC today. The thing with the D-Lo outfit is, one, I have a beanie on right now because I'm bald and my head is cold.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not part of the costume. Also, the key to a D-Lo outfit is what's happening with pants and shoes.
Yes, it's from the knees down.
Right.
We won't.
Knees down.
Yes.
Is where the magic happens.
The same with Casey.
Outfit.
I mean, you.
Oh yeah, no, Casey for sure. But Casey's got it's not a doubt who you are.
Yes.
With D-Lo, it's like, oh, I could be kind of anything right now.
Yeah.
But I've got my little man purse. I've got
your peach jacket.
I've got my peach jacket. I've got, and this is on a budget. I wasn't gonna go all out to dress up for half a day at work. And then I've got my pants where my ankles are showing, and then I'm wearing Jordans that were actually given to me by D-Lo.
So I have also the short pant look at the bottom with some velvety slip-ons.
I love those.
The Goodwill.
Very good.
Yeah, I found it at the Goodwill yesterday.
The loafers.
Yeah.
And your sunglasses are A+. I felt really good because everybody, so when I was walking in, everybody's going to know who you are.
Yeah. When
I was walking in, I was like, I don't know if anybody's going to know. I also wore some extra rings today. I just kind of felt like that was the thing I had to do. So when I was walking in, I was like, I'm afraid nobody's going to know what I am or who I am.
Yeah.
And that I'm just going to look like, when I go and I'm like, yeah, I'm in the costume contest. And everyone's like, what are you? What is this? But everybody knew immediately.
Yep.
Everybody's like, oh my God. And obviously same for you. I felt really good about our chances to win because our initial plan, because we have a chili cook-off today that you're in, I'm voting for yours number one.
That's right.
Just flat out, like off the rip.
That's right.
Like you got to have the homies back. So I got you. But unless there's one that's like really better, but no, so there's a costume contest too. And I was going to be Monty McNair for obvious reasons.
Yes.
And James was going to be Wes Wilcox for obvious reasons.
That's right.
I just recently got a puffy vest and I was ready to go.
Okay.
But then Katie from the wake up call goes, hey, are you guys going to be D-Lo and Casey?
That's where this idea came from.
Yeah. And I was like, damn, we should be, because that then triggered in my mind. I was like, nobody's going to know who Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox are.
Well, a lot of people will, because a lot of people are Kings fans, so they'll know.
Right. People on the stream will know, but people on the stream aren't voting.
I did tell Wes the other day that we were contemplating being him and Monty for Halloween, but that we had switched to do the D-Lo and Casey thing. I did. He's like, oh, that would have been good. And
maybe we'll just pull up to a game like that.
That we should just pull up to a game and stand courtside.
Like, I'm going. You know what? I'm going to.
We should do this.
Next game I go to, 100%. I'm doing it.
We should totally do this.
1,000% doing it. So we have this costume contest, and I felt so good because the reason we didn't go with Monty and Wes is because, like, hey, nobody's gonna know who those guys are. Nobody in here who's voting is gonna know.
No one in here will know at all. They have no
D'Lo
idea.
and KC will. Jesse will.
Yeah.
I don't know who else out there. Maybe.
Like it's like we dressed as like Jim Harbaugh, and we wore khakis and a polo.
Yeah.
No one would get it.
Right. So we'd have to have like pictures up. It'd be a whole thing. I was like, D'Lo and Casey, we could win if we go as D'Lo and Casey and pull this off. And I think we have. Like I said, if you saw my whole outfit, you'd get it.
Mm-hmm.
But I went down to show Katie, like, look, we're D'Lo and Casey. And I walk in there. First of all, chaos.
Well, their show's always chaos.
I walk in there. There's makeup everywhere. We've got Kevin in a dress.
I was going to ask who's the makeup for.
We've got Katie in a dress with staples on her face. We've got Gavin shirtless, wearing a wig and makeup.
No.
And nobody was like, "Oh, hey, sorry about it." Like it's normal. Can you? If I walked in here and anybody was not wearing a shirt, it would be like, "Whoa!" But stop the tape. What's going on?
Yeah.
I walk in there and it's like, "Oh, good morning," and just going about their business. Anyways, all of this is to say the wake up call looks incredible. I can't wait for everybody to see photos. They look amazing. We're not going to win. That's the moral of that story.
Maybe.
I don't think we have any chance.
Maybe we don't, but I have faith in the good people.
I hope so. I hope that people understand like what and get the bit of like.
Yes, it's one
you
thing.
And I are very different from D'Lo and KC.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone's ever noticed.
Yeah.
We were quite different.
It's one thing to do like a costume that's outside of the work, like to do something mainstream. Mm-hmm. Because I mean their stuff is good, right? But to go as Dracula or to go as like one of them's Beetlejuice, right? Like
I am not at liberty to say.
Okay. Whatever it is that they are, like it's one thing to be something outside. But if you're going to be like a character from inside of your own studio, right? I think that should get us more points.
And I feel like we nailed it.
I do.
I feel really good about it.
I do too.
All right.
Damien just hit you?
Yeah, he did. He said he had to check his closet to see if this was his jacket. Like, Damien, your jacket would not fit me at all. I promise. Gina, I've got these sunglasses that I can't wear because they're polarized in whatever the polarization is, makes it so my computer screen goes black.
Yeah.
And I can't see anything. So I was wearing those earlier, and Gina, who works with our sales staff here, she goes, "Oh, you should have stolen a pair of Damien's glasses." Like, what? No!
You don't wear another man's glasses.
Are you insane? You're gonna steal his glasses? No chance.
I have this guy.
These work fine.
I have this guy at the Ace Hardware down the street. Mm-hmm. He just grabs a pair of readers off the rack every day and puts them on, and then it still has a price tag in the middle. And he walks around the store, and he works there. He works there, and then you can see that he loses some, and he goes and gets another pair because if you go back multiple times, those days where you're at the hardware store like 17 times. I don't know if that's ever happened to you.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Where you're fixing something, but you just keep needing another part, and you keep going back. Right. Mm-hmm. Every time you go in, he's got a different pair of glasses, or he's got 3 pairs because he forgot that he has one on top of his head. The worst part is they're the ones off the rack. So someone's going to buy those eventually, the glasses that he's been wearing the whole time. But it is what it is.
I kind of respect it.
I do too.
When I worked at the movie theater, I'd wear the safety goggles. And I would just, because they were meant for when you're doing like a deep clean of the popcorn machine or whatever. So you don't get, and I found them one day and just put them on. I was just wearing them while I was scooping popcorn and doing that. And then a manager come over and, customers walking out like, "Oh, I like your guy. Oh, hey, we're having a good time." I had a manager come over and was like, "You need to take those off. They're not professional."
Oh, no.
Like, dog, I am 18 years old working in a movie theater. I'm not gunning for professionalism here. We're having a good time.
We lost that.
Yeah. Anyways,
should we talk sports?
Yeah, we've got some stuff to talk about. The Los Angeles Dodgers. Congratulations to the LA Dodgers, the winners of the 2024 World Series. They win in 5 games. They came back from 5-0 down last night.
Impressive.
To beat the Yankees 7-6 at Yankee Stadium. With Garrett Cole on the mound. 2 errors really in the 5th inning, where Aaron Judge drops a pop-up, Anthony Volpe makes the bad throw to third base, and then Garrett Cole fails to cover first base on a grounder to the right side, and all of a sudden we have a tie game. And the Yankees go back up 6-5. The Dodgers retake the lead at 7-6 with a couple of sacrifice flies, and they go on to win. And it was pretty incredible because there has never been a World Series where it has been a 3-0 series and it's gotten to a game 6. Game 5 is the latest a World Series has gone
ever
when a team is up 3-0.
Yep.
I have a few things from this series overall. One, I feel bad for the folks who said I'm not watching it.
It was a great series.
I was rooting for Shohei. I'm a big Shohei guy, so I wanted to see the Dodgers win for him. But I wasn't going to be devastated if the Dodgers I didn't care that much. But it was because that Freddie Freeman grand slam in Game 1 is now an all-time MLB moment.
Mm-hmm.
That is like Kirk Gibson's home run, the one we always see, was Game 1 of the '88 World Series. That was Game 1, but it swung that series just like the Freddie Freeman home run on what was that last Friday?
Yeah,
swung that series, and for me, that now becomes a like where were you when this happened sports moment, and it's really cool when those happen.
Yeah, what I'm hoping is that it replaces a Kirk Gibson home run because I hate seeing that. I hate it because I know exactly where I was. We were building our house that we were going to live in. And I was outside listening to the game on the radio with my dad, and we were building the subfloor on the house. So it was pitch black. We had lights out everywhere. I mean, it had to be like 9:00 at night or whatever it was because it was late in the game. And I'm like, we got to the last to the ninth. I'm like, hey, I'm going to run inside and go watch. Run inside. I make the family turn the TV to the game and crack. Just devastated.
Brutal, dude.
Yep.
That home run is so bad. I wasn't even alive.
Yeah.
I'm a bad son, and I'm not sure if my parents got married in '88 or '89.
Okay.
But they may or may not have been married yet. I hope to receive a text from one of them confirming. But I was not around. Yet still, when I see that highlight, I'm like, I turn it off. I wasn't even alive. I was not.
Watching him round second base, like
doing the fist pumps,
pulling the lawnmower cord, like one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen.
It's brutal, dude.
I just like, as an A's fan, just absolutely ripped your soul out. Just brutal. So I'm hoping that the Freddie Freeman home, which was spectacular.
I hadn't even considered that. I hadn't even considered that will now be the.
God, I hope so.
The one.
I really hope it
too.
Replaces it. Like Kirk Gibson can go away forever. Like I don't want to see that ever again. Because now I have no stake in it. I had no stake in it because my team wasn't facing the Dodgers.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you see it, you're like, oh. I mean, for me, and the other thing about that moment, when they go to the end of the game and, Freddie Freeman goes over and hugs his dad.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes over for the post game. And for him to stand there and say, for all the times in the backyard, that's for my dad.
Yeah.
One of the greatest moments ever, because so many parents understand that when you like are all in on a comp team, or you're all in on your kids, whatever, whether it's gymnastics or being a ballerina or whatever it is, there comes a moment where they don't get to do it anymore. And it's like the most soul crushing thing because you as a parent did so much as well. Like the kids are out there playing and having their thing, but they don't understand how many Airbnbs you had to go buy and how many you searched through.
How many
before
Hojos we stayed at.
Yeah. How many like meals that you planned for the team.
Yeah.
How many times you had to go like figure out how to buy uniforms and all this stuff. There's so much that goes into it. and then it just ends, and it's such a big part of like who your family is and everything. So for Freddie Freeman to have that moment, but then to be able to like finish it off for his dad, because
Really
that's like
cool.
he's 35 years old, right? It's not
Mhm.
like he's got a bunch of these left in him.
Yeah.
And so the Freemans have got to live this dream forever, and to, you know, sort of cap it off like this is just absolutely amazing.
And to have that be the first of a bunch of home runs he hit in the World Series.
Oh, he was so good.
It was really, really cool.
Yeah.
Do you have any good you'll always remember where you were when sports moments?
No,
like-
I mean, I think that in life,
I'd like
you,
to palate cleanse the
Yeah,
Kirk Gibson one.
well, you have those things, right? Like, where were you in? I remember watching the catch, which was
Oh wow.
was incredible.
Yeah.
That's when like I solidified, like I have family members that were Raiders fans and family members that were 49ers
Mhm.
fans. That's the moment you became a 49ers fan.
Yeah.
For my age, I
Sure.
was young. I don't know. Like, I mean, I think there's always moments like in 5th grade, they wheeled in TVs and we were all watching the space shuttle
Yeah.
that did not, that blew up.
Uh,
Yeah. So it became like
Challenger?
it became
Oof.
like a horrible thing. Or
Yeah.
so there's always these moments where you win. The OJ driving down.
I was looking for some nice moments.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of good moments. The best is gonna be the Joe Montana, Dwight Clark.
The one there we've had a couple this year. The Freddie Freeman home run
Mhm.
was standing in a tattoo shop watching on my phone. I'd been tracking game updates on my phone because I didn't want to like there's movies on, people are talking, I'm getting my arm done, so I didn't want to be like sitting there zoned out watching a baseball game, but I was checking the updates. So we had gotten done right about the time Shohei was coming up there in the was that the 10th? The 10th inning?
Yeah, I think it was.
The 10th. And it was right about the time Shohei was coming up. So I was like, oh man, I want to get this Shohei at bat. So turned it on and then the gold medal game this year, the men's gold medal game, USA and France,
Mhm.
with Steph going off the way he did. That'll be an all-timer. And then does it count if you were at the game?
Well, yeah, because that's the one that popped in. I was at the game when Jeter made the play at home.
Yeah, but
I
don't know
was
if that-
like lined up. It was like right below me. I was watching it unfold. Like, what is Jeter doing? And then you just see
Classic
catch
one.
and throw. Like, what?
I don't think that counts though. Where were you when? God, I'll never forget. I was at the game. Yeah, of course, because I was at the Alex Smith to Vernon Davis touchdown against the Saints in the 2011 divisional playoff game. Well, January of 2012, but 2011 season. And then in 2013, the last game at Candlestick when Navarro Bowman had the pick 6, was in there with Mom for both of those.
Okay.
But you're at the game. Like, of course, you're going to remember where you were.
Well, that and like I was there when Tyreek Evans hits the half court shot, and we were upstairs in the media box.
Oh yeah,
and it was my first season, and I was with Zach Harper,
Mm-hmm.
and we watched it, and we both started leaning like, "Oh, that's got a shot!" And then, boom! Like the whole place
That's
lights up. Yeah, absolutely amazing.
Oh, David says another one for him was when Bo Jackson ran through the tunnel after scoring a touchdown.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fun. That's a good one. Yeah,
Wild.
man. That was. I'm so happy that Freddie Freeman homer turned into something, and not just oh yeah, the Yankees went on to win in 6.
Mhm.
But it's again, I wasn't around in '88, but my dad has talked to me about this. How the reason the Kirk Gibson home run was so crushing was because of how he looked, hobbling to the plate. The first 2 swings and misses were like, oh my God, like you feel bad for the guy.
Well, that's why the Freddie Freeman comparison doesn't really match up, because Freddie Freeman looked pretty.
Freddie
He
Freeman
looked fine, and then he goes on to hit a whole bunch of homers.
Former MVP.
No,
Really
Kirk
good
Gibson
player.
is out there literally on one leg.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
he couldn't even hardly walk.
Right, which is why that moment was so incredible.
Yeah.
But it's like that home run happens and you go, oh, the series is over.
Mm-hmm.
They're not bouncing back from this. And I think that's kind of what happened with the Yankees. Like, dang, you lose that game in that fashion, and then you immediately go down 4-1 in the next game. It's like, man, just not our series. And when when that happens mentally, I just don't think you can lock back in.
Yeah, both series, they really mirrored that 88 series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. I think the one other good memory I have of sports was McGuire chasing Maris's,
Oh, yeah.
61, and watching, like him and Sammy Sosa going back and forth was absolutely spectacular. But then they had the Marises there. They had, Rogers, his wife and his son.
I think,
there when he hits a home run. It's just this dramatic thing.
Yeah.
Especially as watching McGuire from the time he came into the league and, him grow into like a great player. Was very dramatic to watch.
Yeah, that summer, that 98 summer was like, I'd always been into baseball and I'd always liked baseball because I was 8 that summer.
Yeah.
So, and into that fall. And that was what was really like captivating, because that wasn't just and the A's weren't very good through the mid to late 90s, but that summer was like every day. It's like, oh, Sosa hit 2. Oh, McGuire hit 2. Oh, Sosa hit 1 today, but McGuire didn't. And that was, yeah, man. I don't remember exactly where I was for 62 or 70. But I do remember that summer very vividly.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments where when someone says, "Oh, they saved baseball," there's no doubt they saved baseball. Like baseball was spiraling.
Yeah, after the 94 strike.
Yeah, and it really couldn't find its footing again. And then to have these two dudes, from totally different walks of life, just having a home run derby, it was absolutely spectacular. It was captivating. We lived in Berkeley at the time. Everyone was watching every single game to see what happened.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We have a Kings question that you asked yesterday that I wanted to make sure that we get to. We'll get to that. The NFL trade deadline is coming up. I want to talk about what San Francisco may or may not do at the trade deadline. And then we've got a bunch of NBA action from last night to get to as well. But before we do any of that, Thursday Night Football, week 9 of the NFL season kicks off tonight. The Jets are in primetime again. And you can't flex it, right? You can't flex a Thursday night game. This was pre-scheduled. They're going to be on primetime. I can't decide if I want to avoid feeding the Jets ratings machine or if I want to watch the train wreck continue. I can't decide where I'm landing. Because I think that's what's like, the Jets aren't interesting. They're just not good.
Not at all.
They're not a good team.
I think I am here to watch the fail. I am. I don't
I'll
like what they I don't
I'm
like
rocking
what
with you then.
Yeah, I don't like what they did to Robert Saleh. Whether he's a good coach or not, head coach, he's a great coach, but whether he's a good head coach or not, I think still out there. I mean, like last year, you can't really hold against him. This year, they get off to a bad start, but it's very possible that last year, that the quarterback they have this year is just about as bad as it was last year.
Yeah.
That Aaron Rodgers, it doesn't have it.
They're worse than they were last year.
Yeah.
That's so hard to do. They were terrible.
Everyone, Aaron Rodgers will be back. It'll fix everything. Let's put him on TV all the time.
I can't get over the fact that it felt like we were the only people, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
And much of the Chatty House. It felt like we were the only people who went, hey, are we sure Aaron Rodgers is still good?
Yeah.
Are we sold on this? And the fact that everybody just went, like, so many national people, and I know Mike Greenberg's a Jets fan, but the fact that Mike Greenberg and all these other people were just like, yeah, picking the Jets, Super Bowl. Can we watch Aaron Rodgers play a game first?
Yeah.
Can you watch the 40-year-old coming off an Achilles tear who wasn't very good his last season, full season that he did play? Can we make sure he's good before we start calling him a Super Bowl winner?
Well, that and on top of
it, insane.
Like, as a character, because that's what a lot of this is. It's like they found a character. Like, he is French lunatic on so many things that you're like, what are we doing getting so far behind this guy after an Achilles tear at 40 plus years old?
Insane.
And putting him on TV all the time. Like, this is what everyone wants.
Totally insane.
It wasn't what everybody wants. And it's certainly at this point not what anyone wants.
No.
Nobody wants to see them again on national TV.
Not at all. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Do the Kings have a big three? And if they do, Are they in a championship window right now? We'll talk about that next here on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center.
Sorry, went a little long.
No, that was breaks are short today.
So my phone won't open because of the glasses, people. Okay, can you mute for 1 sec?
Oh, hey.
Oh, we're still
sorry,
muted.
we were
Oh,
muted.
sorry.
Sorry, everyone.
A's hat on, and
He's
my
Stomper.
mask. So
Charlie has come as Stomper, which is amazing.
What?
Sorry.
I act annoyed by everything. I was just laughing.
I haven't noticed Kyle's annoyed by anything. I do want him to make me
I do get annoyed at things. Like, don't get it twisted.
I want him to make me a half calf latte over there in his barista outfit.
Dude, with the beanie on, I'm D-Lo today, but my noggin gets cold.
well, I understand.
And so I
especially
just
in
got,
the studio.
yeah, well, yeah. So I've got the beanie on, and when I throw the beanie on, I look like every barista in San Francisco.
Did you see our shoes and our like?
Oh, let me. Ooh, ooh. Oh, I'm loving the shoes.
Yeah.
The pants up.
Yeah, man.
Listen, folks. The camera is not doing it justice because they have the above the ankle pants.
Oh,
and the shoes
I
are
see.
stylish.
I see. Okay, they're saying I need to commit to the bit by acting annoyed by everything like D-Lo.
Oh.
No, it's good. No, it's good.
Okay.
It's good. Get your stuff off.
All
no,
right.
it's good.
There we go.
Let me tell you, they get an A+ for what they've done. Hi, everybody. Thanks for listening.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
No, it's good. No, it's good. Get your stuff off. It's my D-Lo. No, it's good.
It's good. It's good. We're fine.
Hey! James Ham there, Kyle Madsen here. We dressed up as D-Lo and KC today for Halloween. We are entered in the office costume contest.
That's right.
And I don't know if you saw Kevin from the Wake Up Call walk by during the break. It's like I put a small amount of work into my costume. I ordered this jacket, and that's the extent of it. I did not spend a lot of money on the jacket because I may never wear it again. So that was the bit. You went and you committed, and you went to 3 stores yesterday?
3 stores. I went to Spirit.
Yeah.
Then I went to the Goodwill to
Mhm.
find shoes. And then I stopped at Ross so I could dress for less. That's where I was able to find a turtleneck because turtlenecks are not widely found everywhere now. So, but if you're going to do a Kenny costume, you have to have a turtleneck.
You have to.
Yeah.
It's imperative for sure. I feel like you committed more than I did to the bit. Kevin from the Wake Up Call is like the entire Wake Up Call staff. It's like there's levels to this.
Yeah.
There's the bottom feeders, right? That's the people, and I'm relating this to the NBA. You have the people on Cooper Flag Watch, the teams on Cooper Flag Watch. That's our guy Karosh. Karosh is here in his normal outfit, but he is wearing this like Disneyland string light up necklace thing.
Oh, okay.
He's on Cooper Flag Watch. He didn't try. Then you've got people like me. I'm a playoff team, or I'm a play-in team. I'm on that
Okay.
fringe, right? I'm not going to be on Cooper Flag Watch because my front office thinks that we can compete, get into the play-in tournament, and if you get into the play-in tournament, anything can happen. I'm the Bulls from last year. You are that like playoff team. You're firmly a top 6 team, but you know what? Hey, you might win a round. Just depends on a matchup. Nah.
Did you see Sylvia? She's in it. Sylvia came as Frida.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
She's in the next tier.
Yeah, she is.
She's in that championship contender tier.
Mm-hmm.
She and the wake up call are in that title contender tier today.
Yep.
You're in the tier below that. I'm in the tier below that. Yeah. I feel good about it.
I see the way I look at like the way we're dressed is we're more in that tier of like the 3, 4, 5 that has potential to make it. We're the Dallas Mavericks of this story. We could make it to the championship, Kyle.
Oh, you're saying us together.
Yeah, and once we make it to the championship, you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, Kyle.
Yeah.
I'm in God mode.
That's right. That's right. I think, and next thing we have to talk about is how many times the 49ers should have won an NFL championship.
Yeah.
Because it's at least 43.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledge me.
That's right.
Okay, Lake Show.
All right.
That Lake Show. There you go.
I need you to say it again while I'm not talking.
Okay, Lake Show.
Perfect. Thank you.
There you go. Now it's in there.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
All right. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get back to our buttons here.
Let's do this.
We have stuff to talk about, and we're getting there. We're getting sidetracked with Halloween.
Oh my gosh, they're so unserious.
They're so unserious.
So, you wrote in the rundown yesterday. The rundown is our sheet of paper where we prepare the show. You wrote the question, do the Kings have a big 3? And you wrote Sabonis, Fox, and DeRozan. Good early on. Do they have the pieces to make it work long term? And this is I think in the context of a big 3, I think yes. When you have 3 guys that are 20 points a night, you have a guy like Sabonis who's a walking triple double, and you have a guy like De'Aaron Fox who could average 27 and 10. Like, yeah, you've got it. You've done it.
Mm-hmm.
The question for me is less, do they have a big 3? And more like, okay, if they do, then you need to be inside of a championship window. Because DeMar DeRozan's 35 years old.
Yes.
This is not, don't suspend disbelief for a second. Remove DeMar DeRozan, and Keegan Murray is DeMar DeRozan. Keegan Murray at his age is 20 a night, can distribute a little bit, go-to player, high usage player. So we're including now, like, yeah, this window's wide open.
Mm-hmm.
You have 3 players who are well under 30, who are either entering their prime or in the middle of their prime. Like, yep, it's now. And you have this extended window theoretically. With DeMar DeRozan, you're looking at 3 years max. If this is the big 3, to me, that means you're pushing chips in. You're going for it now.
No, I totally agree. And that's where I think we keep coming back to, hey, you're a piece or 2 away. Like, that you need to do this. You need to go find this type of player if you're going to take the next step. Like, we keep saying it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because we can see the same thing. Like, I agree with you, Kyle. I agree that they are on the cusp of something.
Yeah.
They are right there, but we're not quite sure that they have all the pieces. So I do think at this point that right now I look at this team and they do have a big three.
Mm-hmm.
And
agree.
I don't think it's LeBron, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade.
I don't think just real quick on that. I don't think we're ever going to see that again, by the way.
No.
I think the era of the super team is mostly over. And I think Kevin Durant killed it.
Oh, no, I think so too.
The reaction to Kevin Durant leaving Oklahoma City and joining Golden State was, I think, so negative. And I think it has adversely impacted his career to the point that players like Giannis, Luka, maybe even Zion are looking at Wemby are looking at their situations and going, I'd rather just stay here.
Yeah, I can see that, man. And I also think that there's a possibility that, like, if you look at the way, like, the negativity has hit him, he's gone from a guy who I think a lot of people were willing to put him in a top 10 player of all time to, like, he's more of an afterthought in that conversation now because of the way it happened. Because of and I don't think it's fair, because I think everyone was doing it. Like, all the kids, cool kids were doing it. So why is it not okay for Kevin Durant to do it? And for whatever reason, he is the guy that gets all the backlash, where, come on, LeBron and Chris Bosh joining forces with Dwayne Wade in Miami, like, whatever. Like, that, to me, that big three is probably the most artificial big three.
Yeah.
Durant joining the Warriors, like, again, he did that because he was so tired of being on an island, and if his team won, he got the praise, and if his team lost, he's a bum and it's all on him.
Yeah.
And it was every single night of that for years, where it was Kevin Durant or bust. And so I get it.
What was the newspaper? Mr. Unreliable?
Was
it the Oklahoma City newspaper?
Oh,
on the front page with the big headline? Like, that's tough.
No, all of it. I mean, like, people that you talk to every day as media members, when he was gone from there, they roasted him.
Yeah.
Roasted him.
Yeah, man.
And it's like, hey, like, we're not friends, but, like, we've been, like, cordial people that have to work together and have conversations every day. And now you're going to, like, burn me to the ground?
Yeah.
Like, ooh.
I do think it's interesting how, and we'll get this back to the Kings here in a second, but LeBron got his first title, was first two titles there in Miami. And then he goes and he gets one in Cleveland, and now he's gone and he's got one in LA. I'm really interested to see how, because that, like, he's got his rings, he did the thing. Would he have gotten rings if he had stayed in Cleveland his whole career? Who knows? Like, I have no idea. But I'm interested to see how, in the context of, like, ring culture, how Dame's career in 10, 15, 20 years is viewed. Because I don't think Damian Lillard is going to win a ring, at least not as a primary dude on his team.
I would agree with you.
So I don't think he's ever going to get there as that dude. But is it like, oh, but respect to him for sticking it out in Portland, because he stayed in Portland through his prime, and now he's still awesome, but not quite the player that he was when he was leading those Portland teams to deep playoff runs? Or is it just that goes by the wayside, and, like, yeah, hey, Dame just never won a ring. He can't be in that upper echelon of great player because of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm with you. I don't know where you put him in the upper echelon anyways. Like, he's a guy who had a really, really good run as a top tier scorer. But he only made it to the Western Conference Championship, like, one time. And, like, I don't want to be disrespectful, but, like, what's the difference between him and Trae Young? Like, what's the difference? Like,
between Dame and Trae Young?
Yeah, I mean, like, you instantly are like, I can tell, like, your first instinct is go, what are you talking about?
Like, yeah, probably just because Dame's done it for longer. Like, I think that's probably the extent of it.
But at what point does Trae Young kind of enter that conversation? He made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. He did. He made it to the Eastern Conference Finals with Atlanta. Look at his points per game. Look at his assists per game. Like, so we hold some guys in such high esteem and others we don't. And whatever reason that is, it's tough, because I think that like some guys just have the charisma, or that some guys like we glob onto them and they become stars where others don't. And I think, it's kind of the same thing we deal with De'Aaron Fox here in Sacramento. Like, how is it that Tyrese Halliburton is so beloved nationally? How is it that Donovan Mitchell is considered, player X, or again, Anthony Edwards, but De'Aaron Fox isn't? And there is no rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes it's a market, but Minnesota isn't that much. It's a big market, but it's not nearly as big as like New York or something.
Yeah.
But we consider him this, but Fox doesn't reach that plateau. It's just kind of sports. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Like,
I think Security Bagley brought up an interesting point in the chatty house and basically said, like, Dame ran up against the Warriors. Like, prime Dame peak Dame was 2015 through 2019.
Okay, but I'm going to give you that.
I
for
think
the
that's
Utah
it.
Jazz. I'm going to give you that for Karl Malone and John Stockton, that they ran up against the Chicago Bulls.
Sure.
And
Same thing
Michael
with Charles
Jordan.
Barkley.
Yeah, and Charles Barkley, and the same thing with Patrick Ewing. Like, okay, you ran up against like a buzzsaw. Like, Dame got there to West Conference Finals one time. Like,
Yeah.
It's not like he was able to get to the finals.
I feel like though, and I could just be misremembering here, but it felt to me like, oops, how does Basketball Reference not let me type in Dame and get me to Damian Lillard? It felt to me like, yeah, they were in the playoffs every year. The Hawks are not in the playoffs every year.
Yeah.
Portland was regularly a very good team.
Yeah, but they weren't a top tier. They were, I mean, most of those years, even the year they made it all the way to the Western Conference Finals, that was unexpected.
Trae Young's been in the playoffs 3 times. And he's gotten out of the first round once.
No, I get you, but like, compare the numbers. 25.5 and 9.5 assists. Like, is he as good a shooter? No.
No, I know. I'm saying I think Dame's more impactful.
Yeah. No, I would agree, but by what degree? We're not talking about like a guy who's got the team over the hump, and I'm not trying to disparage Damian Lillard. I'm just saying, like, there are certain guys in the league that like instantly become like cult heroes, and others that don't.
Sure. I think I think the one of the big differences is if Trae Young and the Hawks start going to the playoffs every year, and because with the Blazers, it was always wing play, right? At first, it was LaMarcus Aldridge, and then they had Nurkic, and it was like, man, they have these and CJ McCollum was obviously there as well.
Yep.
But it was like Alan Crabb was supposed to be that dude.
Yeah, I mean, they had Robert Covington.
Yeah, Rocco, I guess was there for a little bit, but they never had. It was always that. Like, man, they are a piece or two away from getting over, and they just never had it. So maybe if Trae Young and the Hawks start making the playoffs every single year, and he is the bona fide number 1 guy on that team, and they make another Eastern Conference Finals run, and basically if his career shakes out like Dame's, then maybe I'd view it differently. But I just right now, I again, I don't have a empirical data to back this up, but I just feel like Dame is a way more impactful player.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you, but again, I don't know that by what degree.
Sure.
And I would say, like, while we're sitting here talking about Damian Lillard and sort of that team, right? Like the CJ McCollum, boy, they've got a bunch of former Kings on that team, just totally bizarre. Just totally. I mean, like, I don't even know. Seth Curry, first of all,
course.
Mo Harkless,
Oh,
Scalabissiere.
This is the team that went to the conference finals?
Yeah. Nick Stauskas, Caleb Swanigan, Gary Trent was drafted by the Kings.
Caleb Swanigan, that's a pull.
Yeah. So but I was gonna make the point that team right there, if they had LaMarcus Aldridge, which they did not, if they had Aldridge, but the trio of Lillard, McCollum, and Aldridge, that kind of reminds me of the Kings right now. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna have a big 3, it's that group. And then it's like, what do you have around them? How do you build around them? And I think what would separate the Kings right now and give me at least a little bit of positivity, is that I think the group around the Kings' big three is better than a lot of other teams' group. Like the fact that you have Keegan Murray, who is a solid 15 to 18 points per game guy right now. The fact that you have one of the best 6 men in the league in Malik Monk that's going to post 15 points per game. The fact that you have Kevin Herter, like, who averaged 15 points a game 2 years ago. Like, all of a sudden you're looking at a team that's very well-rounded and very versatile offensively and can score. Like, again, we'll get to whether they can defend or not.
Sure.
Or maybe we won't. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But to me, like, the question that we ask is, do they have a big three? I think they do.
Yeah.
They're
I
the
don't think
only
there's a question
current
there.
team with 3 players averaging over 20 points per game.
Mhm.
And then are the other pieces good enough? Maybe you don't have the full depth that you need to be that good. And maybe you're missing a piece or two, but I still think the talent level of who they do have is really high.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but would you are the question for me is not, do they have a big three? Because they do.
Yeah.
And if you want to argue against that, I
Okay.
go for it, I guess. But if that's the case, if you're like, yep, this is a bona fide quote unquote big three, then you have to be a title contender now.
Mhm.
You don't have a lot of years here where DeMar DeRozan is going to be part of that. And so the question for me is, you just listed out, hey, Keon Ellis has carved out a really nice niche, and we saw last year and then in Utah how impactful he can be without putting points on the board, and that's a really valuable asset to have coming off your bench if you're going to be a title contender. That's great. Kevin Herter can shoot the leather off the ball. We all know that. Malik Monk should be the 6th man of the year, should be the reigning 6th man of the year, and is the
Should
favorite,
be the 2-time reigning 6 man of
and
the
is
year.
is the favorite to win that award again. Where are they falling short? Why aren't they in that conversation with Dallas or Oklahoma City or Minnesota or Denver in the West?
It's a good question, especially since the one piece that we keep talking about them missing is really a tertiary piece. It's like an 8th man or a 9th man in the rotation piece, and another guy that can come in and defend, long, athletic, that can defend wings. We're not talking about a starter.
So that's that. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, but I mean, you get what I'm saying. It's like I don't know why they're not considered that, but the fact is they have to do it. And after winning 48, they took a step back and won 46. And we can point to all of these reasons why they didn't win 50 and how they could have easily won 50. But the fact is they did not.
Yeah.
And so it's on them to prove that who they are is a team that is a contender. It's not, we can't anoint them as a contender because
you have to do it.
There's been a lot of paper champions.
Yeah, man.
Right? A lot of big threes. Think how many times the Knicks put together a big three that wasn't a big three. And then
or the Nets.
Yeah. Or how many times those teams, when they assembled a big three, and maybe their big three is a higher end big three than what the Kings have. Like the just overall like talent is a little bit higher than what the Kings have. They never had the collection of players around them that the Kings have right now, which is where I think, like, look, they've done a good job, but you can still see the whole. You can still see like where they need one more piece. And if they could find that one more piece, but what do you have to give up to get that piece? And like, how do you do it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Like that's what you need. And I kind of disagree that it can be the 9th guy. I think that if you're going to be a title contender, I think that person has to be more than behind Trey Lyles coming off the bench.
Okay, but what if it's a player right before Trey Lyles coming off the bench, or a player right before the Keon Ellis, Trey Lyles grouping that coming off the bench? So it's, you get your starting 5, you got Malik Monk. What if it's the 6th guy, the 7th guy?
Who do you have in mind? Like, if you had, forget contracts, forget if the player's available. I am the czar of basketball, and I am letting the Kings take one player off a like, who's the ideal?
Well, I mean, like, without going ridiculous, like, hey, if they had
Jason
Anthony
Tatum
Davis
Anthony
to go
Davis,
right next to
Sure.
no. So if I keep coming back to Bobby Portis. Like, it's a guy who can play defense, who can block shots, who can rebound, who can hit a three, who can play with Sabonis, who can play without Sabonis as a center, who brings toughness and intensity and defense. that would be probably like whether he fits personality wise. I don't know. I don't know Bobby Portis. Like,
Sure.
he hasn't been in the King's Circle for like ever. So, but that would be the type of player, and I don't know if they can find him.
The wake up call just walked by. I'm sorry, and they were pointing at us.
Yeah.
Anyways,
They're ridiculous.
Look at Kevin. Look at him.
Oh my gosh, Kevin.
They look amazing. Okay, so you have to let Kevin know that he looks great because he's very concerned that nobody's going to know who he is.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that he's just out there rocking a dress.
Okay.
So you got to let him know. Yeah, man. I like the Bobby Portis idea. I love that, but at the same time, like you said, who are you giving up to get him?
Well,
yeah. is all of a sudden you're not the calculus changes to get the same answer about like, oh God, it feels like you have to give up Kevin Huerter to do that. Now you're like, oh man, they probably need another shooter.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the push pull. But man, you asked this question yesterday and it's the first because I've been operating this year like, yeah, just make the playoffs. But now it's like, man, if that's just the goal is just to make the playoffs. And now you're going into next year where DeMar DeRozan's 36. And I saw TCG in the chat say, well, Keegan Murray is obviously going to be that next guy. And okay, like in theory.
Yeah.
But are you ready to bet on a game in, game out basis? Keegan is going to go be as effective as Hall of Famer DeMar DeRozan? You're just ready to put that stamp right now?
No. And look, you're going to need that player either way. You're going to need the next DeMar DeRozan type player to plug into this thing, or maybe you're going to need the current version of Keegan Murray if Keegan Murray does take that step. Because if you have a 3-year window or a 2.5-year window or a 2-year window with DeMar DeRozan, like once that ends, like it's not like you're just going to elevate everybody up a step and DeMar's gone and everyone will just do more. Like and at that point you might have two $50 million players, a $30 million player, $20 million player. Like that's what you're looking at. Like it's very difficult to keep adding once you get to this level.
Yeah.
And that's where the challenge is.
I will say I'm fascinated by, first of all, Security Bagley said, are you giving up a first round pick for Bobby Portis? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the Kings are going to be picking in the back of the first round. Give them up.
Yeah.
Give up the picks.
Without any question.
Them picks. You're trying to win you're now in that window if you're trying to win a title.
Yeah.
Because even if you have your first round pick and you're going to use it, the player may or may not play. So yeah, I'm giving up for the proven asset that can help you get over that. It's a steep cliff, or it's a steep hump to get over.
Yeah.
But like the Kings are at it where, all right, you're a really, really good team. How do you get over yeah, dude, unload the picks. I just, that is not, I was there this offseason. I F them picks.
Well, I think that's where they were too, but I just don't think that the deal, like material. And I think that they spent so much time swinging for the fences. And realistically, you probably needed a strong single or another double.
Yeah.
A double to, sometimes you got to take a walk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm really interested to see because, beating the brakes off the Jazz and the Blazers is great. I'm really interested to see what they look like against Dallas, what they look like against Oklahoma City. They lost to Minnesota, but played them well. I think played a really good game in the opener.
I'm excited to see their ramped up version though. This little stretch here where they're playing bad teams. You want them to win these games, but at the same time you want them getting better every day. And so when you do face one of those teams, what do you look like then?
Yeah. And that's where we can rehash this conversation about Christmas and see how they're stacking up, because maybe the calculus changes as the year goes on, but we'll continue talking about that. We'll take a look around the NBA, and the NFL trade deadline is coming up. We got to discuss that as well. He's James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Kyle doesn't have his green drink. Uncle Looney, I don't Sorry. I don't think that this works. That's not how you spell Valanciunas. But I don't think that really works. But I do think that Washington signed him so they could trade him at the deadline and get stuff for it. I don't think I can do Giroux or Doc Rivers.
Oh, I remembered another Damian thing I can say. Hang on. All right, I have a new Damian phrase I'm going to say. I got to get in my angry mode.
Uh-oh. Wait, is Faraz on? Faraz is on tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Faraz is back. Faraz bike tomorrow.
Yes.
All right. Draymond Green is a jackass.
Let's test it. If you play clips of Kenny, I probably can emulate his voice a little bit, but I can't just like.
Kangs.
You're just gonna sit here.
Kangs.
Kangs.
Oh my gosh, they're so unserious.
Oh my gosh, they're so unserious. Okay, Lake Show.
We're gonna talk about this we're gonna talk about the other NBA games from last night. Zion gave the Warriors 31 2 nights ago, and then Draymond stuffed him in a locker last night. It was crazy. It was.
What
like,
if I told you Zion Williamson is not a franchise player? What if I told you Brandon Ingram is not a franchise player?
He missed so much time. He hasn't been able to. But like, dude, Zion was dragging him to a win against the Lakers before he got hurt in the play-in last year. Like but again, on a game in, game out, I just don't. I'm withholding full judgment on the Pelicans until I know what they look like with Trey Murphy and Herb Jones. What was I?
The hell am I watching? I'm intrigued to see Davion Mitchell this week.
Are you?
That is so weird. The clunk. Well, I'm excited to see him back in the building. Like, say hi. Although he was not a fan of Sacramento media.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. You're tapped in right now and you're like, what are these guys wearing? Well, James specifically, we were dressed as D-Lo and KC for Halloween today.
That's right.
So that's what's happening here. I'm wearing a beanie because my head is cold. It's not part of my costume.
No.
And really with Damian, like we talked about earlier, it's the pants and the shoes that make it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have my pants rolled up about halfway up my calf.
Yeah, I think both of them.
Which is kind of nice. Like, I see why he does this.
You like the cold air on your ankles?
I don't hate it.
I don't know.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a little rough. Because I too have gone. Like,
yeah, right. You went no socks with the loafers.
Yeah.
Which is a very Kenny move.
It is a very Kenny move. Yeah. I did not go buy the expensive loafers. But hey, all right. We put the costume together, man. I think we look good.
We'll have photos up on the internet later on today.
Okay. Lake Show.
That's why, because I just messed that up. There we go.
Okay. Lake Show.
I'm so excited I have that.
Oh,
I'm
no.
so excited I have that. Before we hop back into the NBA, the NFL trade deadline is next Tuesday. It's the most important thing happening next Tuesday. 1 p.m. is the deadline. And as I write at NinersWire.com, and this is a time of year where you're trying to you got to do all the trade stuff, and are they going to trade for this and that? And so around trade time, and we know this from MLB, we know this from the NBA, trade time happens and every big name comes out. Every big name on the market, every big name that is not on the market. We see with the Kings, or not with the Kings, with the 49ers. It's like, oh man, Max Crosby? Okay, Max Crosby? Oh, so the Dolphins are Tyreek Hill? Could you imagine? Hey man, let's reel this in. Because I think the 49ers are about to have a very disappointing trade deadline. Where if you're talking yourself into the biggest names, I've seen DeForest Buckner has been out there a lot. Actually wrote about that.
That's the worst, right? That we have to write about these things?
Yes.
That you have, how many times I've written that the Kings are intrigued by Kyle Kuzma, and how many times I've had to dive deep into the Kyle Kuzma catalog here.
Of course.
Oh god.
You're a Kyle Kuzma expert at this point.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, we were talking about where were you when sports moments. I'll never forget where I was the day you flipped on the idea of the Kings adding Kyle Kuzma.
Oh.
Yeah. You were digging into his contract and you were like, actually, you know what? I'm kind of in.
I'm in.
We're sitting at one of the high top tables right out there in the kitchen. I was like, all right, hey, Ham, welcome to no, man. I just here because the 49ers are kind of stuck between this rock and this hard place where I think I want to put a pin in the DeForest Buckner thing specifically for a second, where I think their front office believes that they owe it to Trent Williams and Kyle Juszczyk and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and all these guys who have been around and have been through it with this team to go try and compete for a championship this year. That means making a move because their current roster may not make the playoffs, much less go to the Super Bowl, much less win the Super Bowl. They need to make an addition or two. For me, specifically on the defensive line, you could talk me into linebacker. I have wide receiver further down the list, but you can debate who or what they need. I think they're going to wind up adding like a rotational defensive end, maybe a rotational defensive tackle. And that's going to kind of be the extent of it because they have to walk this line. They have to walk this line between pushing chips in this year and making a move that could help this year. But also, they I don't believe are going to go unload first, second round picks, multiple future picks, whatever, to go add a player this year because you know what? Right now, they're not one of the 5 best teams in the league. And are they going to sacrifice their future? Because that's what they have to start thinking about. They signed Brandon Ayuk to this long-term deal. They have the Brock Purdy long-term deal coming up. They have to start thinking about what does this team look like over the next 3 to 5 years instead of just this year. So they're walking this line between, okay, got to make a move that substantially affects their Super Bowl chances this year without completely torpedoing their chances to improve their team over the next 2 or 3 years. And so I think they're going to go, yeah, Christian McCaffrey's coming back. Juwan Jennings will be back after the bye week. And you go trade for a rotational defensive tackle or a defensive end who's fallen out of favor with their team. You give up a couple of late round picks for those guys and move forward and see what happens. Like that's what I think is going to happen. I don't think DeForest Buckner, Max Crosby, whatever big name is out there, I don't see it.
Okay, so I kind of agree with what you're saying there, but I'm going to say this, are they looking at themselves the same way that you're looking at them? Because I know they're 4-4, but for my money, while you lost to Minnesota, if somehow you avoid Minnesota in the playoffs, you avoid going to Minnesota in the playoffs, and even Minnesota,
where they haven't won since 1992.
Yeah, they're on the slide already. They've taken a step backwards. I think that the Aiden Hutchinson injury changed the calculus for what the Niners would do, because I think that they look at the Lions as probably the best team in the NFC, and without Aiden Hutchinson, who are they? Are they nearly as dangerous? Do you think that they're a title contender without him. And maybe they are still. And
they're scoring 50 points a game.
No, I agree with you, but they're also playing bad teams and scoring 50 points a game.
Sure.
And so I think when that injury happened, if there is a way for the 49ers to get into an arms race with Detroit, that's the team that I'm circling. I don't think that there's another team. Like, I'm not worried about the Commanders. Like, can the Commanders win a playoff game? Sure. I think there are a bunch of teams that can win a playoff game. But if I'm really being honest about the NFC, it's wide open, and there's one team that I'm really worried about if I'm the 49ers.
Who's that?
And that's the Lions. I think talent-wise, you've got as much. And when they lose a game-changing superstar defensive lineman that, like, really is like prime Aaron Donald, like, he impacts the game so much. When you lose him, what do they look like going forward? And yeah, they've been able to keep it up, and their offense is flying. But I think that team, that the 49ers beat them last year, even though they probably shouldn't have, and they probably feel like that's the team to beat. So can I get to that level? I'm not worried about the Chiefs. I'm not worried about Baltimore or Buffalo.
Right.
I got to worry right now about a very specific team, and can I find a way to improve my defense to get up to that standard?
I don't want to nitpick and derail the conversation. I'm not putting Aiden Hutchinson in prime Aaron Donald territory yet.
Yeah,
prime Aaron Donald might be the best defensive player the league's ever seen.
No, but he's close.
But he's
like,
super. He is. Like I said, I didn't want to nitpick and derail the conversation. Yeah. He is a very, very impactful player, no doubt. Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and will be as long as he's healthy. Right. Obviously, in the future. I think Detroit is a legitimate threat. The deeper we go into this Jaden Daniels Washington thing, the more I'm inclined to believe it.
Okay.
But yeah, Atlanta, no. Arizona, no. Green Bay, I think, is very good. Minnesota, I think, will get back on track. I trust Kevin O'Connell and their coaching staff. But yeah, outside of that, man, like, Tampa Bay doesn't scare me anymore. Chicago, it's fine. Philly looks a lot better lately. Philly's super talented, and if they get if they've turned it around defensively quite a bit.
They're like the 49ers.
So I think there's more teams than just Detroit in the NFC, but okay. So considering what I laid out about the future, would you, if John Lynch called you James and said, "Hey, James, currently dresses as Kenny Caraway, should we trade first round picks to acquire a player to help us this year?" What would you tell him?
It would have to be an over-the-top, long-term fixture, nothing short-term, that you're going to have to figure out the dynamics of your salary down the road.
Mm-hmm.
But 25, 26-year-old, maybe 27-year-old, game-changing defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Like, it would have to be something over the top. Not like, it doesn't have to be another Nick Bosa, but like close. Like, it would have to be a very, very good player.
Yeah.
And I don't know that player is really out there and available to be traded.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. I mean, because when you have them, like, why would you give them up unless you're really getting a lot for it?
So this is where the DeForest Buckner conversation gets interesting for me. Because I think DeForest Buckner is the type of player that could be had for maybe like a mid-round pick. And he's the type of player that I think would help the 49ers pretty dramatically. And we know he's good.
Yeah.
B, he plays the position that they need help at and have needed help ever since they traded him away to begin with. The problem is you talk about how do teams view themselves. The Colts are 4-4. They are half a game back of the Chargers for a playoff spot, and they are benching Anthony Richardson, their second-year former first-round pick, for Joe Flacco, presumably because they think Joe Flacco gives them a better chance to win. Now, I was listening to a podcast this morning where they pitched the idea that, they were all in agreement, by the way, that this benching for Anthony Richardson is a punishment for pulling himself out of the game the other day or last week. And that, hey, yeah, they're going to bench him for a game. They're going to start Joe Flacco, and then it'll be Anthony Richardson the rest of the way. I completely disagree.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you.
If Anthony Richardson was like tearing it up That'd be one thing. But he's been really bad. They are on the precipice of being in the playoffs and or being in the top 7 going into week 10. I think they're starting Joe Flacco because they think Joe Flacco gives them a better chance to win.
I totally agree with you.
And because of that, I don't think they're that interested in getting rid of DeForest Buckner, who they just gave a 2-year, $46 million contract to this offseason. I don't think they want to move him right now. But if the Colts go out and lose to the Vikings this weekend, and Joe Flacco loses a game, and now they're like, man, all right, we got Anthony Richardson, we got Joe Flacco, trade deadline's coming up, and the Niners want to give us a 3rd-round pick for DeForest Buckner. Now that door opens a little bit. And maybe they're just out. Maybe they say DeForest Buckner is going to be a Colt for life. We're never going to move him, and that's what it's going to be. Sure. But I think if there's a world where he's available, it's the one where Joe Flacco and the Colts lose this weekend. It's the last game before the trade deadline, and they get an offer they can't turn down from a team like San Francisco. And if I'm San Francisco, to your point, that's the move where I'm going, okay, I'm going to open my war chest here and dish out some of this draft capital to get a player who is going to be impactful as a run stopper. He's going to be impactful as a pass rusher, and just alters your defense and what the peak version of your defense looks like.
Yeah, I'm all in on that. And I would point out too, like Anthony Richardson, I think a lot of fans got all excited because in week 1, he won a bunch of fantasy football games. Like he was like super crazy good. He is so bad right now that we're talking Deshaun Watson bad. Like on this season, he's completing 44.4% of his passes. He's got 958 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, 7 picks.
Oof.
And then you look at Flacco, 65.7% of his passes. On top of that, he's got 7 touchdowns and 1 interception on the season, 16 yards. He's just a much better quarterback right now. And like, I don't know when you give up on a player. I mean, we've seen the Bryce Young thing in Carolina, and now he's back in the fold because he has to be because Andy Dalton got in a car accident. But realistically, like sometimes a quarterback just shows you that they're not good enough. And the mental aspect of the NFL is so brutal. Watching Richardson on the sidelines is horrible. Like he's got stink face like the whole time.
I can't get there. That's just his face, man.
I get it, but he looks like he's disengaged. He pulled himself out of a game. He's been flat out bad.
I will rock with you on. Pulling yourself out of a game because you're tired is nuts.
Yeah.
That's just an insane thing to do. And apparently Colts players have like taken him aside and been like, don't do that.
Never
like,
again.
That's a bad thing to do.
Yeah.
So I'm with you there. I'm not gonna harp on somebody because of their face.
I don't know. It just looks like he's disengaged. It does. It looks like he's angry. He's pissed. He just doesn't feel it.
Didn't DeMarcus Cousins say he always got technicals because of his face?
Yeah. He also did not like when we talked about his facial expressions. He didn't. He was like, it's like, but
it's his face. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he's demonstrative in his normal facial expressions.
I can be
one
demonstrative.
Thing. Yeah. But like the anger face all the time, or like it's tough. I don't know. And again, Richardson just flat out as a quarterback has been bad. Like I think the only other quarterback in the league that we can point to right now that has been as bad as him is Deshaun Watson before he got injured. And I mean, at a certain point,
really bad.
If you're a head coach, if you're a franchise, you have to say we can't just let the other 55 guys lose every week because of one dude isn't good enough.
Sure.
And maybe he'll be good enough next year.
Right. But that's where the line is. Like that's the tough line to walk, is maybe he'll be good enough next year, but also he has 10 starts. Anthony Richardson had the same criticism coming out of the draft that Trey Lance did. Like, this guy just hasn't played a ton of football.
Yeah.
There's development that needs to happen here, but man, these physical tools are insane. He is like off the charts physically talented. And you see it when he runs the is it Alec Pierce that he hit the deep ball to in week 1 this year?
Oh yeah.
Like he is one of 2 guys in the league that can make that throw, right? So I understand like the we need to compete this year. There are 52 other guys on this roster that we are trying to win for, and they are right there. The Colts are not terrible. Like, they are a half game behind the Chargers.
Yeah.
They win, Chargers lose, Colts are a playoff team, right? Like, that's what it's going to take. So I understand that, but at the same time, are you cutting Anthony Richardson's legs out from under him? And hey, you know what? By not letting him play now, like they're running it. It's the Trey Lance conversation all over again.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, okay, you could play him and you might lose a lot, but he needs the development. And can you sacrifice that year where you have this really good team or this playoff team in the Colts case, where you think you have a playoff team, but you need to let this guy play. But also if he plays, you may not make the playoffs. Like, that's a really, really tough line to walk. And if you're a GM, you're a head coach, like, you got players to worry about. You got a job to worry about.
Yeah.
I don't think this has anything to do with the fact he pulled himself out of a game beyond the Colts going, oh, he's just not that dude.
Yeah, but I'm also going to point out that teams around the league, when they make the decision on their backup quarterback, the 49ers last year, they went out, they got Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was not going to take Brock Purdy's job.
No.
You know, if you're the Raiders, you went out and got Gardner Minshew because he's like that fringe starter guy.
Sure.
When you're the Colts and you went out during the offseason and you paid Joe Flacco to come in and be your backup, you did that with an intention that if things went south and if you were good enough and your quarterback wasn't, that Flacco's going to be there and maybe can help you win some games. This is the exact situation.
And they knew that because Joe Flacco was so good for the Browns last year that he won comeback player of the year over DeMar Hamlin, who died.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yep.
So they brought him in knowing exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
They didn't bring this, oh yeah, no, he's going to be a good mentor. No, man, you brought him in because you were worried Anthony Richardson wasn't going to be good enough and you were going to need a guy who could go start and win games.
That's right.
So we'll see if it works. I hope it does. It would be a really fun story. Yeah. But
I mean, that's why Andy Dalton is in Carolina.
I don't envy the decision makers in Indianapolis whatsoever.
Yeah.
So moral of the story is I think the 49ers are going to have a boring trade deadline. Michigan Wolverines, our resident Colts fan, says the Colts aren't trading Defoe. Yeah, probably not. But we also heard the 49ers are never going to trade DeForest Buckner too, and they did. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I wouldn't trade him.
I wouldn't bet on it. That's why I just like people are like Max Crosby, DeForest Buckner, Tyreek Hill, whoever. It's like, man, these dudes aren't moving. No.
And if they are, you're throwing a whole bunch of
a lot.
I mean, what did we just saw a left tackle get traded, right?
Yeah.
That was big money.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't even give up that much, right?
No, it was a like late round pick swap, I think.
Oh, that's weird.
Is it a sixth for Cam Robinson and a seventh? But Cam Robinson had just been benched by the Jags. So the Vikings, I guess, upgraded a left tackle, but it's not like they got an all-pro. So
okay,
that's the other issue with Minnesota when you start talking about teams in the NFC. Christian Darrisaw, their left tackle, was a monster. And imagine, it sounds crazy, right? Because it's like, man, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Sam Darnold's been really good. Their defense is awesome. Imagine taking Trent Williams off of the 49ers right now.
Nope. I don't want to imagine that.
You've called him the MVP of the team. And that's just as good. Right. So that's kind of where the Vikings are at. So I think the Niners have a ways to go to be competitive in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're going to look at this and go, all right, Christian McCaffrey coming back. Juwan Jennings going to be healthy. Ricky Pearsall getting mixed in. Renardo Green, their rookie corner, has been really good. Malik Mustafa has stepped in as a starting safety. He's looked really good. Maybe Dre Greenlaw comes back at some point. Kyle Shanahan said that he didn't want to put a timeline on it, but they're hopeful to get him back some point shortly after the bye, back in practice, get him out there moving around. Maybe they're looking at that. And I think that's what they're going to talk themselves into with some defensive end who's a healthy scratch for a team and a rotational defensive tackle. And they'll try and help their depth and hope that Christian McCaffrey can bail them out. That's what I think is coming.
I think it's possible. I do think that they're going to make some moves. I just don't think that they're going to be earth-shattering. And I don't think they have to be. Again, I think I look at it. almost the same way I look at the Kings. Like they need a player, but what they need is more depth. They need if you can go get a star, sure, but you're probably looking at a number 6, number 7, number 8 best player type deal. And in NFL standards, that means like a full-fledged starter.
Yeah.
That does specific things that you need. A guy that can rush the quarterback up the middle, or a guy that can, do something specific that changes something that you don't have right now.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm really not looking forward to watching the Jets tonight, dude. I'm so annoyed because I'm going to watch it. Like, who am I kidding?
Yeah,
I can sit here and go like, oh, hey, I'm not going to I am not going to be one of the people watching Thursday night. Yeah, I am. Come on. Who am I kidding? I hope the Texans boat race those dudes. D'Amico's got to do it for Robert Saleh. A lot of former 49ers in the mix there.
Yep.
All right. I want to remind everybody, hey, it's the last day of Socktober. You can bring your socks here to 3010 Lava Ridge Court, Suite 220. It is in Roseville. You can also send socks via Amazon. We've had several people do that. To ESPN 1320 3010 Lava Ridge Court, Suite 220 in Roseville. That's zip code 95661. We're also doing Socktober overtime. And on November 11th, we're going to be out at Sky River taking sock donations.
Okay.
So that is the D'Lo and KC live show. But you and I are doing a live show.
Yeah, it's wild.
It turns out.
Yeah, it turns out we're going to be there as well.
Yeah, so Monday, November 11th, me and James.
Breakfast with the Insiders.
Breakfast with the Insiders out at Sky River. Going to be a great time. I may or may not have a beer at 10 a.m.
Oh.
I don't know.
We're allowed to do that?
Maybe.
I might see if they can just bring Eggs Benedict to me up at just bring it on up.
An Eggs Benny and a Bloody Mary?
That's right.
Just vibing out doing a show?
Spicy Bloody Mary. Ooh,
so come hang out at Sky River. It's a great spot. We have such a great time doing the live shows out there. We've never hosted one, but you and I have both been part of D'Lo and KC's live shows out there. So it's going to be a ton of fun. And then afterwards, there's a Kings game.
Oh, yeah.
There's a billion TVs at 32 Brewer Street. So we will, I don't know what everybody else's plan is. I'm probably sticking around watching the Kings game. I know you probably got to go work.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to speak for D'Lo and Casey, but I'll probably be hanging out too.
Yeah, there's a Kings game that night against San Antonio at 5. And so, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. I don't know.
Sure.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, but the live shows are on for sure. Me and James at 10, D'Lo and KC starting at noon out at 32 Brewer Street at Sky River Casino. It should be a ton of fun, and we're going to be taking sock donations there as well. So if you don't want to bring them out to Roseville, you can bring them out then to Sky River Casino on November 11th. Hope to see everybody there. All right, let's take a look around the NBA last night. A lot of action. I felt like the Kings were the only team that didn't play last night.
Felt like that, didn't it?
I know that's impossible because it would have had to be two, but there were a lot of games. The Kings not one of them, but we'll take a look at those games next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get you one of the desserts I made.
Okay, late show.
Oh, my God.
Jesus. I don't know what that was.
Never mind. There's too many people out there.
Oh, no. There's too many people?
There's so many people out there.
Should we go out there just to say hello? We got 2.5 minutes, right?
There right now. Let me throw my bag on. This is going to be my... I gotta get fully in costume here. How do you put these on? There we go. Let me check time. All right, we got about 2 minutes.
2 minutes to mingle. We'll be back, everybody. We'll be back. Check out our socks our sockless legs as we walk out.
idea. Probably not hear you.
Really?
And we're back. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
We have never been more back. I believe this was a mistake by NBC the other night.
Yeah. So I think what
My man.
actually happened was it was on a different NBC channel hiding somewhere. So
Yeah, you got to get that. You got to get that fantasy football content up on Maine for sure.
that was a mistake. Like I know one time years ago there was a huge mistake like that, and somebody had forgot to put on the game or had unplugged in the middle of the game on accident. Yeah, and that's like a super close to fireable offense.
Yeah, I thought it was just because I use Fubo TV, and so I thought it was just a mistake on my thing. And so but I jump on Twitter real quick, and sure enough, people.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere. And in those situations, just go to the NBC app, and it was there. You got to log in with your television provider, but it was there. That's how I watched the game. What is today's Thursday?
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry. Here, let me unlock the phones just for Mitch. There we
Oh.
go. Go ahead, Mitch. Phones are open.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The Elk Grove Kia Talk line's open, 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. Phone lines are open. Are the Kings in a championship window? Let us know. 916-909-1320. Where'd my rundown go? Around the NBA last night.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to go through scores. If anything jumps out to you, let me know. The Hornets beat the Raptors 138-133. I'm in on LaMelo. I'm just full. I don't know if he'll ever reach the peak that he potentially could. But as far as Charlotte being a play-in team with him and a Cooper Flag team without him, I think he's that impactful already.
I get that. No, I honestly, I think that he's very talented. I just don't know that he can ever stay healthy. And that's always going to be my problem. Plus, he does not play defense at all. So, like, what are you going to be? And I think teams will figure out that team relatively quick.
Sure.
And they'll make life difficult for him. But also a big shout out to Trey Mann. That's a guy that I think has been underutilized and continues to develop, and he's averaging over 20 points a game early in the season. That's an interesting team. It is.
Dude, they're fascinating. Brandon Miller, LaMelo, Trey Mann.
Yeah.
Nick Richards had 24, 14, and 4 last night, 4 blocks.
Yeah, and Brandon Miller's hurt, right? Like, I don't.
Yes.
He's only played like 11 minutes all season, so I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, when they get him back, they're going to be interesting. They've got a Martin twin. They've got Grant Williams, like they've got kind of like the gritty dudes. I'm not a Miles Bridges fan at all. But overall, I think that they have talent. It's going to be very specific. They're going to try to like run you out like off the court.
Yeah.
And that only works while he's there. And if he gets hurt again, then they crumble.
Matt in the chatty house. We'll get to my Pistons shortly. Big dub last night. The Cavs beat the Lakers 134-110. I had to see a bunch of highlights of Bronny James hitting his first basket. It was a big time mid-range jumper that cut the deficit to 20 with 2 minutes left. Just big time stuff.
That's all. Okay, Lake Show.
The Cavs, I think you were in on the Cavs to start the year. I was not. bad take by me. I think the Cavs are having or are going to continue having the season everybody thought the Knicks were going to have. The Cavs are 5-0 out the gate. And they're dragging everyone. Now, they haven't played a real contender yet. I'm sorry. No, they beat the Knicks in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
But they are just dragging everybody they play.
I agree. They started off the season with like the 3 worst teams in the league. And so I want to see what they look like. Again, I think it's good to have that ramp up for them because by the time they face the Knicks, they're flying high. They had some confidence. They're long. They're super athletic. They've got guards that can score. Like this is a team that I really like the construction of, and I hope that they're able to like piece it together and keep going because I think, you need more competition in the Eastern Conference. And this is a team that if they put it together, they could be really scary. Kenny Atkinson is an interesting coach, and I think they've got really good buy-in early. But again, injuries have to hold up. This is a team that does struggle with injuries, and who are they going to be? Will they be a top seed? I don't think they'll be a top seed, but I certainly think they can be like a 3-4 in the East.
Currently the number 1 seed ahead of the Boston Celtics in the East.
Wild. What a disappointment the Boston Celtics
Just
are.
brutal.
Absolutely horrific.
I knew they couldn't go defend the title.
They win a championship and then they dog it right afterwards.
Mitch, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Chilling.
What's going on?
Thanks for taking my call. Checks in the mail.
My man.
All right. Good captions, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah, I like the chain. Hey, great win by the Dodgers. Come back.
Yep.
They didn't carry the team, even though Shohei didn't have a big series. I don't know what he was doing, stealing with a 4-1 league. It wasn't smart, showing off. They should be able to pad their statistics in the postseason. Is to change that law, that rule, rather. And maybe Mr. Aaron Judge there, not play like Herman Munster. Fundamentals. That's what cost the series for the Yankees. What a shame.
Yeah.
And hopefully, Kings get their fundamentals corrected. And they're doing pretty well. Maybe Aaron Judge can play a little basketball. Let's get him as a big man to help with the front court, please.
Nice.
No rule they can't sign him, right?
Yeah. If he wants to play, sign him to a 10-day. Why not?
All right.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate it.
Wait, who did he say signed to a 10-day?
Aaron Judge.
Oh, there you go. He's 6'7". I mean,
Can't catch fly balls.
no, that's true. I'd worry about his hands
Yeah, me too.
and his ability
It's
to
so-
show up in the big game.
It's so funny. Like basketball athletes are just so different. Because Aaron Judge is the tallest guy on the field at all times by a lot
Gigantic human being.
in Major League Baseball, and he'd get into the NBA. He's like a 2-3.
Yeah. It's like watching Tony Gonzalez play.
Speaking of the Celtics, they lost to the Pacers 135-132 in overtime last night. The Boston Celtics have lost before the Kansas City Chiefs. Congratulations to me and Jesse. That was our guess. I care less about the Celtics here because I'm on that Celtics 70 wins train. I think they're going to defend their title. I have no thoughts about the Celtics, except that shout out to Jason Tatum for hitting the more on his points, rebounds, assists, and prize picks last night. That was big time for him. How do we feel about the Pacers right now? Where are you at on them? Because their Eastern Conference Finals run felt a little fluky. It felt a little Atlanta, and what was that, 2021?
Yeah.
It felt a little like that, but also I think they're better than that Hawks team was.
I don't know if they are. Like I'm okay with them. I just, they've lost one overtime game against Philly. They won an overtime game. But the one thing I will say is, they beat Detroit to open the season. They beat Boston last night, but in the middle, Knicks, Sixers, Magic, who are all top 5 teams, 6 teams in the East. Their schedule's been tough as opposed to the Cavs schedule, where again, like they've already played the Wizards, the Pistons, and Charlotte. Or who was the other team they played? It wasn't Charlotte. It was another bad team in the East.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I have a little bit more confidence that they'll, again, if they were getting blown out in some of these games, you don't like the Knicks loss, but the other games are like a 4-point loss, a 4-point loss. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to be good. I don't think they're going to be. They're not a team I would pick to go to the Eastern Conference Finals again.
Yeah.
At least not this year. Maybe down the road, but
Yeah.
I don't love them.
Yeah, I think they're good. They're playoff. They're on a good trajectory right now. Their playoff run last year was weird.
Yeah.
You don't get to skip steps like that usually.
No.
Like you gotta. They're gonna have that kind of fall back to earth kind of year. But like you said, in the future, maybe I'm interested to see how those guys develop. My Pistons. Congratulations to my Detroit Pistons. They got a win last night over the shorthanded Philadelphia 76ers, 105-95. The vibes in Philly are so bad.
Yeah, that's not good. I actually think that they need to change their name to the shorthanded Philadelphia 76ers. Like that's just like their new name.
They're just always that.
It's
They're
just
like
a
the
really
70, like the 73s.
really long name, the shorthanded Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, I even if Joel Embiid comes back, are you fired up about the Sixers?
No,
I'm not.
absolutely not.
I'm not either. Oh,
Wrap it up.
is it?
Go do your walk.
We're done
Go win
here?
the contest.
Wait, are you seriously? They're doing this right now?
Unless you're doing an interview.
No, we're
No.
not.
Do the contest.
They know that we're doing a show. We're entering the contest,
Yep.
but they're not letting
They
us wait
don't care.
16 minutes.
Don't care.
Oh, this is brutal.
And you're dressed as me.
Let's go.
And you see how he switched the sunglasses to his normal glasses.
Let's do
I
this,
did
Kyle.
the same
Come
thing.
on, man, go win.
Okay, well, we're done, I guess. Goodbye, everybody.
You
Drink
can
water
come
and be
back.
nice to people.
We might come back. We'll
Yeah,
come
just
back.
Go win the contest.
All right.
Kyle Madsen and James Ham going to win the contest. Make a like, wow, you got a different setup over here. Make a ruckus too when you go out there. Just like, hey, like make some noise.
Yeah.
Like let them know you're here. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
This bag costs more than my
Zip it so it looks nicer. Zip the bag shut. Yeah. Hey, hang on, everybody. This is a live radio show.
Live
it's
radio
good.
show, but we'll be back.
Okay, there we go. All right, we in here. We're sending
Nope.
Beanie off.
Kyle and James are going out to win the costume contest. It was tough. The wake up call looks terrific. You're going to see them coming up we'll bring them in around like 12 o'clock here real quick before they leave. And these two, they're pointing at people on their way out. This is amazing. Oh, I love this. Kyle's got my bag in hand. This is amazing. Like I'm damn near tearing up over this. I wish you guys could see this. This is fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic. I love this. Kyle Madsen and James Ham out there. And Kenny just walked in, so he's seeing James for the first time. Oh, this is terrific. I did have a brief moment because I saw the stream start, and I thought Kyle took my jacket, like, because Kyle was at my house last night. He was this is a true story. Kyle was at my house last night baking, and I was cooking for him and his wonderful wife, and stayed to watch the end of the World Series. I thought when I turned on the stream this morning, I thought that he was actually wearing my jacket, that he had gone into my closet at some point over the last day or two, or his wife had gone into my closet and they had taken my jacket. But no, he's got his own jacket. He's doing the walk. He's coming back, man, and our guys are back. I'm proud of them. James Ham, Kyle Madsen here. I guess I'm Kyle Madsen for the rest of the day. I don't know. What were they talking about? Let's see. We're running around the league. That's like what other station would have the balls to do this, to just throw a show out and be like, no, we got it. Go do the costume contest for the company. Go get some chili and some Pop-Tart bread or all of that stuff. I'm guessing they were doing like some sort of wraparound, because I'm looking at all sorts of, pause. That's a major pause. It's my bad. I looked at the notes and said, I bet they were doing some sort of wraparound, and then realized, yep, can't say that on this show. Well, you definitely can't say that. So did we win? Do we know? Did they applaud when you came out?
They did.
They definitely applauded.
Okay, very good. I'll get out of your way and let you do your show.
They applauded. They loved our costumes. Kenny came in just as we were going out there, so Kenny got to see the full costume. Here we are. We're back.
How do you guys wear? I need to know how you guys wear sunglasses during the show. I guess you don't. I need to know how Kenny does because I can't see because the lenses are polarized. I can't see my computer screen. It literally turns the screen like a dark blue.
I think the key is to buy cheap sunglasses so you don't have that problem, which is what I've done.
These were cheap. They're just polarized.
I somehow have made it through almost the entire show with the sunglasses on.
I'm really proud of you. I thought for sure you were going to decommit to the bid at some point.
Nope.
All right.
I'm all in, Kyle.
Where were we?
We were talking
about the Pistons.
The Pistons. I don't know why.
Vibes are bad in Philly.
The Bulls beat the Magic.
That's a thing that happened.
Oh
the
yeah.
Bulls are 3-2. Don't sleep on the Bulls.
Zach LaVine, the redemption tour.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Is he getting that trade stock up?
That's he's doing his own showcase.
That would be
showcasing.
That's where we were talking Kings championship window earlier. That's one thing that can derail it real quick.
Oh, making that trade?
If somebody in the front office goes, hey, this is what we need.
This is where we go. I think, we'll have Damian Barling on here in just a minute.
Right here.
I kind of want to know what Damian feels like. If you were the Kings and you do think that you all of a sudden have a championship window. I think what we're seeing right now is they're developing a big three. They got 3 guys averaging over. You just saw the shoes.
It's perfect, dude.
I'm sorry. Continue.
You got 3 guys averaging over 20 a game. You got Keegan Murray. You've got Malik Monk. You've got Kevin Huerter flying away. You got a defensive guy and Keon Ellis. You've got a nice rotational big man and Trey Lyles. But it does feel like they're still that one piece away. And if you're the Kings at this point, you have to say, okay, we think we know what we have. We might need to push in, right?
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Well,
what do you like? So you're pushing in. That means you're risking. You're going to get something.
Yes.
What are we talking about?
Well,
Giannis? Because if it's Giannis, let's do it. But what?
A different Buck.
Yeah. What if you took your choice of the Bucks?
But
no, I think.
Well, who?
What?
Bobby Portis?
Yeah, because
you're an idiot.
That's where I would lead. Like Kyle said, hey, if there's one player that you can go out and get, and
Bobby Portis, that's not pushing all in to me. Like, what's Bobby Portis?
No, you're right. That's not pushing all in. But
not that it's not a good move.
That's pushing to me. That's pushing all in. If that gets you over but that means that Keegan by the trade deadline is just deadly. Off the bounce, has just maximized himself. Same thing with DeRozan. Domas keeps scoring 24 a night. De'Aaron gets his scoring ticked up, and all of a sudden the Kings are battling for the 1 seed in the West, and they're like, man, hey, they are one bench guy short. Like they need a little bit more size on the perimeter to be a title contender.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the Bobby Portis move would be an all-in type of move to me.
Sure, but what's that look like?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
okay.
But
it doesn't look like that's not a trade Keegan Murray move. That's not like a lose 3 draft picks in the future move. It's a solid upgrade. That's a solid, not upgrade. That's a solid addition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think,
and I like it.
We were trying to get to, like, where are they? Is that the type of move that you would do, or would you do something much bigger than that?
Well, so I guess it's narrowing down what all in means. Like Indiana's all in, no? The Pacers,
yeah,
with the Siakam move, the Siakam move and extension married them. This was our move.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks made 7 of them, which I can't.
Yeah, kind of wild.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson taking less money was nuts.
Incredible.
Yeah,
one of one.
The question to me, and this is what we talked about earlier, is I need to see again. Call me at Christmas. That's I need till then to figure out exactly kind of what the league looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see the Kings against Oklahoma City. I want to see what the Kings look like against Dallas.
Portland didn't move you, huh?
Not quite.
I understand.
Utah a little more.
Really?
But yeah, what is, and maybe they go in and maybe they beat the heck out of those teams. It's like, man, hey, they're not going to need to do a lot.
Yeah.
But if you struggle with Dallas's size or with an athleticism, particularly inside, or I think every team is going to struggle against Oklahoma City. Like what they're doing, particularly defensively, is nuts. But I think those are the teams that you're going to gauge yourself against, right? And you're going to go, hey, here's where they're lacking. Here's the common thing that they struggle with against these teams. That's what they need to go get. And maybe it is a starter. Maybe it's somebody to plug in, maybe not a starter. But maybe it is. Maybe it's an upgrade at the 3 where you're moving DeMar DeRozan to the 2, and I don't. But I got to see it against those teams first before I start detailing exactly what they need. I just imagine it's going to be size and athleticism because that's what they've needed for
if you get
a
busted
year and a half now.
You get busted up by LeBron James. You get busted up by Julius Randle in the first week of the season. You
And
could
John
see,
Collins.
and John Collins. You could see where a guy like Bobby Portis would come in handy.
Well,
But
what about a guy like John Collins?
it's
If-
interesting, but he
Ick?
doesn't
I'm
play
out.
defense.
Okay, no, I understand. I was just asking.
I get in like John Collins in theory. I get it. I just don't want.
No,
I don't want. I don't want any parts of,
Well, that
of
and $26 million
experience.
next year is a little
Yeah,
rough.
it's a lot.
Yeah, and that
That's
would
a lot.
cost you to go get, right?
I think to Kyle's point though, we're not at the point of evaluating rosters.
Mhm.
Not the Sacramento Kings, not the Indiana Pacers. It was an impressive win by the Pacers. I can't believe they almost blew that game in my Prize Picks lineup, but still, like it's not time for the Pacers to reevaluate what they're doing. It's not time for Chicago to start planning on, playoff tickets. Like we're still so early in this that there's quite a few things to figure out.
I would agree with you, but I think we've been reevaluating the Kings roster for a long time and evaluating it and saying, okay, like what is it that and you walk into the season with a major need and then it shows itself in the first 5 games of the season, the first, 4 games of the season where you're like, man, that need is it's just like slapping you every single time you go up against a big, strong, like scoring power forward, scoring forward.
The bigger thing to me is this started with James' question: do the Kings have a big 3?
Mm-hmm.
With
Mhm.
DeRozan, Fox, and Sabonis
Mhm.
all averaging 20 a night.
Mhm.
And the answer to me was like undoubtedly like yes.
Absolutely.
Like, yeah, they
with
got
you.
it.
Yeah,
And if
I'm
you
with
have that, then you should be competing for a title.
Yeah.
So that to me means, okay, what's the championship? This is not, you have DeMar DeRozan for basically 3 years, and you have 20 points a night, DeMar DeRozan, for maybe this year, next year, hopefully. So like to me, that's where, all right, you don't get to waste a lot of years here. If you figured it out with this group, that's great that you're okay. Yeah, you're solid. You look like you're going to make the playoffs, but like that can't just be like the goal. If you believe that these 3 players are that good, like, hey, this is a bona fide big 3 in Sacramento. Like a 5th seed in a first round exit doesn't cut it for me.
I'm with you. Yeah, especially if we have that was a discussion Casey and I had. It was probably last week. It was probably Thursday or the day before the first game, where I'm not measuring this team versus last year's team. Last year's team was a disappointment.
Yeah,
we can all
1000%.
We can all recognize that, and I think everyone in that organization recognizes that. I'm measuring this team against 2 years ago, because I don't want them to take a step over what they did last year. I want them to take a step over what they did 2 years ago. And this group, I think the collective group that was here last year can correct the mistakes that they made. I think the collective group that was here last year can correct the mistakes that they made last year to make that season fall short this year. Then you add DeMar DeRozan, right? Then you add, maybe a different version of Keegan Murray. You have now a Domas who looks all world, like he just looks incredible. And then you have I'm sorry, my train of thought got there. I'm sorry, I got thrown off by what was going on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
Good.
whatever.
A lot of people outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
cheering
sure.
happening. I hope that means we won.
I hope so too.
What do you guys are coming up on D'Lo and Casey?
I think we're gonna talk about. Did you guys talk about De'Aaron's finger?
No, not really.
So is that not a big deal? Do I need to scratch that whole segment?
I mean, you can talk about it. I just think it's like he's had finger injuries before, and like I don't really know what it is.
He's had his fingers taped like all year.
Yeah,
he said he
right
got
before the
hurt the
opener.
second. He said he got hurt the second or third play of training camp.
Oh, well, the Kings haven't once put him on the injury list, and when they've been asked about it specifically, they have said absolutely nothing.
Well, De'Aaron addressed it.
Yeah.
So that's all I can go off of. And I know none of us heard it because most of us probably aren't listening to the radio, but Tristy wrote about it over at NBC. He was talking to the G-Man after the game.
Oh.
And G-Man said he saw him fiddling with his fingers and asked him, I think you go ahead. Sorry. I think you guys may have, did they win?
We have to.
No, I think they got robbed. They got third place.
What?
Hey,
Okay.
I'll take it.
Rob.
Hey,
Rob.
Erroneous. What?
Wow.
They showed up late doing their radio
Wow.
show. The tribal
We
chief is
Shut
here.
up late. We're on
This
the
is-
I want to recount.
There he is.
This is a
number one, man.
this is a sham.
This guy right here.
Number one.
This guy right here.
Shout out to my boy KC.
I've been
you know what
robbed.
I mean? Shout out to my boy KC. He's number one.
All
out
right,
here, man.
Lake
That was
Show.
number one. They got robbed.
I can't wait.
All right.
Well,
We gotta-
Did
we
the
gotta
wake-up
go.
Call win? Well, they should.
Yeah,
I mean, they
I
should.
agree.
It's called
Did
what it
Frida
is.
get second place?
I'm just glad James. I'm just
Okay,
glad.
that's fine. That's fine.
I'm very
That's fine.
I'm very confident the show needs to end.
You know what? That's funny. That worked out. We're super late. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Your
no, I
show's
got
gonna
it.
start late.
Yep.
That works out because I was putting the costumes in tiers of like NBA team, and I said Frida and the wake up call were in that championship contender tier.
Yep.
James and I were in that. We're a playoff team, not quite a contender. We're in the Kings tier right now.
I'm just thankful James didn't wear makeup.
Oh no.
Boy,
Yep. Just thankful. Just thankful.
Well-
Yep. All right. We'll see you.
that's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're back tomorrow. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're at 10 a.m. We're back. We won't be in costume. Drink water, be nice, people. Have a happy Halloween. See you. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Yeah. What's going on, y'all? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Nah, man. No Coach Prime today.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. What's good? Hey. Come on in, man. It is Halloween.
Yes, sir.
We welcome you in here to the Thursday, October 31st edition of D-Lo and Casey.
That's correct. You on it? You
I'm
good,
Damian
you good.
Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
And 2 of my favorite people in the whole world. Hey, let's go.
Just pop up.
Let's go.
I know they do some wild things over here, Kevin.
Excuse me.
Well,
What?
You know I listen to your guys' show every day. You want to talk about wild? There's a video circulating on the internet of what you guys do on your show.
Right.
That was
No,
wild.
Kevin, the video is you.
That was wild. That was wild. It wasn't
Do you wanna
planned,
explain?
though.
Can I explain? I'll be very careful.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd
Okay.
love to hear you explain this.
Wow.
Okay, so we play a game called Fun Delivered, and Fun Delivered is a company that buys undelivered packages because, like, if you know when you order something and then it just never shows up, well, it sits at a post office or at a UPS or whatever. So these ladies buy them all up, and then you can go on their website. I think Kyle actually did this for him and his friends.
Hey,
for, like,
sound
a
And he
while.
won a very wholesome stuffed animal
Yeah, no,
that
but
he named
actually-
Kevin.
Yes, but he actually, that's when he was on our show. He
Yeah.
actually went onto the website and bought packages from them,
Oh,
which you can do.
oh.
Well, they send us a bunch of packages, and every week
Apparently.
you don't know what's going to be in the package that you're opening. So we go around, and this week Kevin chose a package.
Yep.
Looked,
He did.
Looked very innocent.
Did not.
Well, on the outside,
The best part
is
is Kevin was like, "This is squishy."
well, because it's
squishy.
It was still in the package.
I would have thought it needed to be hard.
Yeah, okay. All right. Just stick with me. So we each go around and open ours because we don't know what they are. And Kevin was, do you want to say surprised?
I would say I was scared for our listeners.
Okay. He got an adult toy.
Yes.
Yes.
There was a plot twist, though.
Well, we later discovered on the air
yes.
that it was for a gentleman.
Yes.
And Kevin was scared by all the settings.
There's 6 different settings.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
so-
And they get
gracious.
faster.
Oh, Lord.
Our show has nothing on
Okay.
what you guys do.
Okay. You know what? You might be
We
right.
just hit an occasional pause joke. You guys are on a
Well, you would have paused a lot.
yeah. Well, yeah. So Kevin, the winners, you guys are. Gavin didn't participate with us, but you guys dressed as the Beetlejuice characters.
Yes.
Yes.
And
I'm from the new movie.
The Beetlejuice
Yeah.
characters.
Yeah.
And so, how often do they make you wear a dress?
Just when it's group costume.
Because you were.
I think he means
It
for
was
Halloween,
Wednesday
honey.
last
How often for Halloween?
Oh, never.
No, you wore one last year.
I
It was
last
Wednesday,
year. I told
Yeah.
you it was
Weren't you
only for
Wednesday?
when we do groups. I was Wednesday, and then now I'm Winona Ryder.
Lydia.
No, Lydia
Lydia.
Dietz.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who are you?
I am a character from the new movie.
Mhm.
It's Beetlejuice's ex-wife Dolores.
Oh,
And when you're first introduced to her, she's been chopped up into many pieces.
Oh, good.
Mhm.
But then she staples herself back together.
And so that
Okay.
explains
That's what
the
explained
makeup,
her
which you were working on
Alright.
all morning.
Okay, I also was doing a show.
Well, you were. No, you absolutely were.
Right.
You're multi-talented. That's fine.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
terrific.
And we're also talking to the first place finishers.
Yes.
In
Right.
the costume contest
They did beat out
today at Odyssey.
Kyle and James. They did beat out Dilo.
Yeah, I mean, y'all did your thing. I ain't gonna front, but Kyle and James, that's who I thought was gonna win it, man. I thought they was gonna win it. They did
And I
their
would
thing.
have stood by it
James,
if they did.
James came through with showing his Achilles.
See,
You know what I mean?
that
Showing
was-
Achilles. I was like, oh man, that might put him
part
over
that
the
I
top.
think was really the chef's kiss for the costume was gotta show those ankles.
Yeah, no one would think it's funny if your ankles. No one would even know who Kyle was if his ankles weren't out. Like the costume would have fallen. And he was right. He was describing that on the air. He was like, I was afraid people thought I just got dressed this morning. But when you hike your joggers up a little bit, it's like, oh, that's Dilo.
Yeah. And you guys just didn't want to lean into it this year?
Oh.
Nah, I was busy. I didn't even get a chance to think about how
They were busy.
I dressed up last year.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, nobody. I forgot. There
You
wasn't lot
wore
of
a
people here.
hat.
Okay, that is
Well,
okay.
no, I think I
You
kind of
see-
killed it. If you knew what was going on, though, it
If
took
you
a lot
have
of
to say
explanation.
if you knew what my
Wait,
costume was,
Maybe
then-
weren't you Prime?
Yeah,
You just wore the hat.
that's exactly how he dressed. He wears the hat. He wears the jacket. He has the hoodie.
Oh,
like
he
it,
did the
it was
video and
exactly.
everything.
It was
Yeah, I
exactly how he
remember.
dresses at practice.
Oh,
I remember.
okay, I just thought you wore your mom's hat.
That was part of it.
and you don't dress up.
I don't. I've never been big into Halloween. Like even
neither.
as a kid, I was thinking about that this morning. I remember two costumes that I had for you. One was Bo Jackson, but it was like a black shirt with silver 34 letters, like it was a t-shirt, and my mom put sponges under my.
Oh.
Yeah, we were poor, so that's what we
Yeah.
did. And then I think I had a Freddy Krueger mask and glove for like 3 years.
Okay.
And that was
then
it.
You just committed to
Yeah, that was all I had. Like I can't remember a single, other than like when I was young. I know I had the Michael Jackson glove,
sure.
but I think that's all I had.
Do boys not want to dress up for Halloween because it makes them feel silly?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's just it just like for me personally, I same thing. I don't remember a whole lot. I remember one year in like middle school, I was Dennis Rodman. My mom had a Dennis Rodman jersey, Bulls jersey. So
I
did
love
that.
your mom, by the
Did
way.
this for-
Your mom cracks me up. Just you guys are just best friends, bebopping around, going to games together, wearing her hat. She's got jerseys. She
That's-
sounds wonderful.
She's a delight.
Yeah.
She's an absolute delight. But she was so I remember I did that and I drew a bunch of tattoos on and had some clip-in earrings and spray painted my hair blonde. And then when I was an adult, I was DMX like 3 years. I was like, I can't bring that back anymore. So that's good.
I do think guys, like boys, tend to like, no matter the circumstances, like they have a costume and it's just like, I just want candy and I want to go out and walk around at night with my friends without getting in trouble. So I don't know, just I'll be DMX again.
So well, do you mean like boys or men? Like
No,
high schoolers?
No. Like if you're a high school boy, do not come to my door.
What?
Go get a job and buy your own candy.
No, it's still
I'm not.
Halloween.
That's not what I'm here for. This is for.
What's
little
the
children.
cutoff age?
Are they wearing costumes?
Yes.
Good costumes, not like
Well, what if
I'm
they were
DMX
poor-
again.
What if they were poor like me?
Okay, but you had a costume.
I had a shirt.
Okay. I might. Okay. If
I think
you
I had
have-
eye black too.
Okay, then I'll count that. I'd say you can go up to 14 if you're a
14.
boy, 16 if you're a girl.
So when does it start over again?
When you're an adult.
Yeah.
Well, that depends.
College.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just a 4-year period where you can't dress up as a
Yes,
boy.
because teenage boys are a menace.
Well, I don't think girls can either.
They can up to 16.
Oh, 16. So they get 2 extra years.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
And
The-
so Abby,
not
the
fa- this-
16-year-old is not going out tonight.
Abby is not going out tonight. No. She might like hang out with her friends, but she's not going trick or treating.
Got it.
Right. I feel like when you can drive a car, you can't beg people for candy anymore.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
You know?
We're not begging people
Kevin,
for candy.
Kevin, your
It's-
thoughts?
I feel like there's no age limit.
Really?
Just have a sense of, you shouldn't be going.
Okay. To be in fairness, you're 30 and live at
But
your
if
mom's
it is
house.
okay, if they're giving big candy bars, you can't just like go over there.
No, you have to bring a child with you. You're 30
I'll
years
have
old.
a child. I just want some big candy.
Kevin, are you going trick or treating tonight?
No,
In fairness, I want you to know he has a nephew. He's not just going to go grab some child.
Now specifically, you're saying trick or treating. Like if you're 17 years old, you can dress up.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you're
Yes.
just talking specifically
Feel
door
free
to
to
door
dress up.
trick or
I
treating.
encourage it, but please don't come to my door and try to eat my Reese's.
Would
Pieces.
you slam the door in their face?
No, of course not. But I'd use a stern tone.
All right, fine. That's fine. Talk sternly and give me the Snickers. I don't give a damn.
Man, I don't know. I've heard the stern tone before. You don't want that.
I do a very heavy sigh.
You do a very heavy sigh for sure. You know what's dope?
The 17-year-old. Oh, you talk sternly. Give me my damn Snickers.
Mom, I'm at a Karen.
The Chef Monty says that's why you go to the Oogie Boogie Bash at Disneyland. And I know what that is.
I'm so proud of you.
I know what the Oogie Boogie Bash is. The Oogie Boogie is a character
from
A Night Before Christmas.
Well, no,
Nope.
you want to try again?
I don't.
It's just my
I
favorite
don't know,
movie.
so I
That's
can't-
okay.
Your favorite movie?
Do you want to try again?
Oogie Boogie Bash. He's a villain too.
Right. Okay. Nightmare Before Christmas.
What'd I say?
Night before Christmas.
Oh,
This isn't a
that's
Christmas
what I
special.
meant.
Okay.
You knew what
Yeah,
I meant.
yeah, you knew
knew what I
what it
meant.
was.
I give me the credit for that.
Okay. You can have the credit.
So normally you would be with us, but you didn't want to do it in your costume, and I understand.
No, I
so you
didn't
just
want to
came
stay here too long.
and
in my
hung out with us. So we brought Kevin and introduced Kevin to the whole crew. So
Yeah, my dress is about to pop.
okay, well go change clothes. That's a sentence that's never been uttered on this show. We'll get the show started next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
So that was a fake exit? Jesus. Thank you. Watch out, Winona. Damn.
No, you're Winona.
See ya.
Hey, Kevin, can you do us a favor and take a picture of
Here?
Kyle and
Yes.
Kyle and Ginger.
Where's Jane? Oh, I think Complex is coming in. It's okay. I'm a better photographer.
Hang on. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Let me get this picture with the guys. And,
Oh, I forgot we're still on.
We are still.
oh yeah, we're still live. I can kill him if you. Hey, Kevin's gonna go. He's fine.
Oh my God!
He's fine.
I can't with you.
Oh, they're waiting for us.
Oh, I thought they were.
Yeah, it's not.
No, you guys.
No, we
I thought you guys were coming in here. We are already.
Oh man. All right.
Oh, I appreciate you, Michigan. Thank you. I'm just fucking sweating like crazy, man. It was so hot in that damn room out there. Goddamn tribal chief to pay the air conditioning bill. Close the blinds or something.
It felt like the heater was. Why does that happen? It has been cold.
Gosh.
But still.
That's Kenny's chair dressed as a victim.
That's what it's dressed as.
An episode of Law and Order.
Cheryl in Baltimore, what up, though?
Rush, you'd be really proud. I ordered a Christmas Mickey and Minnie for decorations this year. Kenny's chair is a survivor. Oh, man.
That was funny.
You got LaMelo taking the stairs for. Oh, I thought that was a pass.
He be taking some crazy threes, like his jump or non-jump or whatever. The other day, I think he took he took a 1 foot 3-pointer. He be taking some crazy little threes. That'd be cash.
There were some weird games in the association last night.
Oh, wow.
It's not too bad, Cheryl. It's like 60, 61. It's highest. It's not bad. All right, man. We had the Halloween fun. Now it's time to get back down to business, or not back down to business. It's time to get to business. We appreciate you wherever you at. Obviously, no Kings game last night. There was a World Series. We saw a World Series closer. Dodgers bring home their first real World Series since 1988. Technically, it is their second World Series victory of the last 5 years. And man, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Kyle Madsen was at the house with me, and we watched that epic 5th inning collapse in real time. And that was one of the most stunning things I've ever seen in a championship situation. Just air after air. Everybody knows I'm going to do it. Garrett Cole, what happened last night?
I don't know.
Never mind, man. Never mind. It wasn't just Garrett Cole. It was Aaron Judge, his only error of like the entire season. Just an epic collapse by the New York Yankees at home last night in a game that ended their season.
Man, that was unreal to see. I didn't see it in real time. I had a school event for my son to go to, but I was following along on the game, and they're seeing me on the phone and seeing the score. And man, that Garrett Cole one, that was wow. I mean, to think if he does his job there, Mookie Betts is pretty fast. Maybe they don't get him. I think they do, but if he does his job there, they're out of that at 5-0. That is something that will haunt that franchise for a while until they get a world championship. Because just, a brain freeze and not doing your job real quick leads to, like you mentioned, one of the biggest collapses of all time. That's tough. That is tough.
And it's, I think the one thing that will stall the Yankees out a little bit in history is it was 3-1. If that series is 3-2 or worse, 3-3, that's a moment that franchise holds on for eternity. That's what's his name? Buckner, the Mets ground ball. That's it's Aaron Bleep. It's a whole new thing in basketball, in baseball lore. If that is a 3-3 series versus a 3-1 series, I think in the end they get stalled out because you really have to use your imagination. If they hold on to that game and determine what happens next. But still, man, the momentum was all on the side of the New York Yankees.
Man.
And the craziest part is to me, they got the lead back.
Yeah.
After all of that.
Yeah.
After one of the worst innings in a championship situation in history. They got the lead back. And still couldn't hold on.
I like I said, I was in and out of it live. They got the lead back at 6-5. And I think the following inning, because it wasn't right back when the maybe it was right after when the Dodgers got up. I was doing some other stuff, turned on the radio, and they were like, yeah, here comes Aaron Boone to get so-and-so pitcher. Bases loaded, no outs.
Yeah.
I said, well,
Yeah.
what the hell is this?
Yeah.
What? It just didn't seem like it was going to happen for him after that collapse in the fifth inning. You know, a lot of people having fun with it. And no, I'm a Giants fan. I hate the Dodgers. Somebody tweeted out something last night that is actually pretty spot on. Do I want the Dodgers to win anything? No. But after experiencing what I experienced as a Giants fan in 2010, it's not that big of a deal. If the Giants had never won and this, all this happened with the Dodgers or whatever, I might stop watching sports like that. It might be that devastating, but I got to experience it. So I'm good. And the only thing left was just hating on the Dodgers, and they won their championship. So it don't really bother me as much as I thought it would. It's whatever. I mean,
I hope not, because that's a good baseball team that might even be better next year.
Well, the other thing about it is it was the inevitable. They've been,
that's what it feels
and
like.
I'm not even like throwing shade. I'm just
I know exactly what you're going to say.
They've been throwing money at this and been the best team for more than a decade. Like, to think they were going to go, they say it's a 25-year span where they're throwing money and they're got the best farm system on. To think they were going to go 25 years without ever winning one is no. It was going to happen at some point. It might happen again. It probably will happen again. They've got something going on in Los Angeles that is it's the envy of the entire baseball world, basically, because they have the money, they got the resources, they got the farm system, they got everything clicking right now to keep this going. And they've got the player. They've got him locked up for 10 years. And the other player.
I was going to say, remember when Mookie Betts was the player?
Yeah, they got all these guys locked up for the next decade. So I can't ever see this ever ending, to be honest with you. I don't know why it would. I mean, almost to the extent of the Yankees, right? Like the Yankees since 90, I would say 96.
Okay.
They've been there.
Yeah.
Have they won?
Competing.
No, but it's been the Yankees. They've had the money. They've had the resources since 96.
Yeah.
We're going on 30 years.
Yeah.
I expect the Dodgers to have that same type of 30-year, run of top flight baseball and the way they run the organization.
Is it good for baseball if the Dodgers go on a run?
I am of the belief that having a team to shoot for is always good for whatever league you're doing, you're watching. So yeah, having them there as the legit top flight team now that they've won a championship, yeah, it gives everybody somebody to shoot for. It gives the viewing public someone to hate. And a reason,
which sometimes
watch.
Important. Yeah.
It gives them a reason to watch.
That's what the Warriors were.
Exactly. That's what the Yankees are.
Sure, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, love or hate.
Yeah, I think I can't see it being
because it feels like it could happen.
The only way it could be a bad thing is if it happens too much. Like
so,
the Warriors at the last year of the Warriors was forgettable. The last year they won, it was forgettable.
You're not talking about the Celtics year, or you are talking about the Celtics?
No, I'm talking about my bad. I'm talking about the second KD year.
Yeah.
That was forgettable.
For sure.
The finals was forgettable.
Yep.
It was a waste of time, and it was unenjoyable to watch if you're not a Warriors fan. There was no reason to tune in.
Right.
It can't get like that for too long.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a year or two like that, but it can't be like that for too long. But yeah, I think it's still good that you have a top flight team.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the Patriots. The Patriots became a team to hate. The Warriors very, very quickly became a team to hate. Having a team to hate isn't the worst thing. The Juan Soto thing will be interesting to watch. I know he said he's probably not leaving New York. Something that could turn them into the ultimate villains is Juan Soto winds up in LA. And then it's like, okay, it just becomes one of those things like, what are we doing here?
Right.
That doesn't ensure that the Dodgers are going to win because, as you've noted, they've been throwing money at their roster, and it's perfectly within the rules of Major League Baseball. There's nothing wrong with it. But they have been throwing, they have been attempting to put together the most talented for years. I mean, probably a decade, as you know. So it's not, it doesn't solidify a World Series title, but it does put that marker on them through, the 160 some odd games or whatever it is, and creates storylines that center around the Los Angeles Dodgers should something like that happen.
Do you think, I was thinking about this as we talk about it, do you think there needs to be a salary cap in baseball? Because I think you should. I think that
needs to be a salary floor.
We'll see. Well,
true.
I agree with that.
Absolutely.
My issue, you shouldn't be able to do what you did with Shohei Ohtani. Like the Bobby Bonilla thing, like if an organization wants to pay you, what is it, like $20 million more than what they owe you, because like that's essentially a separation agreement. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But what they did with Shohei to circumvent the salary cap is insane. Like I don't know a lot about Shohei Ohtani outside of baseball. I don't know how he can do that, but most people can't.
Right.
Most people can't defer. What was it? $75 million a year? Most people can't defer that till 10 years from now.
Right.
Like that's insane. So I think those types of things should not be allowed. You have a player, you play the player. That's how we monitor this. Well, no, actually they're only getting paid $75. They're getting paid $750 million in 9 years. What? No. Who could do that?
Right.
Nah, I think there are flaws. I do think there are flaws in the way baseball operates like that.
Yeah, I think there should be something that resembles the NBA salary cap. The NBA salary cap is a little wonky because I don't like how
It's wonky, but it might be the only one that makes sense.
It's the best one. It's the best one. It's better than the NFL. And the reason why I say it's a little wonky is because I'm not sure if I like how you have so many penalties if you're signing players that you drafted. You know what I mean? Like that. I don't know if it should be an amnesty thing or it shouldn't go completely against the cap or whatever, but I wish they would have fixed that. The guys that you drafted, that you brought up in baseball that would be in your farm system, you should be able to go over the cap without such harsh penalties. But as far as just signing free agents, like you can't just in the NBA, you can't just go sign anybody without a major penalty. And that's why I like the NBA one, because it doesn't make it where it's like just completely illegal. It says, all right, you can actually go get whoever you want and pay them whatever you want, but it's going to cost you. You know what I mean? Like the Warriors can go get Giannis.
Yep.
I think they can. Maybe they can't even do it now legally, but just bear with me. They can go get Giannis, but it's going to cost you his contract and another $600 million in penalties. Like if you want to do that, by all means, go ahead. And I think that's the fairest thing. I don't like the NFL where it's just the hard cap, so to speak. Like, no, you can't go do that. It's literally illegal. You don't have any more money to do it.
I don't think anyone even knows how that works. No one knows how the NFL salary cap works. Like we've heard, like if an owner wants to find money to circumvent the salary cap, they're going to be able to. Then there's no salary cap.
Right.
What are you talking about? Jerry Jones just hasn't figured out how to do it, but the Los Angeles Rams have had it mastered for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I
maybe
don't-
baseball does need something.
because that's the only thing. Like, and that's what I think about with the Soto thing, right? It's like all right, you can go. You got another $600 million to just pay Juan Soto, and now you're adding Juan Soto to the team that you have. Like, all right, man. Because there are teams that, and not saying the Giants are one of them. I'm just saying, just in general, there are teams that literally just can't compete with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, all right, well, what are we doing? At least in the NBA, like if Vivek wants to, he can do all the things that the Warriors do if he wants to. It's there for him. I'm not even going to go to Fisher's ridiculousness, but the Baltimore Orioles, they can't do that. They can't go dollar for dollar with the Dodgers and the Yankees and those teams. So yeah. But I got friends, good friends that are Dodger fans, man. Congratulations to them. Like I said, it doesn't bother me as much as I thought it might. It's whatever. It's cool. Congratulations to them.
All right. Congratulations to the Dodgers.
Dodgers can still go to hell, but congratulations to them.
Straight to hell or?
Straight to hell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talked about this briefly with the insiders. De'Aaron Fox told the G-Man following the win against Utah the other night that he's been playing through an injured finger. He had his fingers taped, or I guess he's had his fingers taped. G-Man saw him kind of fiddling with it and asked him, what's going on? And he said he injured his finger on his dominant hand, his left hand, on the second or third play of training camp. And G-Man asked, so like, what are we, looking like here? And he was like, well, unless we get a month off, it's here to stay. So I thought that was interesting. I hadn't heard anything about that. This is directly from De'Aaron, by the way. This isn't a report. Like De'Aaron Fox told Gary Gerald this. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. And I started looking like, no, De'Aaron's been playing well. He's had some moments where he looks a little reserved. And then I started thinking, well, maybe I'm making too much of this. Well, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it is something. I'm not really sure. De'Aaron's never going to. De'Aaron could be missing 3 fingers, and he'd be like, it's fine. Let's just get through the season. Like De'Aaron minimizes every injury he's ever had. He acknowledged once, I think he rolled his ankle. He was like, yeah, it hurt. But that was it. That's all he'll ever acknowledge is, it hurt, and he's just going to keep going. So I'm not sure if this De'Aaron Fox thing is a big deal or not.
He scored like 28 the other day, right?
Yeah, I think against the Lakers.
Yeah, I think it's a minor deal, if anything.
What's his? I should have taken this note. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. No, there it is. 21.5, 46% from the field, 29% from 3. Does maybe that explain? Because 46% feels low. 29%, given what he's been doing, it's not, oh dear God, low, but it's a little lower, especially after what we saw him do last year. It's a little lower. Maybe that's and truth be told, at least for me, 21.5 is lower than what I expected starting this season. What Domas is doing is what I thought De'Aaron was going to do. He's going to take control of everything. And that hasn't really happened. Maybe this is part of the reason why. Maybe it's has nothing to do with nothing. Maybe it's literally absolutely nothing. But it certainly caught my attention when I saw Tristy's article this morning.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's nothing. It's a finger injury on his shooting hand. I'd like to know what it is. Is it just a jam? Is it, I don't know. May it require surgery at the end of the season or something like that? I think those type of questions being answered would, say if maybe, it's more affecting his play than another injury would. But I do think if he believes that it's not much of anything and he can play through it and he's going to continue to play through it, I think it's going to be something that maybe he just has to adjust to. It's his two fingers, his pinky and his ring finger, that are taped. Don't know which one it is, but shooting the ball, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter at all, but it's not as vital as your thumb, index, and middle finger. So you can get away with those are the ones that the ball, and the ring does a little bit too. But that's where you get your rotation. And
what finger? You said it was these two fingers?
Yeah, on
okay.
his left hand,
his pinky and his ring. Okay.
So if it's, I say all that to say maybe you can learn how to live with that.
I haven't noticed it. Are they taped together?
They're not taped together. It's one of the things where they're both taped and there's like something, I guess, taped together. But like there's a piece of tape in between that connects the two.
Got it. Yep.
It's like that. So, if you can figure out how to play with that, it may, over some time you can get used to it and just learn how to maneuver around it. But if he says he's going to be able to play, then it matters a little bit. But you out there, you playing.
Well, given what we've seen from this offense with DeMar, De'Aaron, Domas, and truly everybody else, Malik, Keegan, everybody, Kevin, it appears to be fine. I'd like De'Aaron at a different level because I know he has one. But if this is the level he's at this year, whether it's because of this or something else, like I think the Kings are going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be moments that Jesse pointed out a second ago. He had 28 the other night. There's going to be moments, hurt finger or not, that man's going to go for 30 something.
Yep.
There's going to be moments, hurt finger or not, where Brody scores 14 in the fourth quarter. Like that's all going to work. It doesn't feel like it's hindering him, but it's not me playing basketball with my fingers taped. So
it's
what would I know?
It's gonna, and especially if it's I can only imagine. I haven't played, with a whole lot of finger injuries or anything like that, but I can only imagine that it's going to take some getting used to, and there are going to be some limitations that you feel, or maybe some things that you don't feel comfortable with, or just something as simple as being able, with that tape on your fingers, not being able to grip the ball the same way you would like to when you pass or when you shoot or dribble. So there's going to be a level of adjustment to it. But I do believe if it's something that won't get worse and you're just going to play through it, you can adjust to and get used to how to play with that and how to play at a high level to a certain degree. So if he says, hey, I'm just going to deal with it all year, then I'm taking it as he's like, yeah, it'll be here. I'll get used to it.
Okay. Keith Smith's going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We'll talk to him about a variety of things. Obviously, he's been watching the Sacramento Kings this year. He watches everything. And he wrote some notes on the Sacramento Kings versus the Jazz yesterday that we read to you. So we'll get Keith's thoughts on this early part of the season from the Sacramento Kings. Again, that's coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. Of course, it's Thursday. Our man Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast will be with us in the 3 o'clock hour to close this out. And the Sacramento Kings will be back in action tomorrow when they're in Atlanta to take on the Hawks. Interestingly enough, first night of a back-to-back. They're by the time they get to Saturday, their last 4 games will have been a part of back-to-backs. So there's a lot to talk about Sacramento Kings wise, which I'm anxious to do. But I did want to bring up the De'Aaron Fox thing. And if no one thinks it's a big deal, I don't think it's a big deal either. Then we'll keep it moving.
I do have a little bit of, when you talk about Sacramento Kings and just kind of observing the team and where they're at right now, I do have just a question, just a pulse check for you and everybody else about Keegan Murray.
Okay. Oh, you trying to trade him?
No, I'm never trying to trade Keegan Murray. Where does this nonsense come from?
Normally this show.
Well, no, it's people not paying attention to what I'm saying. I never said I want to trade Keegan Murray. That's my guy. It's my guy.
If Matt George wasn't listening before, he's listening now. His Keegan Murray radar just went off. He's going to yell at you the first 10 minutes of his appearance.
That's my guy, Keegan Murray, right there. But just watching, just looking how things going on. And I got a question for you and everybody else out there.
All right. We'll talk about it. We'll talk Keegan Murray, and we'll talk with Keith Smith from Spot Track next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm dying to try. Kyle made this Pop-Tart shortbread or something. This looks incredible. Oh. Yeah, you did that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Kyle did that. Kyle dirtied every goddamn dish in my kitchen to make this. It better be good. This is fire. Oh, that's bullshit. Hey, I got your back. I got your back. Like I said, hey, get one. It's fire. Oh, up. Well, sorry, pal. Thanks for grabbing me one. This is terrific. Absolutely terrific. Is normally not Norm, but this is a true story. My man was working hard on these. Like, I thought he was done. Then he went back in the kitchen and had to do something else. I was like, I got to see what my guy doing. He killed it. Absolutely killed it. Your boy's struggling today, man. I'm fucking overwhelmed in here. We got so much going on. And I got to drive to San Jose for Hip Hop Made the Bay tomorrow. Your boy a bit of a mess, man.
Today feels like it should be Friday.
Today is absolutely beating the shit out of me, dude.
It's all gone, man.
Yeah, he just mentioned that.
The streets loved it.
No, Sal, I didn't see that at all. I didn't see that at all. Was that? When was that? Was that on Monday? Are they down one man? Is it 4 versus 3? Oh, Sammy ain't going over there though. I don't think Sammy's ever done a crown jewel. I don't think he ever will. Oh, I got to be honest. I've got to hear this. This is getting played on the radio. I absolutely need to hear this clip that Kyle just sent me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is an uh-oh.
Yeah, I think I thought he did too. He went last year.
Who?
Sammy.
Sammy went to Crown Jewel?
Yeah, because I think he main evented it. I thought he main evented Crown
Did he?
Jewel. Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm behind. I did not think my man would ever appear on that. Is this a still shot or a...
Two questions.
Just real quick, this got nothing to do with nothing. Kyle sent me something, and I just need to hear it. Just based off the title, I need to hear it. This is from First Take this morning.
Okay? And I probably shouldn't ask the first one, but I'm going to ask it. And I'm being dead serious.
Oh, no.
Hey, I'm going to hit pause. Anytime you have to say that, don't ask the question. Anytime that you have to say that, anytime you say, I probably shouldn't ask this, don't ask the question.
Oh no. We just had this. Why do black dudes smell better than white dudes?
Oh.
Didn't
you have the comment in the summertime, you don't shower as frequently because you just jump in the pool?
Like Stephen A. smells like
You're not hearing a black guy say that.
Smells good. Like
That's part of the sexy.
why? But that's the thing though. That's the thing. Why is that?
Well, bathing has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
Step one.
I can't. Never mind. You know what? This is my fault. This is my fault for saying I needed to hear it. This is my bad. It's me. I apologize.
I mean, Dan did preface it with I probably shouldn't ask.
No, you goddamn right, Dan.
Step one.
White people shower, dude.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just talking about.
But every time I like have a thing with a black guy, I'm like, you smell
bring it in.
Well, you know
Okay,
what?
yeah, no, he wasn't
but it's
comfortable
also
with that.
it's about making sure that the right cologne, the right lotion,
Oh, yeah, Molly wants no part of this.
Lotion is big.
Lotion is big.
Got to moisturize.
Cologne, you got to moisturize, and the cologne's got to be right. Some stuff.
There's a cultural thing there. I don't have a lot of braces with white dudes. I'm like, oh, you smell like. Every time I go,
Look at Molly's face.
This list is just going in a lot of directions.
And then my question
right
is
now.
this:
How do you lose it? Like, what would cause number 2 to happen?
Well, you're not taking care of yourself. You eat the wrong stuff. Molly's an expert on that. You eat the wrong stuff.
Jesus
You're not
Christ.
exercising. You're not taking care of yourself. I'm saying you would know what it takes to stay in shape. Is what I'm saying.
Oh,
She's
You
an
got-
example of
way to
she's an
clean that
example
up.
of staying in shape.
Way to clean that one
So
up.
check this out. So there we go. How about lunges?
Okay. All right. I can't do
That was
I can't
awkward
do
and
this.
cringy.
This is one of that.
Well, look, that was great. When he told him, he said, "You did say this summer you don't shower as much because you just got out the pool." Look, I'm not trying to get in the conversation, but that'd be part of the issue if that's true, and that is a Dan Orlovsky situation. I'm not putting a blanket statement with anybody there. If he said that, then that would be his issue. Is why maybe people don't go around saying you smell great, Dan.
Orlovsky got to go. He's had too many moments like this.
That was crazy.
He's got to go. He's had one too many moments like this, dating back to the stupid ass like cardigan that he wore on draft day. It's got to go. And it's time for you to move on to Fox Sports.
Remember when Jimmy Garoppolo got a safety against the Broncos, like trying to throw a pass?
I'm off the hook.
Yeah, I'm off the hook. But no, you're not. I barely even remember what that Jimmy Garoppolo play looks like. I remember your ass though.
Dan, you're known for one thing and one thing only. Now, not that Jimmy is, Patrick Mahomes out here, but you can point to NFC championship games, Super Bowls. You can point to big missed passes in Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, you've got one thing.
That's it.
You imagine?
Well, congratulations, pal. You might have two now.
You imagine being 40+ years old and you're still trying to figure out the key to hygiene?
You also say something. The idea that pool water is bathing you.
Come on, man.
You're gross.
That
gross.
whole
You're a gross person.
idea is incredible.
Yeah, no.
Bro, I don't want to say more, but you need to get in the shower after the pool because of the pool.
Yes.
That's crazy. I've never heard
that was on national television.
Yeah, no, it was.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
My bitch ass is working 2 jobs and he's on national television.
Dad said nobody could do what he does.
I'm not going to argue with him. What's my man's name? McCautry. What was the other? This one of the McCautry.
McCourty. Jason or Devin, one of them.
Yeah, right. There's 2 of them.
Yeah, the twins.
Right. He wanted no part of that.
Yeah, that was.
Dan tried to come up and dap him up. He's like, bro. Look, man, we on TV. I ain't gonna make a scene, man, but get your ass away from me. What are you talking about? When black people smell good?
Why ask the question when you know you probably shouldn't?
Exactly. If
you answered you answered yourself.
If you utter the phrase, I probably shouldn't do this, don't do it.
Don't press send.
You know better. Like immediately, you're telling me you know better. And you just made the decision. Do it anyways.
See, and I'm thinking about it right now. Okay, I'm processing all this.
Yep.
it wasn't offensive. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, no. Wasn't
Like
offensive.
it was just
dumb.
It's like, well, number one, why would you put yourself out there like that? Why would you do that? Oh man.
And Stephen A. constantly taking shots at the way Molly eats is wild.
Yeah, that was weird too.
Well, no, I don't think that one's warranted this time. I do believe him when he said, about eating, like good eating. I do believe him.
Okay. All right.
First Take Crew's just weird bunch.
Well, it's not the First Take Crew. It's Stephen A. and friends. And it's like, how much can we kiss Stephen A.'s ass today? Like, what can I do to make Stephen A. like me more? That's what it is. The idea of putting on good programming is dead. Like, that's gone. It's like, let's kiss Stephen A.'s ass and make sure he likes us.
That's facts. Come on, Kenny.
I push back.
Well, you've been capping for this show for years.
Well, but do you watch the show?
Yeah, I've seen First Take.
Do you watch the show?
Do I watch it regularly? No, not anymore.
Do you watch the show?
It's trash.
Not
That's why I
regularly,
don't
but
watch
like
it.
I do have it on sometimes, and it's
What am
more
I
of the
gonna
same
play
every
the
time.
same album I don't like over and over again?
All I'm saying about that is I don't watch the show, but I have watched it, and there's regular, good, solid program. Like what you just saw for 2 minutes is not what 2 hours of the show is. That's all I'm saying. Like there is regular, hey, what do the Bengals need to do to get back on track? Stephen A's talking, this guy's talking. Like that happens. It's the same thing with Get Up. Like we get irritated with Get Up. They have plenty of segments where it's just regular football talk.
You're pushing it a
That's
little.
your
pal.
show, Get Up.
That's what I'm saying. You're pushing it a little, pal. Like I'll give you First Take if you want, but I'm not giving you Get Up. Anything Greeny is involved in, just exit out. I can't imagine what that show was like this morning with those jackasses back on national. Not those jackasses. It's not plural. That jackass back on national television.
Trying to get
tonight.
people hyped up for whatever reason.
What are they? 2 and
6,
7?
I think.
7, 2 and 6?
Yeah, I think they're 2 and 6. They ain't nothing to get hyped up. But what I'm saying is like the moments where they're talking about, hey, why are the Bengals struggling? We ain't gonna never see that 2 minutes on Twitter. But we'll see that.
I also don't think Stephen A. watches.
Well, that was awful announcing. That wasn't like First Take. Like, look at our funny clip. That was awful
Right.
announcing. Asking, what the hell is this?
Awful announcement. They'll get you.
Oh, they'll get you. Our man Keith Smith going to join us here at the top of the hour. You said your latest Keegan trade proposition?
No, I don't have a Keegan trade proposition.
Misheard you. I apologize. You said you wanted to talk about Keegan Murray.
Goodness gracious.
I apologize. I thought that's what you said.
I had a question.
All right.
Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Just thinking about like, all right, well, what's going on here with the Kings? I mean, this is just a quick evaluation. It's only been 4 games. But I'm looking at, the squad, and I'm like, all right, well, how's everybody looking? And doing a check of numbers and stuff like that. And I look at Keegan. And I think Keegan's played fine. Right now, he's at 14.3 points per game, 7 rebounds a night. And I just want to ask you and everybody else, if Keegan does that for the whole year, is that perfectly fine?
14 and 7.
Mhm.
Can you give me? Do you have the full?
I can get it. Give me
that thing in front of you.
7 seconds.
Because
the only reason I bring that up
Uh-huh.
is because I know all summer it was like, yo, Keegan, you're gonna make another jump. We talking 17, 18, 19 point.
Okay.
I don't know if that happens.
I don't 420 point per game score.
Yeah, and that's my thing, right? Like, I'm not even saying it as him being capable. I'm saying like I don't even know how that happens mathematically. So I think where he's at right now and what he's doing right now is, for me personally, if he stayed at 14 and 7 for the entire year, absolutely. He's shooting 41% from the field, 33% from beyond the arc.
Both of those feel really low. No, for Keegan,
the
41 and 33.
The 3-point is really low for me.
41% is not low.
It's lower, but he was
Okay.
45 the first year, 45 last year.
Okay.
Now he's at 41.
All right.
33% seems a little low. Now he may be a victim of his own success because he shot 41% from beyond the arc his rookie season.
Yeah.
Last year was 35. Right now he's at 33. He might just be a mid to high 30 point percentage 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
If he gave me this all year, I'd be fine. Combined with what the others are giving you, the big 3, Monk, Herter, combine that. Like, if they're not slacking off, I don't need Keegan to do more.
Okay.
But
Keegan is a situational step-up guy.
yeah, basically.
Like if DeMar, I can't imagine, never seen it. DeMar not having a night.
Yeah.
Hey, Keegan's got to get more aggressive. Keegan's got to take over. Like, how quick do you think, guys? Because De'Aaron talks about. I mean, most basketball players talk about. Some say it and don't really do it. De'Aaron actually does it. Malik does it. If Malik is 1 of 10. He's either going to be 1 of 11 or 2 of 11 because that next shot is coming.
Right.
And De'Aaron is the same way. Do you think guys sense teammates? Okay. All right, guys, a little off tonight. Okay. I need to step it up. I need to ramp up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, once again, that comes with aggressiveness, right? Like, so if his shot's not hitting for a night, Keegan, where he may pass up some stuff or just settle for threes. I need to attack a little bit. I need to be more forceful in the offense. I need to get to the bucket, get to the foul line, get some easy buckets or whatever it calls for at that time. I think they are aware of that from time to time. Mostly when it happens like that, though, it's like you just keep feeding that guy. So like if DeMar is off, it's like, oh man, let me find a way to get him an easy bucket. So because it always feels like he's one shot away from getting hot. So I say that to say Keegan would have to get past that mentality and be like, no, he's off. I need to start shooting a little bit more in this game.
Okay. I feel like he's actually shot a decent amount this year.
I think he's played fine. He's averaging 12.8 shot attempts a night. I think that's fine. I think I asked for
12.8. Do you have last year's number?
12.7.
Okay.
But that 12.7 was with Harrison Barnes there. So we needed that 12.7 to be more like 14 or 15.7. Now you got DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, get your 12, 13 shots a night. He's shooting 6.8 threes a night. I think, once again.
Give me that number again.
He's shooting 12.8.
Yeah, got that.
Attempts,
yep.
6.8 3-point attempts a night.
What was his rookie year?
His rookie year, 3 points?
Yeah, please.
6.3 attempts. 9.8 field goals.
So he's just kind of doing what he's been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we wondered what it would look like with the addition of DeMar. Like there were people who asked, would the addition of DeMar stunt, Keegan's growth or development or whatever. Mm-hmm. Let's bring in our man Keith Smith from Spot Track. He's been watching the Sacramento. Keith, I'm so curious. How do you watch every single basketball game every single night? It's incredible.
I don't watch every single one, but so there's 2 parts to this. One, I keep an extremely organized schedule of games that I want to try to see, especially early in the season. I'm trying to see all these teams as much as I can. Second part, the real key, condensed games for the win.
There you go, baby. Yeah.
Games, yeah, with all the free throws cut out, all the in-between stuff cut out, and you just plug right through them, and you're in and out in about 45 minutes.
See, and that's, Keith, you see, you're a basketball nerd just like me. I go to the condensed all possessions, clip as opposed to the 10-minute joint, because I'm watching the 10-minute one and I know it's just going to be makes every time. Like I want to see, I don't need to see the entire game, but I want to see, okay, the guy missed 3 straight shots and then he hit one or what. I need the all possession. So that takes a little longer with the 40 minutes. But yeah, I like that more than the 10-minute just all makes recap.
Yeah, without a doubt. You need to get in there because for me, I'm trying to see offense, defense. What does the guy look like? Sometimes some of the best possessions in a game don't result in a make, and you want to make sure you catch those. So yeah, absolutely. But those are key. I wouldn't be able to do that if those didn't exist.
Keith, let's talk a little bit about the Sacramento Kings because you wrote about them at least most recently after the win against Utah, and you pointed something out that a lot of Kings fans have pointed out. You mentioned you've got to find a way to keep Keon Ellis in this rotation. He does things other Kings guards can't do. What did you see from Keon that is so important to what the Sacramento Kings need to do moving forward?
Yeah, he just is. He's their best perimeter defender. on the team, and it's probably for me by a pretty good margin because he's got the size. He can super competitive, so he can defend the slightly bigger wings. He's good against either guard position, no matter who you put out there. So he's just so tough. And then offensively, I get it. There are some limitations there, but he's just a good connector. Whenever you watch the very best teams play, it's not that every single guy can shoot or every single guy is, great at putting the ball on the floor, but they all have that one guy that is, somebody who can, he can set a screen, roll, make a good decision, or he gets the ball moved to him and then he just keeps it moving and cycling. And he's just a smart player. You can see he kind of knows, like, all right, I'm never going to be the 25, 30 point per game guy on this team. My job is keep the ball moving, play defense. And you've got to have guys like that in the rotation, especially for a Kings team that has a lot of mouths to feed with guys who are score first guys, or guys who, if they're not score first, the guys who are score a lot guys. You got to have somebody in there who's willing to do the other stuff.
Keith, you're spot on, man. You're spot on. Over the summer, we really were big on, Keon did a lot of really good things towards the end of the season. You got to find a way, maybe even start him or whatever. Then during the preseason, it looked a little wonky for the Kings offensively, and it was like, well, maybe you do need Herter more than you realized. And we kind of got to the point, or me, I should speak for myself, got to the point where it's like, man, I like Keon, but I just don't know where it fits. You want to have all these guys in here playing super minutes and all this other stuff. And then you watch him like you did in Utah. And it's like, man, I don't care if it's 10 minutes. I don't care if that ends up being 17 to 20 minutes. You got to find a way to have him in the rotation. He can't be a situational guy because at his best, he is just too disruptive on the defensive end and almost a game-changing type player on the defensive end that you can't just have that sitting on the bench.
Yeah, without a doubt. Again, I go back to this Kings team. They're going to score. They're going to be okay. They've got way too many guys that are good at scoring. But for them to really take that next step and get back to being not even a playing team, but like a surefire playoff team in that top six, and then win or further, right? If that's where we ultimately want to get to, you've got to have some defenders on the floor, and they're better than they're given credit for. I think last year, one of the things that I learned as last season went along was they were kind of screamed that the whole is better than the sum of its parts. If you looked at it, you're kind of like, man, there's no like super standout individual defender, but they were just kind of sound together as a unit, and that's what had them in the top half of the league. And you get Keon Ellis out there, and he's just making plays that other guys are not going to make, and that's so big. I just, again, I go back to whenever I've watched the very best teams in the league, they all have a guy like that who's doing those things, and he seems like the guy in that game where he didn't play at all earlier in the week, where it's like, whoa, why are we not playing him at all? That just felt very off to me, and hopefully now we're in a spot where he's going to be in there night in, night out.
Keith, you mentioned the Sacramento Kings offense will be just fine on a night-to-night basis. Obviously, that's proven to very much be the case, but there were a lot of doubts about DeMar DeRozan's fit on this team. Has this fit like you thought, or maybe a little better, or what was your idea of DeMar DeRozan joining the Sacramento Kings and what that looked like?
For where we're at, a week into the season, this is about where I thought they'd be. It's been a little bumpy because you're adding a guy he's a high usage guy. This is a team that was so based the last couple of seasons around the Fox Sabonis two-man game that you've added another wrinkle in there. And I always like to remind people, NBA teams are not fantasy teams. You're not just out there collecting, talent and saying, great, let's go. These guys are all, it doesn't work to say they all score 20 points per game, so they have 100 points. That's not how it works. They have to fit together. But I think you're already starting to see some glimpses of, okay, this is how we can make this work. And I think Mike Brown, what he's also learning is kind of the staggering of, all right, these are the groups I want to have together. This is the moments where I can lean on this. I can lean on DeRozan in the things he does a little bit better here. Here I can lean on Fox. Here I can lean on Sabonis and whatever those lineup combinations are, and we'll continue to tweak and adjust those. The way teams treat preseason now in the NBA, where they're not, often guys miss games, they played, a half of a game or so. I'd like to think the first at least 2-3 weeks of the season, and for a lot of teams, is like extended preseason where you're figuring stuff out, and you can kind of see that the Kings are out there out on the fly.
Yeah. Keith, what do you think the ceiling is for this team? I know DeMar DeRozan said they can get to the Western Conference Finals. Do you look at them as being able to reach those type of heights, or do they need a little bit more?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, they could. Things would have to break right for them. The West has got a lot of good teams in it. You've got, clearly, I think they're behind Oklahoma City. I'm still going to lean. I know they're struggled out of the gate, but I'm still going to lean on Denver because of the history. Dallas did it last year. Minnesota is really good. So the Kings are kind of in that next tier of teams where it is, all right, they're in there. But just like we saw last year, all it takes is the right matchup to kind of go your way, or the wrong guy for the other team happens to be out for a week or something like that. And the next thing you know, you've gone further. So I think for them, it would be, let's get in that top 6. Let's not mess around in the playing tournament. Too many things can go wrong. You have one shooting night and all of a sudden your season is over. Because as I put it, in the West, we're going to have the teams not make the play-in tournament, then we're going to be like, oh man, like they're good, like actual probable good teams that aren't even going to be in the postseason. Never mind having to fight your way through the play-in tournament. So I think that's where it's going to get a little tricky for them there. But I think my ideal would be, let's play for the top 6. If one of those teams that we expect to be really good stumbles, like if Denver can't quite figure it out, why not us? Why can't we be a top 4 team and be hosting the first round series?
Now, this isn't why we called you, Keith, but I'm going to ask anyways. Can you sell me on Denver?
Yeah, Jokic.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fair. That's fair.
That's pretty good sales pitch, right? I trust the infrastructure. You still have Jokic, you still have Murray. Murray's starting to look more like Murray over the last little bit here, which that's extremely encouraging, because over the summer and through the beginning part of the camp and preseason, didn't really look like himself. So that's encouraging. You still have Aaron Gordon. You've got Michael Porter Jr. Those guys are there. And then after that, it's is one of the kids going to step forward? Is another one of them going to? Do they have a trade maybe in them that we don't see right now today? But at the end of the day, I'm going to trust Michael Malone. Usually has his teams playing pretty well, and I'm going to really put a lot of faith in Nikola Jokic.
Understood.
Keith, I also want to ask you, before you came on, we were talking about Keegan Murray and what he's done so far and what the expectations are for him. I always like to see what the outsiders outside of Sacramento feel about some of the players. What do you see the ceiling of Keegan Murray being, or what does he need to do for this team to reach another level?
Yeah, when we were going through that draft cycle with Keegan Murray, I had him, by the time we hit draft day, on par with the other 3 guys who were picked in front of him. I loved him. I loved his game, because I thought he was going to come in and just be somebody who could really contribute right away, and that's proven to be there. But there's a pretty big gap between contributor and really good player. All kinds of guys are contributors in the NBA. Only a handful can push for the All-Star team, and I think Keegan Murray has that in him. I do kind of wonder, are we going to see that? Meaning, are we going to get there stats wise? Because that's, a big part of, what accolades do you get in the league? You have to pile up some stats, where I think the Kings he's always going to be kind of the 4th guy, maybe even the 5th guy in some of their lineup constructions. And that makes it a little harder for him to stand up statistically. But as long as he's playing really good defense, he's got to lock in as that defensive forward for them. And if he's making the open shots when they come his way, which he should see a steady diet of with the other talent he's playing with on a regular basis, I think all of a sudden we're going to have people like, wait a minute, this guy, for now, people might start thinking about it, which is the comp I made at the start of the year. They made their adjustments to the roster and rotation. He's like Harrison Barnes plus, like what the Kings got out of him the last couple of years, and that's a pretty big step forward for him. And then from there, let's see where it kind of goes as other players age out a little bit, and maybe he takes on a little bit more. I think he's got it in him, but I'm very curious to see if it is actually there.
Excellent stuff as always, Keith. Always love talking to you, my man. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, man.
That's our man, Keith Smith.
Man, we should have done PWL.
Oh, we should have. Yeah, well, yeah. That's me. I wasn't prepared. I
just thought about that.
That's me.
Why? I had Keith play for me one time. You didn't even count it.
Well, no, it doesn't count. He can't play for you. He can have his own record.
Jesse was injured that day.
I can't bring in someone off the bullpen.
No, you just forfeit. This isn't a team.
This is wrestling. Damian says this league is wrestling. It's not basketball.
That's
so
facts.
I tagged Keith in.
Yep.
He
It
won.
wasn't. When have we ever played a tag team match? When have we ever played a tag team match? Yeah, I never played a tag team match.
They're
When
all
has
tag
anything
team
ever made
matches.
sense?
Just no one. You're the guy who calls for the tag match, and no one will be your partner.
It's not my fault. Owen Hart or Bret Hart keeps walking off the rope or whoever it was, the
Yeah.
ring.
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens.
Oh man, the only thing I disagree with Keith there is Denver.
Yeah, I didn't agree with them. I mean, I understand believing Jokic can. Like, I'm not. I
Certain
wouldn't
level
fight
of
anyone.
respect.
Yeah, I wouldn't fight anyone. who
Respect.
said
I
that.
understand that.
The
but I-
roster's not bad either. It's just when you're talking about title contenders, I don't like it.
Exactly.
I don't like them as a title contender. But again, I understand that level of respect that you want to give them. We'll come back. Matt George will join us in the final hour of the show. So much more Kings talk ahead. We'll take a look around the NBA as well. Man, Cat had himself a night. I know.
Weird situation, man.
I
Shout
know.
out to Cat, but I gotta talk about.
We'll talk about it because I don't think I ever say this. I actually agree with you.
Well, thank you.
Well,
About
calm
time you
down.
got
Calm down. We'll explain what we're talking about next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Sal asked me something earlier. Okay, see, what team winning a championship in any sport will bother you the most?
It's a good one. Might be a topic.
I'll hold off.
Yeah, it might be a topic. That's a good one. We'll use that when we get back. Sal, we're going to answer that. Didn't plan on it, Matt. I don't mean that in any kind of way. It was just, didn't plan on it.
That's a little random.
Was it a birthday or something? I don't even remember what the thing is today. Doomsday. Excuse me. I try not to yawn on camera. I apologize. Fucking James. This is awesome.
That was funny. That cracked me up.
Soren, what the hell's your problem? What the Dolphins ever do to you? What?
That's funny. I forgot who Zay's. Oh, Zay's a Bucks guy. Oh, that's a great picture of De'Aaron and the family. Sorry, I'm not trying to be silent. Kyle posted a picture of us. I got to go to like 4 accounts to add it to all the stories. Boy. Anderson Paak. DJ Pee Wee. Yes, sir.
Hey, did we ever get that? Did we ever get that wrench off of?
Yeah, that was taken care of, I believe.
We took that. I took care of that live.
Ah! Give me that wrench.
Leave that man alone.
Snatched it back like
ATL.
TI's.
Yeah.
Leave that man alone.
Oh man,
Is he? Is it? Does he even hang out with us anymore? I
Yeah.
forgot. Oh, he's in
he
there.
come, well, it's very sparingly.
Oh,
and
wow.
the other day he came in to defend somebody.
Oh,
that's
no,
what we
you better not be
now.
doing that.
That's what we
Defend
do
who?
now. Oh, we were. It was the day we were talking about how they went viral.
Mm-hmm.
And he came.
Oh, he can't. Oh,
Hey, if you're gonna be here, you're with us.
He came in
All right?
defending his boy, huh? Wow.
You're gonna be here, you're with us.
Wow. Came in defending his boy. I should have put my sunglasses on. That would have made this funnier.
Oh man, it's all good, man. That's the Brody. That's the Brody.
Can you still call in?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
probably
think it'd be
not.
an issue with us. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
he
what I'm
can.
asking.
Yeah. Ben's little bro, you know what? I'm gonna try to. That's gonna be a busy weekend because my daughter's birthday is that weekend, but I want to. I want to. That's gonna be pretty cool.
I've been working really hard on my social media stuff, and I had this idea for a picture that I just thought this is going to be brilliant. People are going to love this. It was a failure.
Well, what happened?
Well, it's just the pic. Well, one, the pictures didn't come out well, and the execution was poor. Like you saw, so Katie and I have obviously been doing a ton of stuff on social media, and so I knew I wasn't dressing up. I knew she was. I was like, well, it's Halloween. We do the Complex calls us the odd couple. So we'll do we'll post a picture with there's two types of people in this world. That would be the caption. The one who's dressed up with the makeup and it just looked like we took a couple's picture. Like it just didn't work. I'm like, I'm looking and Alyssa tried. I was just I poor execution
When did it
on
happen?
my part.
When did it happen?
Out
Today?
there in the sweat box that is the kitchen. I think what they do is they serve us all like chili and desserts. And then they just hope we sweat it out by cranking the heat up to 1,000 degrees.
Well, that won't work because everybody leaves after that.
No,
What
that's
episode of The
true.
Office is that?
Good old fashioned sweat lodge.
Yeah, I think
Oh
that's
yeah,
like-
the weight loss episode.
Yeah, that's like season 5,
yeah.
episode 1. I think.
No,
Stop.
no,
dude.
sit down.
Stop.
Sit down.
Disrespectful.
You know, low key, Kenny will never get to it, and it's literally like the next episode. The episode, the first Halloween episode where he fires Devin, I think has one of the most important scenes in the entire series in it. So you know how he's agonizing over firing, Michael is agonizing over firing Devin.
Yeah.
And he finally does it, and he just wants to be friends, and he gives him the chili gift certificate, and he tears it up, and he names everybody but like Dwight, Angela, and Michael to go to Poor Richard's with him, right? And then the camera flashes, it jump cuts to Michael at home. And you see Michael sitting on the couch and he's agonizing over the fact that he had to fire this person until the doorbell rings and the trick-or-treaters show up and he's instantly happy. That's in the second season.
Yeah.
Because remember what a dirtball, it was like maybe the second episode, third episode of the second season. Michael in the first series is kind of a sleaze. Like he's not cute, charming. He's like, this guy's an ass.
First season, do they have Bring Your Kid to Work Day?
No, that's
No?
second.
Okay.
That's the second. I think that's the second season. But that
Thanks,
like
Casey.
showed he thinks of all of these people as his friends, and the only thing that makes him happy is kids. That like sets the tone for Michael the entire series. And I saw that on I don't want to say a rewatch. It was just an episode that was on. I was like, wow, that 10-second scene is the entire series.
I didn't think about that.
Well, you're welcome.
This is why Damien is just the goat with this stuff.
Yeah, that's facts.
Oh, I've just seen The Office
That's facts.
too damn many times.
Well, I've watched it like 6 times over too.
Okay. Well, then you
Who
should have caught it
hasn't?
too.
Who hasn't?
How many episodes you watched last night?
More than
You was busy watching your Dodgers win the.
No, you know what happened? I'm gonna tell you what happened.
Okay.
That I realized.
You know what my favorite part about Kenny not watching The Office is the reason why he didn't watch it.
I mean, I could have watched it last night, but this is something that I discovered last night for the first time, mainly because I guess I haven't tried to watch The Office in a while, but I got to re-sign up for the Peacock app.
Okay.
I didn't even realize that.
Oh, because you had it through the TV.
Yeah.
That's
so
right.
I went, I was
that's
like, oh, yeah,
right.
man, I'm going to check this out. And they're
That's
like,
right.
sign up today.
Actually, you're lying. You
I said,
went
wait
to,
a minute.
You went to Peacock for something else, I think. And
No, I was going to watch The Office.
Okay,
and then I got frustrated. I was like, I don't have time.
You got frustrated signing up for a streaming service.
Yeah, I was in the middle of doing so. I was in the middle of my workout, and I was like, I just need something on right now.
You've been sticking to those workouts, man. Good for you.
I'm trying. I slacked last week, but I'm trying to get back at it.
Well, maybe you only bring it up on days you do it, because I feel like you've referenced your workout a couple of times.
But yeah, so I was like, oh, while I'm doing this, let me watch The Office, and then I had to sign up, and I was like, I don't have time for all that. So then I didn't even do it.
Understood. I can't lie. I'd probably do the same thing. Where'd it go? Was it Scout? Yeah, Scout asked, D'Lo, were you jealous of Kyle's jacket? I'm gonna be honest, Scout. I thought it was my jacket. I mentioned Kyle had stayed at my house earlier this week. I thought he snatched a jacket out of the closet and wore it as part of his thing.
Looking fresh.
So when I looked and saw that it was in fact not mine, I contemplated for a minute. I'm gonna dress as Kyle dressing as me, because the two jackets are really, really close.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I didn't for two reasons. I thought he had black on versus the kind of the olive green type color he had on. And he said he was wearing Jordans that I got him. I thought he was talking about the Concords. I assumed he was wearing the Concords because I thought he was wearing black. So that's what I would have had on, and the whole thing, it wouldn't have worked at all.
What shoes did he have?
He had on some they're ones, but they're like mashups. And I remember he said he needed a shoe like a certain color for a wedding. I was like, yo, I have that. Hang on. And I just wound up getting it.
Oh, man. Good friend, man. Good friend.
That
was funny, though,
I was
man.
never gonna wear them.
That was funny. I got a kick out of that. James Ham showing his Achilles.
Well, what was great is I was pulling in. I was getting back home from the barber shop, and I saw Kyle's promo tweet for the show come up. I was like, oh, let me get that. So I'm getting the car parked, getting situated, grab the phone, open Twitter, get that retweeted, get the show preview, and then ESPN goes live. So I'm like, all right, just click on it, get some breakfast, and get out of here. Click on it, and I'm drunk. I'm looking at James like, what is James doing? And I'm looking like, is James Kenny? And then I look at Kyle and I'm like, oh, okay. All right.
That cracked me up, man.
And then I remembered there's a company, a cluster-wide group chat where the costume contest is being talked about. And Katie says to Kyle, if you guys don't go as D'Lo and KC, you guys have failed. And I thought, oh, did they really do it? And so I'm listening, like, I think I'm imagining this. Like, and I showed someone, I was like, are they dressed as us? And instant laughter. Like, yep, definitely are. Like, I'm still not sure. And then Kyle says, yeah, for those who aren't watching, we're dressed as D'Lo and KC today.
And I wasn't watching. I was listening on the Odyssey app. And I heard him come back, and he's like, no, this is great. This is just great. I work with a bunch of children. I was like, oh, he's taking Damien. I didn't register. I was like, wait a minute. Today's Halloween. Oh, let me get to the YouTube and see what's going on. And then James goes, okay, Lake Show. I got such a kick out of that. That was some funny stuff.
Man. That's cool, man. That's great. We work with some good people.
We do.
I've withered down the amount of people that hate me in this building.
They're all good. Look, they also put the food away. Like we didn't. Maybe I wanted to go get something in between a commercial. No, it's all gone.
Well, they might have taken it all home.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not part of
the. Well, they
company.
brought like crock pots and serving dishes. If they're going home, they're taking their serving dish home.
I remember one time when we were doing the show and we had some little party or whatever, and they had food out there. Me and Casey's like, oh, awesome. We go out there and they're already putting it to Tupperware, like to-go boxes.
Oh,
and stuff
yeah.
like that. We're like, are you really?
I've seen some of these hoes take like 5 Tupperware.
I haven't even gone first and you're already taking seconds.
No, they're taking like 5 styrofoam dishes.
Did you get some? No, I didn't get some.
No, you open the refrigerator and then there's like someone's name, someone's name, someone's name, someone's name, all the same name, all on 5 styrofoam dishes.
Did you eat? No,
loaded.
You got
with
3.
Yeah, loaded with brisket and tri-tip and ribs. Like, all right, whatever.
I wasn't tripping today because I don't really like chili.
No, and I think that's for like just this is like I don't think I knew that Halloween and chili were a thing.
I thought that was just an Odyssey thing that we do.
No, I think it's a thing. I think it's a thing.
I didn't. I didn't listen to the whole conversation, but on the last episode of Joe Budden, he asked the question. He said, "Is caviar white people's oxtail?"
Oh, that's interesting.
Because it was like, what made you say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna eat this part of the fish"?
I don't know. Have you ever had oxtail?
Yeah.
You don't like it?
It's okay. It's fine.
Have you had it from Fixins?
No, I haven't had it from Fixins.
Oh my God. I had it from Fixins.
Mom?
Yeah. Like I do. I don't know that I think I understand the spirit of the question, but I cannot equate caviar to oxtails. Unless I guess in the spirit of the question, it's just that part.
So it's like, I think what it was is like oxtails, traditionally.
It's really hard to make too. Like you've got to make it to perfection.
And traditionally, it was like the scraps.
Right.
Like we would get the scraps and we turned the
That's what a lot of
scraps
soul food was, yeah.
into something bomb.
Mhm.
It's the scraps of the fish. Like what the caviar is like I'd rather have the fish, not the caviar. But somebody said, let's have this part and let's eat it and it's gonna be great. Why did that happen?
And it's like $100 and it comes in a.
It doesn't even look good either.
No, it doesn't look. And you put it on crackers, like it's awful.
It
like,
looks terrible.
Yeah.
First person you tried was probably sick.
Or just hungry.
Why did
Well,
it
no,
happen?
the fish is right there.
Yeah, why did it happen?
There's a fish right here, brother. Just eat that.
Oh, I had fish last night. Let's try something else.
Is it, and forgive me if I'm wrong, isn't it like the eggs or something, or like unborn?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the babies.
Yeah.
Let's just eat these babies.
We're gonna cut that clip, right?
Yep, there's today's show title.
Cut that. Add it to the board.
Kangs.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's just bizarre. I don't know how we got to caviar. Not us, but like how people were like, "Yo, this is what you're doing. This is a sign that I'm rich."
There's at least
Like, what?
there's at least an explanation for chitlins. There is no explanation for caviar.
That's what they were trying to find
I
out.
feel
I
like
didn't stick around.
I
to
feel
figure-
like
to hear the
chitlins and
conversation.
caviar go together more than oxtail and caviar.
Yeah, maybe so.
Though that comp works a lot better.
Oh, well, there's my intelligent wife saying it was said to be an aphrodisiac. That's pretty kinky.
Caviar is what's the other one? Is it oysters? Oysters are an
Oysters are
aphrodisiac.
fire. I love oysters.
I've never.
That's pretty kinky. The caviar being an aphrodisiac.
Baby, how you feeling tonight? I'm good, man. What you think? You want? Oh no, let's eat these fish babies first.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, well.
What?
Nah, we ain't. I'll tell during the break.
Last time you did that, we were like,
dude,
we should have did this on the
man?
show.
Will you just say it?
Nah, no, you don't want me to say this one.
I guess we could trust.
I'm putting two and two together. Like it's like I still wouldn't advise this. I wouldn't do it, but it does. Okay.
I got no clue what he's talking.
It does what?
Come on, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do a Dan Orlovsky. I'm not. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, nah.
Well, text it.
Text it in the group
what?
first, and we'll let you know.
What is happening? And what does an oyster taste like? I've never had an oyster.
It tastes, I guess, I don't know. It's
Do you
like
drink an
distinct-
oyster or eat an oyster?
You eat is like you shoot an oyster, I guess. You can't.
Wait, so you're not actually chewing it?
You can't chew it because you got to throw the lemon and tapatio on there, and it tastes like it's fire. But you can't just oysters by itself are like whatever. You got to throw some stuff on there.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, okay.
No.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's
no. What are you
talking? Okay, so we don't know what Beyonce was referencing on Drunken Love. Come on.
I think you made the right call.
No, you made the right call by not saying that on the air.
I'm saying like that's what she's watching when she's talking about. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe that's what they talking about.
Kenny Orlowski over here.
The hell just happened?
I don't know.
I told them.
How did we get to caviar?
Because
I don't know.
Just chili and somebody
Chili.
else,
Chitlins.
And no. What you said was, I didn't know Halloween was like.
Yeah, I
equated with
think that's the
chili.
thing. And
Yeah,
I know
I don't-
Justine does this every year, but I think it's actually a thing.
Yeah, I never heard.
I've
that.
never heard of it
Yeah.
either.
Just candy for me.
Yeah, that's all I associate. Candy and costumes. Day of the Dead or something. Maybe that's a different day.
Yeah, that's a different day.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't understand. Why do people refer to Halloween as a holiday? Today is not a holiday. It's
everybody's
a
at
day.
work.
It's a day someone made up. It is not a holiday.
It's like Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day is not a holiday.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, not that I love, but
Valentine's Day is a racket, though.
I know it is.
Wait.
Yeah, no,
So-
12. Yeah, no, $20 flowers cost $97 on February
that's what I don't
14th.
like about Valentine's.
You said holiday or Halloween's not a holiday?
No. Christmas
So
is
it's
a
not-
holiday. Easter's a holiday. Thanksgiving is a holiday. Halloween is a day. Like, what are we celebrating today? What are we celebrating?
Halloween? I don't know.
What is it?
I don't know, bro. They told us to
I'm with
celebrate
you.
it.
I'm with you. It's not a
I get it,
holiday.
but if it's a holiday, what the hell am I doing here?
Jesse, you beg to differ? Halloween is a holiday?
Nah, because like the logic fits. Like I stopped doing doing Halloween when I was like 12. Like this is boring now at this point. But like I don't know, people celebrate. So you just celebrating a day? Like this isn't like National Tight Ends Day or something.
Halloween is a celebration observed in many countries on the 31st of October, the eve of Western Christian feast on All Hallows Day. What?
That
sounds like a holiday. To
What
me.
is this?
Crazy.
In
That
pop
sounds
culture, the day has become a celebration of horror being associated with, I don't even know what that word is, and supernatural.
Mm.
I don't, this is not a
Because
holiday.
Christmas is like
This isn't a holiday. Christmas is a holiday.
Christmas is
Thanksgiving is a holiday. It probably shouldn't be, but it is.
Yeah.
Easter's a holiday.
Easter is a holiday, although you don't,
MLK Day is a
although
holiday.
You never get Easter off.
No, you wouldn't. Or the day after. They're just like, there's no way we're giving these hoes Mondays off. Show up.
They only give you Good Friday off.
I don't know, man. If it's not a holiday, it's not a holiday. I'm with you guys.
How many true holidays do we have? Like 8?
So if we
Maybe
get a day
less
off,
than
we get a
that.
day off, it's a holiday.
No, well, probably if there's something to celebrate.
How many true holidays?
Veterans Day is a holiday, no?
Veterans Day.
Memorial Day?
Memorial
Yeah.
Day.
MLK Day?
MLK Day. 4th of July.
Juneteenth.
Yeah, we do get it now. Yeah,
Juneteenth is a holiday.
Father's and Mother's Day.
No,
No, those
you're
aren't
not off work
holidays.
or out of school.
I don't even
That's
think
not a
those-
holiday? That's
Those
gotta
aren't
be a
holidays.
holiday.
Those are just days.
Veterans Day.
I don't think that's a holiday.
Feels like one.
It feels
What
like you
is the-
get 6. Oh, Labor Day's one. There you go. You get 7 true
Oh,
holidays.
an abdominal tear for Paulo Banchero.
Oh man.
He's it doesn't look like he's missing time. Abdominal strain, sorry, abdominal
Hmm.
strain. What is the definition of holiday? What are you laughing at?
Caviar and holidays. Here on, this is what happens when the Kings taking. They should be playing tonight, but no, they got the crazy schedule. Got them playing tomorrow. See, this is what happened.
Like they're saying like Father's Day and Mother's Day on holidays. That's fine, but like, what's the significance of like what like it's just that day with significance? Then I thought that was just the whole point of a holiday.
I don't know. I don't know, dude.
This is your
I don't-
fault, to be honest.
Whose?
You started this.
What did I do?
You dissed Halloween, and now we're
You
here.
dissed Halloween.
Halloween was just minding its own business.
If Halloween is a holiday, then Valentine's Day is a holiday.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But
That's what I
Halloween is
figured
not
8
a
minutes
holiday.
ago.
Well, Jesse thinks it's a holiday.
It's
That's
not
what
a
I'm
holiday.
saying.
You think Halloween is a holiday? We're back to this.
Bro,
it's
you're
not.
it's
not.
You're yelling at me. I don't
No,
think it's a
tell me.
holiday.
No. Tell me. What are you doing to celebrate tonight?
Not a damn thing.
No, your ass is
I'm
at
not
work,
doing anything,
and
but
you're
people
not-
are. But people are. I'm not. Halloween is not a holiday that I
Block
like.
everyone who says Halloween is a holiday. Where's Katrina? Just unload on everyone who says Halloween is a holiday.
Like the way I say is like Halloween is a holiday that I don't like, but it's a holiday.
It's all right.
Well, Jazzy 510. If British holiday is a break, vacation period of leisure. I don't know. I read that wrong initially, but I had already put it up there. I don't know, man.
We're not getting anywhere.
Well, the other thing about Halloween too is when you quote unquote celebrate it, it's usually after work hours anyway.
Yeah, I think we're right, dude. I think you got to come around on this.
Well, don't put me. I don't know.
Well, no, it's a holiday. Halloween's a holiday. I'm gonna take charge here.
Okay.
Take the initiative.
Big boss man Jesse says,
I'm gonna put my foot forward.
Halloween is a holiday. That's fine. That's fine.
Oh man.
That was ridiculous. This show started with 2 Beetlejuice characters, 2 guys impersonating us before we even got here. Now we're arguing over what today even is. And why is chili involved?
Now that's what started all of this. Maybe Justine can
Maybe
answer
I
that
made
for us.
that she left. She's like, I did my part. Is that that's not Justine right there.
No, that's
Why is chili associated with Halloween? Maybe I made it up. Maybe it is just Justine.
Should be is.
Chili is associated with Halloween's for a number of reasons. Tradition. Okay,
Number?
great. No, that's what it says.
Number of reasons. In what country? What culture?
Halloween and chili, the perfect pair.
What?
Chili. This is insane. Chili and Halloween go together like turkey and Thanksgiving. Really?
Okay.
Holiday. This is an article. Halloween for adults.
Is it AI?
No, I skipped the AI read. Remember when you Google something, skip the AI overview. There are radio hosts in this market that are getting their ass kicked by AI overview.
Couldn't be me.
Scroll past it.
Couldn't be me.
Scroll past it. Spooky chili for Halloween. It's a thing.
Okay.
I would ask Justine, but she packed up her chili and left.
She's got more Halloween to celebrate.
They got out of here quick.
They really did. This building was jumping 2 hours ago, and now it's empty.
That's one hell of a cleanup crew.
Yeah. There goes Complex and Damien.
Oh man. All right.
Well, happy Halloween, happy chili to every happy chili making, I should say, to everybody who participated. And I don't know, maybe I just haven't had the right chili. I bet my wife's chili is pretty good. Everything she makes is really good. So
I make really good chili. I just haven't done it in years. I should have made it for people and not told them it was plant-based. Just let them enjoy all the flavors.
Huh? You know what I don't like? I think I know what I don't like about chili. I don't like beans.
Oh yeah, that's right. You hate beans.
Yeah.
I can see why you don't like chili. You what?
I do hate beans.
Yeah.
So yeah. But you can make chili without beans.
Do you know
right?
why?
It's like ground beef or something like that.
Nah, I kind of feel like the core ingredient for chili is some sort of beans. Like what do you hate about beans?
I just don't taste good.
Like none of them?
And I don't like the texture of beans either.
What about refried beans?
Worse.
Worse.
Yeah. No, there's no beans that appeal to your boy.
Lentils.
What?
Come on, bro. That's not a real word.
You never had lentils?
No, I don't think so. I don't know what it is.
Do you like black-eyed peas?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, so you really hate the texture of that stuff. Because you hate peas too.
Oh, peas are the worst.
Wait, so you don't get beans?
Beans are
You don't get
the
beans at
worst.
Chipotle then? With
No,
your bowl?
hell no. It's just white rice, no frijoles, steak.
Okay. What salsa?
Yeah.
No, what salsa?
Mild pico, I think that is.
Yeah, the tomatoes.
Yeah.
All right.
Pico with corn, cheese, light lettuce.
All right. Well, there's Kenny's.
If anybody's listening around town and wants to bring that order, go ahead.
Now he's out here begging for food. My goodness. There's no way to get out of this. Can we just go to commercial like 2 minutes early? Like, I don't know. What am I supposed to do right now?
I don't know, bro.
I don't even know. We've been fighting over this Halloween day for freaking 25 minutes.
We low-key came back from break, talked about the Halloween and show or costume contest. Like, now it's our time to go.
Did James win, though, for his chili? Did he get a
I don't
prize?
know.
Oh, we don't
won.
even
I've
know
been
who
here.
won.
I don't know who won. I can go ask. I'll go find out.
James is pretty confident about that chili. I think he won some last
What
year.
is James not confident about?
DeMarcus Cousins.
Well, That's probably true. DeMarcus Cousins and JaVale McGee. Two guys James has no confidence in. We'll come back. I can't promise we'll get it together, but we'll sure as hell try. And Sal asked a great question. What team winning a championship in any sport would bother you the most? This, of course, on the heels of the Dodgers winning the World Series last night. We'll have some fun when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, okay. I guess you made them. I don't know. Anything my wife makes is good. That's a shoot. That's not even me like trying to, kiss up or anything. Like she cooks her ass off. It's always, I've never had anything where it's like, this is disgusting. She also knows what I like, so she doesn't, I guess she don't really venture out, but yeah, if she makes it, then it'll be good. That is what I have seen with my own two eyes and with my own taste buds. She's cooking it. It's going to be all good.
My mom used to do it where this is what's made. So if you don't like it, like that's what's there, bro. All right, Mom. I'll eat it. My mom's a great cook, by the way. I respected it though.
Oh man, today's Thursday. I was supposed to have kicking it with Casey. Just realized it. Music. Boom. Stupid ass. That's stupid ass. I love tortilla chips. I love a good tortilla chip. I don't need salsa, nothing. Just make sure it's salted the right way. I love a good tortilla chip. What skate shoes did you get? I don't know. Some Vans, some type of Vans. Aren't the ducks? The dunks are not dunks. Get some SBs. Those are skate shoes. Uh-oh. Back here on D'Lo and KC on this holiday edition.
Thank you.
Of D'Lo and KC, according to Jesse. I didn't confirm that. I didn't co-sign.
No, you just co-signed it right now. You just co-signed it right now. It's holiday edition. Thank you.
I'm just saying that's what some people
D'Lo and
say.
KC spooky edition.
And we had a pretty good question from Sal before he said it earlier, but we started. I was like, that's a good question. I was going to answer it over the break, but bring it up now. He says, Casey, what team winning a championship in any sport would bother you the most? And I thought this was pretty interesting because I started off by saying the Dodgers winning the World Series last night. It didn't really bother me the way I anticipated. And I think some of that has to do with the fact somebody brought it up on Twitter, and I think they're perfectly spot on with this. The Giants, I've seen 3 championships with them. That's at least 2 more than I ever thought I would see, maybe even 3 more. So I was able to experience that, and I'm okay. I'm okay. If they hadn't won those championships, maybe I'd be a little more distraught over everything. But Dodgers, them winning isn't a big deal. It's fine. And like we talked about earlier, it's like it was inevitable. Like they just kept stacking the roster over the last 10 years, and they're going to continue to do it. They weren't going to go with the way they operate. They weren't going to go 30 years without winning a championship. Like that wasn't going to happen. So it was going to happen at some point. It's fine. Try to think about what teams. So I do think a lot of this has to do with what I said. The Giants won some World Series, so that softened the blow considerably. If the Niners were to win a Super Bowl, nothing would really bother me. Now, if the Niners don't win a Super Bowl in the near future, Cowboys would probably be number 1. That would I would not be okay with that. I don't have a problem with the Raiders, but the Raider fans hate the 49ers and they talk great. So if they won before the Niners won, I just know I would always hear
funny.
it.
It's one of the funniest things you've ever said.
What's that?
The Raiders winning a Super Bowl.
Oh, come on.
That wasn't very nice.
Come on, man. This team is frustratingly bad. I want to root for the Raiders.
They're far away.
They're not even close. I want to believe there's light at the end of the tunnel for them. I just don't see it.
Yeah, they're far away. But if they won one before the 49ers did, that would be pretty insufferable. In the NBA, I was like, no, there's nothing in an NBA that would really
I can think of one.
Well, because first thing I thought was the Lakers. I was like, I've already
Doesn't bother me.
I've already lived that.
Nope.
Well, there's 2.
Oh, there's 2.
Yeah, because one is the Warriors.
Yeah. Another Warriors.
Yeah,
one
that
suck.
would. I've had enough of that.
Yep.
That needs to stop. And Ben's little bro brought up a great one I didn't even think about.
I think I know what it is.
I had it up here. I'll put it up here.
Indiana.
If I can find it. Yeah,
it's the Pacers. Yeah,
And I didn't
right.
even think about that. I said, oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man, if Indiana won a championship,
that'd be tough.
Before the King. And all of this, all of this is like assuming the team that I root for doesn't win. Right. Because if the Kings won a championship this year and then 2 years later the Pacers won, I wouldn't trip.
Yeah.
For
sure.
It'd be like, it's whatever. But
it was a win-win trade 2 years later after they won it.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, I think the winning of the championship softens the blow in baseball. I haven't had a chance to experience that yet in football and basketball. So there are some teams, the Pacers, the Warriors, the Cowboys, and the Raiders would really upset me.
So obviously what started all of this is the Dodgers winning the championship last night, which as I am stumbling around the office, I dropped some stuff and realized,
did you drop some chili?
Scorecard. I didn't. There is some chili out there.
Yeah, because I know.
You know what?
That's what happened. You drop chili. That's like
No,
the
who
office,
dropped
bro.
chili?
Dave.
Nope. There's no character named Dave. No, who dropped the chili?
It was Jeff.
Nope.
I'll give you 3 chances. All right.
No, that's 2. You just pick another white guy name because it's not Dave.
It was Dwight.
No, it wasn't
Oh, my
Dwight.
gosh.
No, it wasn't Dwight.
Was it Michael or was it Kevin?
It wasn't Michael. It might have been Kevin.
Who's Kevin?
Kevin's the guy, the ball guy.
Okay.
Kind of heavy set.
Okay, you got that. All right. Office expert here, Kenny Caraway.
Yeah, Jeff was never in the office for that show.
That's actually not where I was going. All of this stuff fell, I realized, oh, look, there's a scorecard right there.
Oh, wait, what? Whatever. I'll go 2-0. I'll go 2-0.
Everybody got their pen and
Kyle's right
pads.
there. Does he want to get it? Do we
Yeah,
get
go
Kyle?
wave him down. See if he wants to get in. That computer's still open. Wave him down. See if he wants to get in.
We got Abe in the office today.
Abe,
Haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, Abe. He usually gets here. He's probably walking in any minute. I haven't seen him walk by. You want in on this? Okay, here we go. Kyle Madsen stepping in. We're talking about teams that it hurt to watch them win the championship. Obviously, Giants fan here. Dodgers win the World Series yesterday. Oh, there you go. All right, Seattle
You said it
Seahawks.
was tough. Oh, see, oh, that's a
that was
good
just
one.
a boat racing. That was never close.
You're talking about in history. I'm talking about like right now, but yeah, that was.
Oh, right now. Yeah.
That was tough. That was I hated the Seahawks. That was
There is one guy who stood out in his performance this postseason on the Los Angeles Dodgers. He went on to win the MVP last night. That's Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman, 14 seasons in the NBA. Hang on.
or in Major League Baseball. Either
Incredible.
His Major League number is 0. I mean, his NBA number is 0.
Good call. 14 seasons in Major League Baseball. 14 seasons.
Is this the first baseball one?
First one ever, former that I can remember, number 78 overall pick in the 2007 MLB draft.
This one's tough.
Freddie Freeman peaked in 2021. We're going earnings to date. Earnings to date. Freddie Freeman peaked in 2021 when he earned $22 million.
That feels like nothing.
Again, he peaked in 2021 when he earned $22 million. Freddie Freeman, the former number 78 overall pick in the 2007 Major League Baseball draft. 14 seasons in MLB. Freddie Freeman's career earnings are what? As the contestants think it over, we will remind you that we are one game into our new season. Abe is still the reigning, defending pocket watching champion of the world.
The hell he is.
Kenny Caraway grabbed a week 1 victory here against Jesse and Kyle as well.
Defending my championship.
And I see Kenny has his. It looks like Jesse's scribbling his down.
My numbers are, you can read them this time, by the way.
These guys taking a lot of time. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on over here.
Well, they have 15 seconds before the music expires.
Actually, I punted my mental math. And I'm
Numbers up. We got 121 million from Kenny Caraway. We got 248 million.
If you can't read mine, I'd like to know the answer first.
Bro, I'm about to win. This
And
is it. Just
235 million.
It's easy. It's easy.
I figured Freddie had to have gotten a $200 million contract at some point.
Now. No, not before.
$183.7 million to date from Freddie Freeman. What was you? 1.2?
No, it was 120.
Put the screen back up. Oh, 121.
62 off.
You were the closest.
I was 235.
You were lower. What were you?
I was 248.
And you were 235. Somebody do that math for me. 183 to 235 versus 183 to 121.
I got 52 for 235 minus 183.
Jesse's 52 off, and Kenny is 62 off.
And there you have
There
it.
we go.
There
We're
you
back.
have it.
We're back.
We're back. We're
back.
Way over. How does he get credit for that?
It's never been a
Wham.
rule.
Look at cake, baby, wham wham.
It's never been a rule that you can't go over.
It
That
is on the Price is Right. And it
This
should be
isn't
here.
the Price is Right.
It should be here.
This is professional wrestling.
Skada-da-da. Skada-da-da.
And Jesse is
That's
on
right.
the board.
We're back on the board.
Time for
I
Jesse.
just like to point out this was not the most impressive performance
Ref,
the pocket.
just give me my win, ref. Okay.
No,
No,
I
I the
get-
disrespect, bro.
Sit down, pal. You got your win.
No, it's not. It wasn't impressive. Say what it was. It wasn't impressive
It wasn't.
by them.
No.
I was the one. I understood the
You were
science of the
62
contract and all
off.
this other stuff.
No, you didn't understand anything. You were more off than everyone else.
Relax, Garrett Cole.
This is how he has the Niners with 11 titles too.
Oh, I know.
The
This
science.
is what I deal with every day.
Not have the Niners at 11 titles. I said they should.
You got them at like 12 at this point. Like I think you found one
They
2 weeks ago.
Should have one.
So far, Kenny Caraway is on the board. Jesse Tapia is on the board. Kyle yet to score his first PWL victory. Oh,
I'm par for an
good.
expansion team.
Everybody is angry. That's
Oh
fine.
no, Matt. No, I'm not. Don't.
Oh,
put
that
it in
was
the
that was not
newspaper that I'm
Kyle
mad.
Cramp
Oh,
Company. That was KC.
No,
Excuse me.
I was sliding that over there.
Oh, okay. I thought you threw it.
I'm fine. No, I'm an expansion franchise. We're good. We're just, we were closer this week than we were last week.
Mhm.
That's improvement. That's what we're looking for this season.
All right.
We have
Realistic goals.
championship expectations. We're trying to repeat.
That was a better effort than the Yankees in the 5th inning, KC. So it's all
That
good.
wasn't bad.
That was just,
you guys are fine.
That was uncalled for.
Why?
That really
Well, you-
was uncalled for.
What was?
The shot at the Yankees. Well, I mean,
I'm not the one who didn't cover.
I'm
for
sorry.
Fade.
Did you not see the 5th inning?
I can't defend.
There is no joke that
Hey,
you can't
I
get
can't
off about the
defend them. I
Yankees
just said
today.
it was uncalled
You
for.
guys see James Harden fall down the court in center field yesterday
Oh,
for no reason? Routine. What are you falling down for?
So
that man committed one error the entire year.
What do you drop a
Yeah, it was
routine fly
last
balls
night.
for?
and he had the great catch in the third inning or whatever. That don't matter. I did say this. I want to know what you
Can I
guys-
finish this out
Oh,
real
yeah,
quick?
go ahead.
Freddie Freeman will conclude this current contract in 20. Is that right?
Yeah, probably
Boy,
10 years
baseball's
from now.
different. 2040.
Yeah, come on, man.
He has deferred money
Oh, that's why.
for 12 years.
Yeah.
He has $4 million payments from 2028 to 2040. He'll earn, when that is done, his career earnings through Major League Baseball. I don't. I guess, can he sign another contract and get those deferred payments too?
Of course.
Well, prior to whatever contract he signs next, $285,739,000 for Freddie Freeman.
That's what I was going. I didn't
He
realize. that we
specifically
weren't-
said earnings to date.
That's a good effort on your part to try to work the system, but Jesse is right.
See,
No, I know. You said to date. It was
You
very
see those
clear.
type of things, you're like, oh, why can't the Giants? Giants can do the same thing. They can defer to Juan Soto. They can give Juan Soto $800 million deferred pay. Actually, they can't. He's
This has to
too
stop,
busy-
doesn't it?
it's too
This
busy putting his
deferred
money
payment
elsewhere.
stuff. Like the stuff that the Dodgers are doing with it, that has to stop, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Dodgers have like the 6th highest payroll in baseball this year because Shohei is only making $2 million against their payroll, deferring $68 million.
I don't see how it would stop though. Like it's
Yeah, it's on the team
Yeah,
to
if
pay
it's-
it.
but also like they can't. There's no. You can't break their.
You don't have to stay if
CBA.
you don't want to.
This
You've
is
been here
the-
for hours.
No, it's fine. I'm chilling. The thing with it though is like it's not just Shohei. It's Teoscar Hernandez signed a $20 million contract with them, 22 or 23, and deferred a bunch of it.
How
Like it's
could you
just
sign for that amount and defer it? Like, not that 20 million's like that. I mean, there's
Well, I
a
mean,
big
to
difference
you-
between 20 million and 750 million.
right. Yeah, it's
I guess
just
that-
he's still, but it's not. His isn't as big of a. It's not 10 years and he's making $2 million a year and he made nothing this year. It's like $750,000 payments for several years after 2028 or whatever.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I understand. I understand what why you wouldn't, but if the money is guaranteed to be there anyway, in some cases, why not?
So here's the thing: is
You can't lose the money. Like they have to pay you the money. So
that's
Sure.
that's the thing is like why doesn't, if a player wants to do this, every team should do this.
If I'm reading this
like
right,
I said, some of these owners.
That's the problem. The problem is not the Dodgers and the deferred payments. The problem is there's 4 owners in baseball, 6 owners in baseball that are cool with opening their wallets and trying to compete, and the rest of them are chilling. They're going to get their revenue sharing, and they're going to sell a bunch of tickets and be fine with it.
Or like I said, too busy putting their money elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I could be
Instead of
reading
on the
this
baseball
wrong.
team.
I don't know. If I have this correct, though, the Dodgers have $915.5 million in deferred payments to a total of 5 players.
That sounds about right.
Because obviously we just read Freddie's
Shohei.
contract.
They probably did
Will
that with Mookie.
Smith, I think, is one of them.
They probably did it to a certain extent with Mookie. He just re-signed.
Yep, they did it with Mookie. They did it with Freddie Freeman, Shohei. We knew that.
Teo.
Hernandez. Yep, Hernandez.
Yamamoto. Did they
And
do that
no,
with
Will Smith was the other one.
Okay.
Those are the 5.
Dang.
Almost $1 billion in deferred payments.
The A's tried to do that with Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien, who was like an MVP candidate, awesome player, goes to free agency and he's like, I want to play for the A's. I'm from Oakland. I want to play for the A's. And the A's were like, I forget the exact numbers on this contract, so don't quote me. But they were like, how about 1 year, $10 million, and we'll defer $9 million of it for $1 million a year for the next 9 years. And the Blue Jays were like, or here's a whole bag for multiple years.
Can you imagine Vivek across from DeMar DeRozan? Like, DeMar, listen, I know salary guy. What if I paid you $35 million in 2040? Huh? What do you think? Sacramento, triple D's, huh?
Come
what do you
on.
think?
Hey. Yeah. I don't know.
The Killer D's?
I don't.
What was the name?
The
Was
Killer
that,
D's.
was the Killer D's?
Triple
Which
D's.
is
It's all bad. It's all bad. All of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Oof.
Like I said, if Hernandez, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know necessarily why you do that, but if you're Mookie Betts, you've made $125 million already. You could probably afford to do that because you want to be in LA, you want to win, you're going to get the money. Sure, defer for 10 years. That's cool.
I told you what I would do when the Shohei thing got announced. We could defer it for sure, but you're going to put all of that money into an account and it's going to sit there. And you could pay me out of that account. Because it's like, you're going to do that because the money ain't just going to sit there.
Yeah.
Put it into account and you're going to pay me. And I get what's in the account. If that 700 million becomes 1.5, then my account's now 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
That's smart, man.
No,
I'm gonna go back to being an agent. This radio stuff is too
seems
stressful.
illegal.
That seems what?
That seems illegal.
You should just be
None of this seems legal.
No,
to me.
no.
I mean, I understand that it is, but this all is crazy to me.
Yeah, but the bank account thing, like what I'm gonna pay you can't balloon over time. It can't be 700 million, and then because I put it in an account, it turns into 1.5 billion.
Why not? Is it in the rule book?
That sounds illegal.
Well,
No, I think
I don't know. Somebody check the Major League rule book. I have no clue how.
Maybe they
this
have
works.
no rules. I don't know. I don't know.
Jerry Jones probably wrote the Major League Baseball rule book.
Well, they did ask for my
That's
help.
not what I was
and,
asking for.
You know,
Jerry
I
Jones
said I
definitely
would
wrote
help.
one part of it back in the day.
I would help out with the Major League Baseball because it happened when I went to Martin's. And I said, I'll help you guys out because I know a salary cap just isn't what is everybody is asking for.
I recognize it's my fault for saying Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
my
it's
fault, and I apologize
sorry.
for that. Knicks roughed up the Heat last night. Cat went for 44 last night with the New York Knicks.
That was a comeback win too.
But there were a couple of interesting comebacks last night. One piece of advice from your boy: always take less. We'll explain.
Yeah.
We'll explain.
It's one I did get right.
Hang tight. We'll explain. But the story, certainly Karl Anthony Towns going for 44, Knicks getting a win over the Heat. But the conversation was centered on something kind of odd.
Yeah, I think it was the tip off for the game. And you guys know in the NBA, what's up, big dog? What's up? What's up? Jimmy Butler still just stonewalls Karl Anthony Towns. And
Hilarious.
I don't know what his issue is. I actually think it's a little ridiculous at this point. Like, what's your problem? What is your problem? Jimmy Butler, what's your problem? What did this man do to you? to me, I'm starting to feel like it can't be just that you think he was soft. Somebody has a theory.
These theories, by the way, that you're about to present are rarely ever wrong.
Theory or fanfic?
Theory from people who are around these things.
Okay.
Every real issue in the NBA and probably in all the sports centers around money, women, or both. And Jimmy Butler has a real issue with Karl Anthony Towns. And I don't believe, I'm just reading the tea leaves. I don't think it's the fact that thought he was a soft basketball player.
I don't know if it's exactly this or how true this was, but there was a rumor back then, like when this was all going down on Instagram and stuff like that, that Jimmy then damn had a lady or whatever.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
I think Jimmy took cash or something like that.
That happened years ago at this point. They're both on different teams. You don't have to be friends, but the way Jimmy behaves, it's like, oh no, we got beef for life. What you got beef with? Because the guy didn't box out and he would shoot jump shots instead of getting layups?
Is it one of those things? I think me and Jimmy Butler are very different people, just from what I've gathered. But is it one of those things where he maybe dramatically overreacted to something and now he feels like he has to commit to it?
Possibly.
That's what I would
point
do.
out. They did shake hands last night before the game.
They did?
They did.
Oh, well.
There's that. Forget the last 5 minutes. I saw a video where they didn't.
I'm going home. I don't want to do this anymore. No, I pulled up because you. So Jimmy's on the court and he walks by Cat, and maybe that's where your video cuts off.
Okay.
Because it's captioned, Jimmy completely ignores Cat. Yeah, he walks around him, and I think Cat. I don't know if Cat calls him or says something to him, but they're just on the floor. There's nothing happening. No one's doing anything.
It's before tip off, right?
Jimmy walks behind him, and Carl. I think Cat must have said something to him because Jimmy turns right around. What's up, bro? And reaches out, and they dap up.
Well, that's good to see.
You know what? You remember when I
That's
asked
good
you
to
to help
see.
plan the show 2 days? Never mind.
You got
Don't
it.
bother. I got it. I'll do
got
it
it.
from now
It's
on.
all you.
Just forget it. Just forget it. Hey, solid effort. It's a solid effort.
It's all you.
I thought, man, we've got something here. Never mind.
It's all you.
See the Pacers blow out the Celtics last night? It's like a 12-point game with 2 minutes left. That's crazy.
Bro,
I couldn't believe that went to
Bro,
overtime.
Cackling. Hey, I'm about to hit this prize picks, boy, because I got Bron. I got Bron on the Moore in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Tyrese 18.5. Give me less. He had 11 points, 12 points with 90 seconds left.
Yeah, it was 14.
Oh, we were kicking it.
Yeah.
Who's kicking it up?
This game's over.
I had no clue, none whatsoever, that the game went to overtime until Kyle goes, yeah, that Pacers Celtics game went to overtime.
I didn't
Insane.
see that till I saw the highlights either.
And he still only finished with 17.
I was like, oh no, it went to OT because I had Jason Tatum more on his points, rebounds, assists, and he was way short. And I had Tyrese less, and I see it go to OT, and I was like, okay, this could be good and bad. And sure enough, Tatum goes more. Shout out to my guy Jason. Never doubted him for a second. And Tyrese pulling through for us.
What's up with that?
Always take less on
Always,
Tyrese,
always
boy.
take
Always
less.
take
Or if
less
you're going to
on
take
Tyrese.
more, you defer the points to the next couple of games if you can do that.
Well, there you go. That's it's a good strategy. That's
That
what
was
the
a bad
Dodgers
joke.
do.
That
with
was a bad
Price
joke.
Picks.
I'm sorry. I was trash. I shouldn't have done that.
Because Tyrese, I don't know what his deal is with his shooting and even taking shots and all this. So far this year, I'll just say he's off to a slow start. He's off to a slow start. I think it picks up. I think he's averaging 14 points a game.
Well, what
I think it
matters,
picks up,
they got that win, which is kind of crazy. I mean, Siakam hits a 3 with
ridiculous
6 seconds or something like that to give after, I think it was a 19-point collapse in the fourth quarter from the Pacers.
Yeah.
And everything is going Boston's way. And Siakam hits that shot. So what matters, I mean, Ty getting on track, whatever. Okay, you got to win versus the Boston Celtics. Use that to help get you on track. Because he's been he hasn't been good this year. There's no other way to he put up 0 in one game. That's crazy.
That was uncalled for.
He wasn't. I thought maybe at the end of last year was his hamstring and the injury and stuff. And I just kind of picked up where he left off. I have no idea what's up with him.
I believe I like Tyrese Halliburton as a basketball player. I promise you this isn't shade. I thought he was playing over his head a little bit last year. Like he played statistically, and to be honest with you, it was until he got hurt. When he came back, he wasn't doing the same things either.
That's right.
But I thought in the first 3-4 months of the season, I was like, this is. I wouldn't even say that this is not Tyrese Halliburton. It was like, I never imagined Tyrese would be this.
Mm-hmm.
The way he scores, where did this come from?
He did it the year before too, though. He was 20+ points the year before.
I thought the same thing that year too.
He obviously became a different type of scorer when he got to Indiana.
Yes.
We begged him to do something in Sacramento, and he just was like, no, it's not what I do. Then he got to Indiana, and magically, it's what he did. It's incredible.
He's not 14 points per game, which is where he's at right now. I think he's a better scorer than that, and will end up being a better scorer. But what he did for 18 straight months, I guess you could say, I was surprised. That's all it was. It wasn't even like hating, like, oh, he ain't that good. It's like, damn, I didn't think he'd be this, but here he is.
He shot a really good clip from 3 the last 2 years in Indiana as well. He's at 25% right now.
And he ain't that.
He's not that either. He's going to turn this around. He's not a 14-point scorer. I think he could be a 20-point scorer pretty easily. Like, I think he could be a 20 and 10 guy. The crazy thing is his assists are 6.6 to start the season.
Mm-hmm.
We'll come back. Big thanks to Kyle for spending some time with us in the great bit on the Insiders today is D'Lo and KC. We'll come back. Much more to talk about here. I don't know what any of it is because Jesse, we need to talk about Cleveland. We'll do that next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I didn't get to the calls because Kyle doesn't have headphones.
Did you see that other thing I sent you on Twitter of Ryan Clark dressed as Bill Belichick?
Yes.
He looks like Chuck Taylor from
I
Chappelle's
saw that.
Show.
Yeah. Did you see Bill Belichick?
No.
Bill Belichick comes out in a two-toned jacket like Ryan Clark. He comes out like it's great.
Oh, that's funny.
No blackface or anything. He didn't do blackface.
Okay,
he did good.
Woo!
Yeah, I thought it was great. As soon as you see the jacket, you go, "Oh, he's Ryan Clark." That's fantastic.
That's really funny. All right, goodbye, everybody.
Who the hell just walked into my house in a D'Lo and KC hoodie? All right, brother.
Appreciate you. Thanks for everything this week.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
You do know I have a jacket like exactly like that, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
All
I
right.
was looking for something to wear, and I was like, I need the most like sensibly insane thing I can find. And I found a couple things that were dope. Like one of them was like a jean jacket that was like ripped, and it was kind of like a
that's
like
fire.
pink and blue like tie dye kind of look.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is dope. And Heather's like, you can buy that, but you're never wearing it around me. So I had to find something I could wear
Around your wife. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
And this worked.
You're perfect.
All right, we'll see you.
Did you figure out the stranger who broke into your home right now?
It's April's brother. I was like, yo, what is that? They're gall to walk into my house in the D'Lo and KC hoodie. Oh, Manny, I believe it was you too. Man. I got to stop and get a ton of candy after KSFM. I think we're going to get bombarded tonight. I've never been in this neighborhood for Halloween, but there are kids everywhere. I stayed away from AD last night, Coach. Cole. I just used LeBron in that game. I can't remember. Oh, my third pick was Peyton Pritchard. I went under. He had 14.
I had a bad night last night. I had Nick Richards with less than 10 rebounds. He had 10 rebounds at the half. And then Zach Levine, I had him getting more points than he did. He didn't. Why did they? Oh, yeah, why? I don't know if you guys, why they do that for John Morant? There's a John Wick.
12.5.
No, look at him. He's in like a John Wick.
Oh, I can't really make that part out. Let's get to our man TC here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Kenny?
What up, dog?
What's up? Hey, listen, man. Hey, first of all, happy Halloween to y'all, man, and happy Halloween to the little ones, Kenny.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
All right. Like, what do they even do with that, TC? like if now what?
Happy holidays, TC.
What'd you say?
No, nothing, TC. Go ahead. You're talking about tell the kids happy Halloween. God damn it, man.
You know, D-Lo, we gotta see it, man. Hey, but now listen, hey, I really just was calling, man, to tap in with y'all, man, and just say, be safe tonight. The Kings on play, so we gotta wait till tomorrow. But we got a back-to-back Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a prediction, bro. Hey, we look up. I think these next 4 games, we look up by Tuesday. I got us at what we had 2.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? What would that be? 4-2, 5-2. I got us winning our next 2 games.
Okay, it's a little 5. That's a 4-game winning streak if they pull that off. All right, I'm with it.
TC.
That's Atlanta, Toronto. That's the next 2.
Atlanta, Toronto, Miami,
next.
and then Toronto.
Yeah, and then Toronto again without Scotty Barnes. Both games. Scotty Barnes.
Scotty Barnes.
I don't know anybody's paying attention to this. The NBA Warner Brothers lawsuit thing that's still happening. As the season is going on and the NBA is on TNT and Warner Brothers Discovery channels, that lawsuit is still happening. Some of the documents have been unsealed. There's nothing earth-shattering in it other than it confirms a lot of things we hypothesized when we saw the original deals, that following the Super Bowl, there's going to be a national game every week. I mean, every night of the week between NBC, Amazon, the different part. There's going to be a primetime game every single night of the week.
And that's
Amazon has like 60 games. NBC has 100. There's going to be a lot of basketball out on these networks.
And once again, that's like something like we talked about. It felt like, and maybe this is what TNT is asking for. Maybe it's just not negotiable at this point. But it feels like you could slide another TNT game in there if you're going to do that. Because we always thought that's what they were going to try to do, like try to have a game every night. Felt like you could slide TNT on a Saturday maybe or something like that. But maybe they can't do that because they're with college football now too. So maybe that wouldn't work for them.
Or if NBC wants to and Amazon wants to and ESPN wants to. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they need to work in a foot. Now it's just weird. Now it's just like, hey, look, you guys are clearly working together. Like, get this over with. This is, and I know like NBA on TNT is a really good show. There's no question about that. It is the, that, and as strange as it is for me to say this, that Major League Baseball show, like those are really, really good studio shows.
Yeah.
It's okay that it's ending.
I agree.
That's fine. It's perfectly okay that it ends. I truthfully don't need to hear Charles Barkley anymore. I'm good. Like I'm fine with that show ending. It's been great. The memories are amazing. All of them will be employed should they choose to be, and it's fine for it all to come to an end.
Yeah, and I think I've always been of the belief I'm ready for NBC to be back into the game. I like Amazon and what they bring to the table.
Yeah.
And I'm in the minority. I think ESPN does fine. They could be a lot better with their studio stuff. But as far as the presentation of the game and the double headers and all that, I think I like what they do. Broadcast wise. TNT, one thing we are going to miss though is the post game. We don't know what Amazon's going to do. Technically, we don't know what NBC's going to do, but
no, technically, I don't think we know it all, do we?
No, but I only say that because I see I'm pretty sure Amazon's going to have a post game show. Pretty sure.
Oh, you're questioning whether there is one,
right?
Got you.
I'm pretty sure they will, and like I said, we don't know NBC. The games that are on the app, maybe they have a post game show for that as well.
Sure.
So
yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
like,
why not?
Why not? But I think we're gonna miss that. I think we're gonna miss that aspect of basketball if they don't like do the same thing.
There would be no reason for Peacock specifically to not have a post-game show.
Did you hear who everybody's saying is the guy they're going after, Amazon and NBC? Blake
Dwayne Griffin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that they look at him as the guy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I thought
and
I thought D Wade was the guy.
Well, he'll be the studio guy. D Wade might be on
because he's going to be Charles. Then.
That's what it's.
Because he's the funny
That's what
guy.
it sounds like.
Okay, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
Question 1: why was Donald Sterling leading you around by your hand? Once we get that nailed down, we can keep it moving.
But
walk me through the first 5 minutes of clip, Blake.
Did you really think Donald Sterling thought you were Latino?
See, if whoever signs Blake wants to have even a remote chance, the first thing they do is put Blake on a side-by-side with the actor. Blake, who is this man, and why did they cast him to play you?
That's mandatory. I'm looking forward to it, though. It is weird that they're still trying to deal with this in the middle of the season, and even when it feels like they see the inevitable, like TNT making jokes about it nightly about, this is it. And I even think they were, did you catch, and maybe it's something they've always done, but did you catch they were selling merch in Boston when they did the opening game? Did you see that, Jesse?
Who's they?
Inside the NBA. They had a pop-up shop, and you could get a shirt with like halftime report or halftime show, like their logo for all the Inside the NBA stuff.
Uh-huh.
And to me, that they could just be making $1, but to me that was signifying, hey, we ain't gonna have this chance again. Like if we're out remote, like
sell some shirts.
Yeah,
work for D'Lo and KC. It'll work for us.
So
yeah, I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, they had a little pop-up shop for Inside the NBA merch only. Like NBA.
I don't know that I would desire that. Would you? I mean, I assume people bought them.
I can't think that I would. Especially for the prices they probably charge. No,
bro. If you're walking around with an Inside the NBA T-shirt on, like, come on.
That's like the Rob Lowe hat.
Yeah, like dial it back, bro. Nobody lives the league that much.
What's going on right now? Hey, look, I like y'all. I ain't wearing a shirt for you.
Hey, here's a shirt with Charles Barkley on it. Wow.
And then it's I don't know. Maybe get a hoodie. But once again, the price is probably crazy. They probably wanted $60 for a T-shirt. That's where I'd pay.
Oh, that's nothing for you.
No, it's
your T-shirts have another zero at the end of it.
Jacket you have on today? What kind of shirt you have on today?
Oh, just honor the gift. Don't do that.
What you mean? Don't do that?
Because you
I
know
how much they in for.
Yeah, because you know.
That jacket did.
No. Yes, it did. Ah, yes,
That
it did. Don't
jacket
do
did.
that. Don't do that. Yes, it did. You know it did. Don't do that. We buy our honor to gift clothing at the same time. When that sale hits, don't play with me. I'm a regular person.
That jacket cold. That jacket cold.
Jacket is everything but cold. That's why I took it off. This is the first time wearing it. It's hot as hell. I don't know what the hell is I wearing. It ain't even that cold outside. In here sweating. Hey, you want to talk about Cleveland for a second? I ain't even talking to you.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, yeah, Cleveland's going to be a top 4 team in the East. Like, wow, if you want to crown them, then crown their asses. Fine, go ahead, bro. Like, if that's what you want to do, fine. Wow, Cleveland's 5-0, everyone. Like, they're going to be good in the regular season. I know that.
What's Boston's record?
4-1.
Oh,
Boston season don't start till June.
Ooh.
But with
number
Cleveland,
one
like
seed right now, if the season ended today, they'd be the 1 seed.
that's fine. Like I
Boston
said,
going on the road.
Cleveland is a good basketball team. It's just they have not taken steps to just take them over the top. That's been my biggest issue with them. Maybe, like I said, internal development this year with Evan Mobley and all that. Maybe that's the step they've needed. But
So
I don't think they're going to be a bad team or anything.
So last year, I would disagree with that. They have taken some steps because they've actually literally taken steps. I think 3 years ago, they lost in the play-in. Then they get Donovan. They lose in the first round. Might have been another first round loss there. But then last year they went around and they get to the second round. Those are
Beat Orlando.
Those are literally the steps. Now what kind of did them dirty was they had to play the champs in round 2. Like they're not penalized for not beating Boston.
I don't think they're beating New York or even Indiana though either.
They're beating Indiana. And if New York had the same injury issues that they had against Indiana, they probably would have won that series too.
They're a great team. It's just
no, they're not great. They're a good team.
Well, what do you mean? They're 5-0. I thought we were putting them in the finals and all that right now. They're a good team. It's just someone's gonna have to step up with Donovan come playoff time and all that.
And you know who it needs to be?
I want to get Jesse his own sponsor. Jesse Hates Cleveland, brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
That sounds
with
like
shops everywhere in the country except for Cleveland.
That sounds like a TV show title. Jesse Hates Cleveland.
Yeah, shoot, it absolutely does.
But
Let's get to.
my bad. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
I was going to say let's get to Manny, but Manny said the hell with you guys. You made me wait
that's
too
how we
long.
feel?
Well, he had been waiting a minute.
You know how talent. You know how talent is.
Yeah, you know how these stars are. You know, you host a podcast, and all of a sudden
That's true.
That wait
I
gets a
missed it
little
last
too
night.
long.
I got to go back and watch it. My man, Coach JT, was on there. Heard it was good times. So it was a busy. You know, there was like wrapped around the corner line to get into to the Hollywood little Spirit. You know those little Halloween superstores that
I
they pop
believe
up.
it.
It's
I
wrapped
believe it.
around the building
Yeah, I believe
to
it.
get in.
I believe it.
That's crazy.
It's not rational. Yeah, but I believe it.
And Supermom,
It's a big
I was
holiday.
I was like, hey, you want to just figure out something at the house? No, drop me off. I'm getting in the line.
Wait, what'd you just say?
Supermom.
No, you said something right now.
I said it's a big holiday.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, no, it was sarcasm.
No, that was real.
Look at Stat Boy.
That man hasn't been Stat Boy in 20 years.
He'll always be Stat Boy.
What? Why is he wearing Miami Heat shorts and a jacket? I don't know none of these on Around the Horn.
Well,
Who is this young lady?
Do you don't know her or who she's supposed to be?
I don't know any of this.
She's supposed to be the girl who did the breakdance.
Yeah, she's the Australian breakdancer
Who is that person?
from the Olympics.
No, I got
who
that.
that
Who
is. Oh,
she?
that's Courtney Cronin. She covers the.
Oh,
Bears.
is that really?
Yeah, that's Courtney Cronin. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
She had a show on our station.
Well, good for Courtney. All right.
I don't know who. Oh, he's supposed to be Mad Dog. That's Siciliano.
That's not Andrew Siciliano.
I'm not Siciliano. That's Sedano.
Oh. Well, he's got the Mad Dog thing down because he's right at the camera just screaming for no reason. That's
Come on.
Oh, there's Cat Williams.
No, look, it's time. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, leave Woody alone. What he's hey, Gavin looked good as Beetlejuice today.
He did.
He looked
He
really
did.
good as Oh, wow. Tony took Is
he
all
doing the
right.
statue?
What is happening? What is Tony? Oh, Jesus. This is all right, Tony. Oh, that's tough. Why are his hands like that?
Because that's what D Wade's.
No, D Wade's hands are facing. Oh, I'll say this, and I know Tony and Mike are going to be dressed up. They commit to these bits.
Hey, dude, somebody said, I don't know who he's supposed
I think Mike's just dressed as an old man.
He looks like, what's his name? Blackstone. That's who he looks like. That's who he might be.
Oh, look at Tony. Tony's out of his house.
Oh,
they got Tony out of the house for PTI
now that I think
today.
about it, he's been out. Now that it's funny you say that. He's been in the studio for a while.
I have never noticed. I'm
Yeah,
literally
now that I
noticing
think
for the
about it,
first time.
He's been in the studio.
I don't think that's I don't know. I don't think that's DC, is it?
Might not be.
If it is, that's a new studio in DC.
Might not
be. Yeah, I don't think it is.
Somebody said on Twitter, and they were right. They said, "Oh, rich people make Halloween look so fun." They get all the makeup artists and all the gear. They just find anything. Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
LeBron, like, I'm gonna be the Joker for Halloween. Give me the guy who did the makeup for Heath Ledger. Give me that guy. Better yet, just get Joaquin Phoenix here to the house.
That's all that happens, and that's what we're gonna do, just to take a picture or two.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's how for
cool,
those. That's
20 grand.
That's how I think starting five opens is LeBron and his Halloween party, which I guess is a really big deal.
I guess so.
It's a big thing.
They're not in LA.
Were you invited?
No, I was never been invited. No,
I don't believe that.
He goes to Mr. Jordan's party.
I mentioned the Cavs just real quick. It was really just the first. The Lakers played well for the last three quarters. They got their ass kicked in the fourth and couldn't make up ground. They kind of just went toe to toe the rest of the game. But when you're down 20, that just amounts to you losing by 20.
Right.
They had I think did I put the numbers in here? Like Cleveland scored 42 to 23 after one. And it was never, and that was it.
I think Cleveland is sneaky.
Sneaky like what?
Sneaky like
what is that?
Better than the Knicks sneaky?
Eastern Conference Finals. They could be a team that gets to the Eastern Conference Finals. You think they could do that?
For what the Knicks are supposed to be, I'd be kind of surprised.
Michael Bridges out here hitting shots again.
Thank God.
Philly
that was
scares,
terrifying.
Philly terrifies me right now.
So wait, in what regard?
Right?
In the regard where they're just not going to be anything good this season.
I mean, we know it's injuries. They lost to Detroit at home last night.
Yeah, it might be injuries, but when is Joe coming back?
I don't even think they know. Nick Nurse, they're sending him to the podium every day now. It's just I don't know.
He goes, no, he don't even do that. They say, Nick, when it comes to Joel, I'm not answering your question. Next. That's what he did yesterday. They go, yeah, when you talk about Embiid, I'm not answering your question. Go ahead, you're next.
Yeah, Philly and the Bucks are looking tough right now.
Man.
Well, I guess I can see Cleveland kind of sneaking in that way, but I can see Cleveland maybe being like the third team this season.
Wait, sneaking? What do you mean sneaking in?
Where they're like, because I expect it to be like Boston, then you throw in New York, Philly. I thought was going to be good. Like Indiana, I could see Cleveland being like the third best team in the East.
I think they will be at least the third best team.
Indiana's one that
I'm gonna give them time. That game yesterday was ugly.
Yeah.
Austin didn't play well at all.
Like
I didn't. Last 2 minutes.
I did not walk away because I did not watch that game live. I watched the version Keith Smith was talking about earlier. I did not walk away from that game feeling good about Indiana. When I saw that they were winning in regulation with 90 seconds left, I thought that it was a double digit. I was like, oh, it's a good win for Indiana. All right, I'll watch this. I'll watch this when this game ends, when this World Series ends, see what happened. And then to find out it went to overtime, I thought was immediately like, yo, Indiana's trash. How did that happen? And I think Jesse's right. Like the Celtics just were like, all right, we'll play now. And they ramped it up. And all of a sudden they're getting stops. They're hitting every shot that they take. Indiana looks lost. They beat the top team in the league. They beat the defending champs. They beat a team that was undefeated going into that game. And I still walked away like, ugh.
Well, you can't.
Oh no!
How much can you believe in them when your best player don't even look that good?
And that's like the other thing. Like Tyrese just doesn't look very good right now.
I think he is. I'm just asking the question: is he the best player right now
on that team? Yeah,
he's better than Pascal.
Yes, I think so.
I think so too. I'm just asking the questions.
Pascal Siakam is Kevin Nash to me.
Oh my,
he's good. He's the 5 moves of doom, and that's it.
Who in the Kevin Nash scenario? Who's Tyrese? Sean?
He's Scott Hall. Isn't that who Scott Hall is?
If we're going just outsiders, I guess he'd be Scott. But yeah, he's Sean, I guess.
Wait a second.
Well, I was thinking because they came.
We're just going off the two.
No. I got what you're doing. In your guys' mind, Scott Hall's above Kevin Nash.
Kevin's bigger. Kevin's better.
Wait, what?
Kevin is better than Scott Hall. Kevin Nash. Like he's
Which one of the two outsiders is bigger to you?
Scott Hall. Scott Hall.
Really?
Scott Hall was and remember we look at things a little different because you guys look at the wrestling. Scott Hall was the star.
No, Scott Hall was a better wrestler. Like, it wasn't even
Yeah.
close. Scott Hall
And he
was
was
a
the
better
star.
wrestler.
He was the star.
Really?
Scott Hall was.
They never
the
put a
star.
belt like a
No,
actual.
I thought Kevin was the star.
What this bad question to ask you, but Kevin, give me 3 quotes from Kevin.
Well,
3 catchphrases that everybody would know.
Well, there's the one that
I don't think
Dame
he had
repeats.
any.
Yeah, and it's
Well,
hey yo.
What's the what?
This is where the
Look
big
at the
boys play.
adjective
Yeah.
play. We ain't here to play. I don't think he
yo.
had any catchphrases though.
I always thought, and I think because wrestling is wrestling.
Val Venus had catchphrases too.
No,
That
that's a
don't
good
mean
point.
nothing.
That's a good point. But Scott was also he was a higher quality.
He was a better wrestler
Yeah.
for sure.
Is than Val, but Scott, because wrestling is wrestling, and he's this big, 7 foot tall guy.
Kevin, yeah.
You know, he's gonna get those opportunities. He's going to when he's in WWF, he's gonna get the title opportunities, even in WCW, because he was orchestrating stuff back there. He would insert himself into those type of conversations. But the star was Scott Hall / Razor Ramon. He was the superstar. Kevin just kind of walked, and he was just a Big Daddy Cool. He put the fist up.
Yeah, it was a tribute to John Carlos and Tommy Smith. That's what he told. That's what he said. It's a true story. That's what he said.
Casey's
Okay,
making a good point.
Yeah. Okay.
The hierarchy and where I don't know about, but Scott was the bigger star.
So Scott and Razor were a bigger star than Diesel and Kevin.
Yeah. And I was a big Diesel fan when he was in.
Can you say that if
I
they never
like-
put the
I-
world title on Scott, though?
I just can't. I just don't see it that way.
I mean,
But you find it at hey yo, one more for the good guys. Whatever. Say hi to the bad guy.
anybody ever impersonate Kevin Nash?
Scott was more established on his. Was Scott more established on his own? I feel like every time, like now, thinking about Kevin Nash is always tied to somebody.
Yeah, Kevin was tied to Sean. Yeah, Scott probably was more established on his own, but I
I don't know if
never
that makes him a
saw
bigger
Scott
star, but-
Scott and Brett main evented at the Arco Arena, that 93 Royal Rumble.
Mm.
Anybody remember that? Other than Razor throwing the toothpick at the kid? I don't remember none of that. I don't like Razor never. I mean, he had a feud with Goldust. I don't remember any of his big stories.
I mean, he had the Shawn Michaels thing.
Yeah, he had the ladder matches.
He had
for sure.
the Shawn Michaels, and then this is so maybe this is minute. Maybe it's not as big as I'm making out to be. But I thought the thing with him and the 1, 2, 3 kid was.
No, that was good stuff. Yeah, when the kid beat him.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was really
yeah,
good
that
stuff.
was
He
good.
got the kid over for sure.
And then he kick-started NWO.
Yeah, he was the first guy. Mhm,
So.
for sure. He was the first guy.
And he was and he was the one that was kind of always on.
This
the
is
mic.
where the big boys play, huh?
It kind of felt like he was the one that was always on the mic and in front and all
Ben,
that.
Ben's little bro asking, was Scott Hall Mexican at all? No, man. No, he was not. When that hair dried, he looked like Magnum PI. Yeah, there was
Man,
nothing
and
there.
no lie, I didn't even learn that till about 5 years ago. So he's
Right.
he's got nothing.
He's just a big white dude. And it's so funny. He did the Razor Ramon character for so long that when he does interviews,
He turned in.
he just talked like Razor. Like, bro, that's not what you sound like.
Oh
man, is not. He's not Cuban. He's not Mexican. He's not Latino. He's nothing. He's a big ass white dude. I think from Georgia or something.
Yeah, fooled the hell out of me for years. But yeah, I think I agree with you guys. Tyrese is the best player on that team, and Indiana, they'll be better. I think they'll be top 6, but I don't think they'll be better than Cleveland.
That's the one I'm getting a little antsy with, the top 6 idea. But we'll see what they wind up doing.
They're still trying to figure out their roster too. I don't think they know what they want with Ben Matherin.
Well, that's a problem.
Well, let me ask.
If
you-
they
I don't know if
what
they have
want,
enough
that's a
room for Ben
problem.
Matherin.
Let me ask you guys a question. They miss Buddy Hield more than they realize.
No, I won't do that. No.
Nah.
Buddy was good
Buddy's
for him.
he was fine for them.
Mhm.
He's singing in in Golden State.
He is.
He was fine for the Pacers though. I think he was only marginally better for Indiana than he was Sacramento.
Mm.
Indiana was a much better basketball team than any basketball team Buddy Hield was on in Sacramento.
Mhm.
And a better coach than any coach Buddy Hield had in Sacramento. So, like what we're seeing now from Buddy, to me, that's even better than he was in Indiana. I don't think they're missing him.
I think Indiana is going to go through.
They're missing Tyrese. That's who they're
Well,
missing.
right.
They're missing Tyrese.
I think Indiana's going to go through what the Kings went through last year.
That's a good call.
The weight of expectations and things just aren't cute anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's something they're going to battle with for a
Yeah.
little while. I think the Kings didn't make top 6. I think the Pacers will, but I think that might be what's going on to start the season. Is like, all right, it's not just cute anymore. Like you're expected to get to, and they probably expect to get further because they went further than that Beam Team 1 went. So
It's tough when the entire league's going after you.
Well,
you know, the young guys want what you got. The older guys are trying to keep what you got or what they got. And like you're just trying to stay hungry and keep going.
Tough, man.
Entire league's after you.
Everybody wants to see us lose.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, real quick before we go to break, because they won again last night. I don't expect anything to happen, but I want to give a shout out to Jordan Poole, man. Another good game last night. He's averaging 22 and a half on the
There
season.
you go.
Beat the Hawks 2 in a row.
There you go. Good for him.
Yeah, shout out Jordan Poole. 22 and a half and 6 assists to start the season.
Kings resume play tomorrow in Atlanta. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Week 9 of the NFL season gets underway tonight. We've got to get to our Week 8 power rankings.
There we go.
It's coming up here. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay, we'll get him right after.
These cookies are fantastic. Wow.
The ones from the little container?
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't bad at all.
Wow. Oh man, salute.
Did Matt George get stuck in Utah? Looking at P-Dub and Scout Recyclers messages.
I don't think he went to Utah, did he?
Oh, maybe they're making jokes and I'm just not in on it.
Yeah, I don't think he went.
Oh no, I read P-Dub's message wrong. I thought it said we were talking about Matt George's day in Utah. Let's see me, Sal. Let's see me.
I don't know why this is funny, but they're let's see this injury report for tomorrow, and it says Bogdan Bogdanovic out right hamstring, DeAndre Hunter out right knee injury, Dyson Daniels out hip flexor, Cody Zeller Kobe Buffkin out right shoulder, Sacramento Devin Carter out left shoulder surgery, Orlando Robinson out left MCL sprain. Mason Jones out G League.
Nice and getting them minutes in. Getting them minutes in.
All right, man. If any of this happens, it'll really piss me off. It really will. Yesterday, we had to listen to, or we read about Patrick Mahomes pushing for a WNBA team in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Now Jason Tatum pushing for one in St. Louis. And it's not them. It's not the cities. Like, yeah, do what you got to do. But if either of those places were to get one before Sacramento, I'd be hot. I'd be pissed off. It's like, come on,
absolutely. Man. Yeah. Also, quick note to Patrick Mahomes and his missus. I think we're coming back, so never mind. I'll finish that sentence. The WNBA players have run owners out of the league before. So if you think the WNBA players would sign off on an owner like her, I wouldn't count on it. I would not count on it.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be
Patrick Mahomes or otherwise. Yeah, Brittany, you can go.
I don't think they'd be feeling that at all. Real quick, we're gonna get to the
and that's just a face. It's not his money. Like he don't have
Right.
money for that. Like that's not what that is. But still,
I just wanted to say real quick, saw a little post that's interesting. Magic Johnson now has 15 rings. He's got 10 as player owner with the Lakers, 1 at Michigan State, 2 as owner of the Dodgers, 1 as Sparks owner, and 1 as LAFC owner.
Okay.
15 rings for Magic. Wow.
Irvin is he's the blueprint, man.
Yes.
He is the blueprint. Let's get Manny in here. Manny, Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Manny, we sincerely apologize for making you wait earlier.
No disrespect, big dog.
Manny, are you there?
Manuel.
Merry Halloween, guys. Merry Halloween.
Okay, dude.
See.
And KC.
Yes, sir.
You are spot on with your costume as the richest man in Elk Grove. I mean, you are dead on with that.
I have. First of all, that's all it would be a costume. It wouldn't be reality. Second of all, I just have an insider's hoodie on.
And it's the free version, too, that Jiffy Lube made for them.
It's just your aura. I'm going to do a little bend real quick. I want to go back. Casey, you had made a point.
I'm sorry.
Keegan earlier.
I'm sorry. You're going to do what?
What'd I say?
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to rewind. And as a podcast journalist, I really liked what you said about Keegan. I think people, fans in Sacramento, are really going to, I think they need to temper their expectations with Keegan, especially after getting DeMar. That's a big jump of somebody you're getting that puts up almost 20 points a game, if not more. You're going to see Keegan a lot this year, just trying to contribute the way he does with a lot of other things, with rebounding. Hopefully, a 3-point shooting goes up a bit. But I think with DeMar being there, I think you're really going to see what Keegan really is as a player, like his career-wise, a little bit more towards the end of where DeMar is with this Kings organization in a couple of years. Because he's going to help that growth tremendously. But I think it's for Keegan, especially with his temperament, he always finds ways to fit in. And it's more about fitting in with this new team. And I think point-wise, I think people have to lower their expectations of what they expect Keegan to contribute point-wise. I think there will be certain games where he can get in that 20 range, but I think he's going to fall more in between that 14 to 15, 16 range overall. And I think anything with that, I think that's a great place for him to be.
I'm with you. I agree. 100%.
Yeah. I wouldn't even, man, I think Manny said, temper your expectations for Keegan, or what you want Keegan to be, or however he phrased it. And it's more like maybe tempering expectations is the wrong phrasing. Maybe it's just, do you watch Keegan Murray and think he's playing well? Right? Like in this current group, there aren't going to be any more. It's not a knock. It's just what we live through. There aren't any more Harrison Barnes disappearing acts. Like DeMar is not going to disappear. DeMar, I think it was the fourth quarter. DeMar was at like 12. And I'm like, man, DeMar, he ain't going to get to 20. It's crazy. It's going to be the first game DeMar doesn't get to 20. He got to 20. Like, these guys don't have disappearing acts like Harrison Barnes did. And so I think the way sometimes we look at the, especially coming off of a loss, we look at that game where, Harrison has no points or he takes 2 shot attempts and he makes 1 and he has 1 rebound or whatever the case may be. And we look at Keegan and, maybe Keegan was, 3 of 12 or something, or 3 of 13. It wasn't the best shooting night. We're like, oh, well, Keegan's got to do more. And we're really frustrated with Harrison Barnes, but we expect better from Keegan. Right. So we're hot at Keegan. Right. I think the way we evaluate Keegan should be entirely different this year because the team is better. Mm-hmm. Kevin, early appearances, is back. And he's off to a decent start after that rough first game. His last 3 games have been really good. DeMar DeAaron and Domas have been fantastic. Mm-hmm. So judging Keegan by the way he plays with this group, I think, is more important than judging Keegan by what we thought he might be.
Right. No, and the question came up for me because, the thought was, oh, Keegan's just going to elevate his game, 17, 18, 19 points per game. And that would be great. But I just don't see that happening. And I look at where he's at right now, 14 and a half or so, 7 rebounds. And if he keeps that up all year long, now he can shoot a little better and those numbers might go up because of that. You know what I mean? Like, he's from the field, he's 41%. I think that's about, he could get a little better, marginally better. But the 3-point percentage, he's at 33. I think he could get that up to like 37. So maybe by virtue of that, his points per game will go up. I don't know what the math is with that, maybe 1.5 points or something like that, or 2 points. If the shooting percentages go up. But in general, I think this is about what he can give you with this group because he's not getting extra shots. He doesn't have to give you 18, 19, 20 points a night for the team to be successful. Like you just mentioned, it was needed last year with a guy like Harrison Barnes around. Mm-hmm. But now you have a more consistent person in that spot in DeMar DeRozan. So he can give you a good 14 and 7 every night. Keegan can, and you'll be good. Like, you actually be really good.
Good stuff there, Manny. If you want to get in on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, you definitely can. 916-909-1320. Matt George will join us coming up in about 25 minutes or so, 20 minutes. Matt will be with us, of course, host of the Locked On Kings. We'll get his thoughts on the first week of Kings basketball here, headed into the Atlanta game tomorrow night. But we got week 9 NFL action tonight. We've got the Jets back in prime time.
Oh, boy. Man, I think for the last time.
That's one time too many.
They say this is a big rich town. Hey. I just come from the poet's part.
Bright lights, city lights, I gotta make it.
Let's get into this here. You want to lead?
Sure.
Because there's going to be some changes in yours.
Well, there's definitely going to be some changes because the number 1 team goes down in my power rankings last week. I had the Ravens as the number 1 team. Just a spoiler alert, they've fallen all the way out of my power rankings.
Wow.
With that loss to Baltimore. I mean, if part of the rankings are how I feel about you and, record and all that other stuff. And I can't, there's some other teams with some really good records that are really good teams. So it knocked them not only out of the top 5, but they weren't even the first team out. So sorry, Ravens. Even though I still believe in you, I got to be fair too. I believe in
a tough loss. You lost to Cleveland.
Yeah, I
believe in Jameis Winston.
I believe in the 49ers. They can't be in my power rankings. So it is what it is. The first team out, I'll go that way. I've got the football team. I've got them as the first team out. I got the Texans at 5. I got the Packers at 4. Got the Packers making their debut in my power rankings. I've got the Steelers also making a debut in my power rankings. They're at 3.
Wow, yeah. All the way up at 3.
Yeah, I think it's a different
and
team.
And we can't gloss over the fact that the Packers are in here.
The Packers are in there. But I think the Steelers are a different team with Russell Wilson behind center or under center. I think they're different. I got them at 3. I got the Lions at 2, and I got the Chiefs at 1.
Wow, you got the Steelers all the way up at 3.
2 teams fell out The Vikings fell out after their loss to the Rams,
Mhm.
and the Ravens fell out. And the Steelers were a first team out last week.
Oh man.
Packers kind of came out of nowhere, but they're playing good football.
So last week I had the football team as the first team out. I had Texans at 5, Vikings at 4, Lions 3, Ravens 2, Chiefs at 1. Oh man. Okay. So I got the Vikings, they're out, but I have them with the Steelers as the first out. That's cheating. I'd put the Steelers at first.
Well, I did it last week.
Yeah, I'd put the Steelers at first, but the Vikings are right there. They've earned the right to have a bad week. I kept well,
it's their second loss.
It is. We'll see how they respond.
Okay.
Because if they don't respond, then the conversations on the Vikings completely changes. I kept the Texans at 5 headed into tonight's game. As much as it makes me want to vomit, I don't like this game for the Texans. It's in New York. It's a short week. They lost Diggs. Nico's still out.
True.
I don't like it. It's a Thursday night game. I want them to win desperately. I don't love this game. I'll stay away from Prize Picks and anything in this game tonight. I don't like it. Thursdays can be sketchy, but they could be sketchy the other way. Like maybe, Houston comes out on fire. But I kept them at 5. Not overly impressed by them. Still like them. CJ still my guy. So I kept them at 5. Much like you, moved the Packers into this conversation. Got the Packers at 4. Big difference between me and you. You have the Steelers at 3 with the football team as the first team out. I have the Steelers as the first team out with the football team at 3. Maybe I'm riding the glory of the Hail Mary, or maybe I'm reading too much into what I thought was a big win against Chicago. I'm not really sure. But I got the Commanders there at number 3 with the Lions at number 2. They're knocking on the door very loudly for number 1. But Kansas City is still undefeated. They're the reigning defending Super Bowl champions. So they are still number 1. I got the Chiefs at 1, the Lions at 2, the Commanders at 3, the Packers at 4, the Texans at 5, with the Steelers and Vikings knocking on the door.
We got what we would call here in D-Lo KC a top 5 matchup, top 5 showdown on Sunday. I didn't realize till yesterday that these two teams were playing, but that's a good game. Lions at Packers. Jordan Love probably, I don't know, I shouldn't say that, but he hasn't practiced, I think, all week. So he might not play in that game. The Lions at Packers.
Jordan Love on the field today. I don't know if he practiced. Jordan Love, of course, all players are like this, felt really good about playing, about playing this weekend. Again, that's Jordan Love. That's not Matt LaFleur. That's not anyone else. A player is always going to want to play. I would think we get an alert similar to what we got with Jaden last week. I think Jordan's going to play.
Gotcha.
We'll see, though. We'll see.
Secure
That's a big-time matchup, though.
In the Matthews matchup, Shadi House says Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs were seen participating in practice today. So that's a good sign for that. That's a good sign. I also fibbed just a little bit. The Jets.
Yes, Jimmy Butler and Karl Anthony Towns did, in fact, speak before shoot-around or before tip-off.
The Jets actually have one more primetime game left. Yikes.
So you got my hopes up, is what you're saying.
And this game's awful, too. I wonder, this might be around flex time, though. This might be around flex time.
It's no flex zone.
No flex.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Very good. Very good.
It's in 2 weeks. It's week 11. That's what makes me think it could be in flex zone.
Week 2 should be flex zone. Like, no, this is ass. Get this team out of here.
It's Jets Colts on Sunday Night Football. That's got to be in the flex zone.
Jets Colts?
Yeah. That has to be.
Yeah.
It's week 11. There's only 18 weeks. It's got to be in the flex zone.
Let me ask you something. Everybody does week whatever overreactions on Mondays. We don't. We push it off till Thursday. Are the Denver Broncos a good football team? If I said, hey, Broncos are a good football team, is that an overreaction?
It's not an overreaction. I don't know if you'd be right.
I died a little bit when I said it out loud.
It's
but
not an overreaction. Who did they they played the Panthers, and you heard that one of the Panthers players pulled up on Sean Payton?
What do you mean? He did
After
what?
the game, he pulled up on him because he's like, hey man, you trying to show us up? Like what you trying to do? And I'm not exactly sure how that went, but well, he didn't punch him, but yeah, he pulled up on him a little bit.
Oh, I don't like that. That's not okay. I don't like Sean Payton. I don't like that.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not okay if he is trying to run up the score.
Well,
yeah,
then stop him.
I'm gonna have a conversation about
for what?
Well, no,
I hate this. Don't do this.
No. Okay, so if the game is 30-10 with 2:30 left in the game, and they drop back and they're making passes, I'm like, all right, settle down.
It's 28-14.
No, I'm just giving you a hypothetical. I don't know. Like,
yeah, who cares?
I would
intercept the pass. Then
we'd have a conversation like, why? Why are you doing that?
Because I want to. My quarterback needs the reps. I got a rookie quarterback that needs to throw the football.
Okay. I'll see you again.
You're 1-7, bitch. You won't see me again.
No.
Move along. Out of my face. Are you making me defend Sean Payton in the year of 2024? Are you making me defend Sean Payton?
If that's the case, all right. I'll see you again.
And what's that mean? What are you gonna do? We're gonna do. Hey, you couldn't do anything this game.
Okay.
Get a stop, jackass. You on the Panthers. You ain't never gonna see me again.
Okay. 3 years later, when I see you again, and I knock the bejesus out of your quarterback,
it's good, ho. You ain't gonna be in the
said.
league in 3 years.
Remember what was said?
That's whack.
Yeah, remember what was said. And then I can't even ask you about
you
it.
see this? This dude got me defending Sean Payton on the great holiday of Halloween.
I feel like you've been on his side a few times this
Yeah, I
season.
think that's his boy.
What are you talking about?
Not like you're Sean Payton's boy, but like you've just been on that side a few times this season.
No.
Maybe it's the Broncos side or
No,
what?
No.
I'm impartial. I'm just telling you what I've seen.
That didn't happen. I have not been on Sean Payton's side in anything. I'll recognize that, hey, maybe the Broncos are a little bit better than I thought.
See, that's the thing. We just
they're 5-3. They're clearly better than I thought they would be.
Yeah, all of us, I think.
Yeah.
But this whole run up the score, bitch, get a stop. Shut up. You're on a 1-7 football team. Do something.
What's up with that?
Hey, my quarterback needs reps.
What you mean he needs reps? He had the whole damn game to get reps.
We out here running the offense.
We had the whole damn game to get reps.
I'm out here running my offense. It's 28-20.
And
It's 28-14. You're the only team that scored in the fourth quarter. I got to get some points on the board.
It might have been 28-7. That's probably what happened. I'm like, oh, okay.
There's no
All
such
right. I remember that.
running up the score. That's not
That's
real.
dumb, man. What you
mean it's not real?
It's not real, bro. Just play. Stop
dumb.
sucking. Stop being bad.
It's a professional football team. There's a real Reese ain't out there. What are you talking about?
That's almost a disservice to your own
Who
team.
did that? Who pulled up on Sean Payton?
We'll figure
I don't even know. Can I? Who pulled up? Black Google. Who pulled up on Sean Payton?
It was J.C. Horn, right? The corner for the Panthers.
Is that who it was?
Pretty sure, yeah.
No, it actually worked.
Yeah.
I actually got the result. What actually happened between Sean Payton and J.C. Horn? Oh, let me see. Hold on. I think I got the clip here.
But once again, like I said, you can have whatever reasoning you want.
Oh, and Sean went after him. Sean's like, "What you want to do?"
First of all, you shut the hell up because you ain't taking none of these hits out here.
No, JC.
If we really gonna hit, then
JC.
Then let's go, Sean.
JC yelling at him like a little whiny girl, and Sean followed him like, "You want to talk about it?" Because JC walked away. JC's whack. You want to talk to him? Talk to him. You yelled at him and walked away because the whole team started coming this way. If you wanted to talk to Sean Payton about what he was doing, you should stay there and talk to him.
I agree with that. but I can ask
Got me
you.
out here. This is ridiculous.
I can ask you. We can talk about it.
He didn't do that. He walked away.
I'm just telling you. I can ask you about it in a situation like that. We're gonna talk about it.
Doesn't look like he's asking anything.
I want to know what your answer is. I want to know what your thought is.
He didn't. I don't think he asked anything. He started yelling. Sean's looking at him, and then he turned around and walked away, and Sean followed him.
Sean wanted to smoke.
But then he went to see coach is like, what happened? The Panthers coach, whoever that is, he looks like a child. What's his name again?
Dave Canales. David or Dave?
All right, I'll trust you.
He can come in these studios right now, and
is that Trista's boy?
John.
Is that
John,
Trista's guy? Remember when Trista was like, "Oh no, Dave"? What was it?
I think it is.
I think it's Trista's guy. Yeah. Panthers coach Dave Canales. Oh yeah, that's Trista's guy. Yeah, for sure. Dave's like, "What's going on?" And Sean, I don't know what Sean Payton said, but he didn't say much, and he turned around and walked away.
Yeah, we could talk about it though. Give me your answer, and if I like it,
he said you tried to. I found a TikTok video. I found like the Legends version on TikTok.
Oh,
you tried to run up the score. That's all that was. That's all that's there. Yeah. So what? Oh, it must suck being a Carolina Panther, man.
So let me ask you this: if say 3 years from now, J.C. Horn is still there, and they're playing Sean Payton, and they're up 44-10, and it's 5 minutes to go, and J.C. like, nope, we still running. Go run up the score. We passing. I'm getting 50. After I get this touchdown, I'm getting in your face. We talking about it. You good with that, right?
Sean Payton's not going to care, bro. I just realized Miami ran up 70 in his face last year. He doesn't care.
That's why I'm just and as long as Sean
that was funny.
Yeah, like Sean doesn't care, bro. Like now I think about it.
And if Sean is like that, I'm with that. All I say is if it comes back the same way, don't get upset. That's all I say. Because I'm that type. Yeah. Like you run the score up.
Let's be real, JC. Y'all couldn't score. Y'all couldn't run up the score in a season, much less a game.
Okay. I'm
Who's in the center for y'all right now?
See, look, I'm gonna be JC Horn. I remember all these little jokes. I'm gonna be talking crazy.
Honestly,
I'm gonna be talking crazy. I don't want nobody in their feelings when I start talking crazy. If we get good, I'm telling you.
If we get good,
I'm telling you, I don't want nobody in their feelings because I'm talking about mamas and everything. JC, so don't get upset.
JC, what team you gonna be on next year, dog?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Tell your dad I said hi. Keep it moving.
If I'm not on the Panthers and I go to a better team and I start talking crazy, you better sit up there and just enjoy the show. Don't get mad when I start talking crazy because y'all talking crazy right now.
What is running up the score though? Like they should just run the football.
Talking.
They should.
I don't know what happened. I didn't watch the game, but
that's what I'm saying though. Like run up the score means like you're throwing, stealing, all that.
Yeah, if you have 3 scores with 2 minutes to go, yeah, just run. Just run.
I don't.
And if you break the tackle and go for the touchdown, that's not running up the score. But we not.
Or you
running our best pass.
Or you get conservative, turn the ball over, they run it back, and all of a sudden it's a tie game or a 1-score game.
Well, that's
because you got all conservative.
That's not running.
No, what I'm saying is you play until the game is over.
Yeah, Carolina's gonna have some pride, to be honest. Just don't get beat.
You
like
teaching
that.
Reese to pull back when it's a 14-point game, man.
No, not when it's not a 14-point game. That's not running up the score. I'm giving. I don't know what. I didn't watch that game, so I don't know what J.C. Horn is that upset about.
He's upset because
I'm not picking J.C. Horn's side in this situation.
Not what it sounds like.
I'm just telling you that we could have a conversation though if I feel that way.
But he didn't have a conversation. He yelled something in the
That's why I'm not picking his side because he didn't handle it the right way. He should have sat there, and if he had questions to answer, ask the question.
I can't believe I got a Google result when I asked who pulled up on Sean Payton. That's tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. But we're all in agreement. Denver's a good football team.
Yeah.
Let me ask you another.
They're okay. They're average.
They're good.
They're average.
They're okay to good.
They're average.
Good's above average.
Good's above average.
Are they?
I mean, 2 games above 500.
Okay, so instead of what are the Eagles?
They're good. They're good. Yeah,
they're a good team.
Are they someone to watch for?
Yeah.
Watch for what?
Like getting back into the conversation.
I'm not there yet.
I think they're starting to play better football.
I'm almost there. I hate it. Yeah, I'm with Jesse.
Jalen's playing really good.
I'm with Jesse. Like I'm almost there.
They're starting to clean it up now. I think. I don't know who to
In
credit for
spite
that,
of,
but
you
yeah,
know who.
yeah.
Jalen's playing really good right now. He's balling. Last 2-3 games or so.
Anytime you got Saquon, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, like Jalen's a good quarterback. Defense is still good. I think. Like you're gonna.
The defense is good. That's the
They got the Jaguars at home this week.
Everybody plays these sorry ass teams with the 49ers every time. Like, oh, Packers, they're playing the Colts this week. Niners, they're playing the 93 Cowboys.
To be fair, just don't blow 10-point leads in the fourth.
2024 Cowboys.
We did.
You said it was Pepto Cowboys.
Yeah,
What are you talking
You
about?
played literally the team.
What are you talking about?
Look at our schedule for the second half. I bet you go to Eagles schedule. It's a bunch of the Colts and Titans. And
I
all
don't
this
think
other
that's
stuff.
even possible.
Yeah, Casey's acting like, no, dude, I'm not gonna
That's
let
all
you
that
do
ever
this.
happens,
Nah.
man. That's all that ever happens. Niners being last place and play a first place schedule, man. How's this happen?
Play the Patriots, Jets, Rams, and Cardinals. I'm not gonna let you do this on this show.
Cardinals are in first place.
Barely.
The who did I click on? Philadelphia's got the Jaguars this week, which we pointed out. They got the Cowboys, and then the football team after that, the Rams, the Ravens, your Panthers.
Oh, how are they playing the Panthers this year? How does that happen? How are they playing the Panthers?
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here. The first three of the four first games of the season, they played Atlanta, New Orleans, and Tampa Bay. So I'm just guessing here. I'm just guessing. They got Pittsburgh. They actually have 2 with Washington left. They have 2 with Dallas left. They got a Pittsburgh game in there as well. Yeah, it's not Murderer's Row. I'll say that.
Happens all the time. Look at the Packers schedule.
You do know how scheduling works.
The
right?
Colts, the Titans.
Why
the
is
Jets.
everybody playing the Colts?
The Packers probably playing the Jets twice. That's probably what they get. Oh, we're gonna make the Jets a divisional opponent this year for you, Green Bay. Go ahead. While the Niners, they're gonna have to play the Ravens 3 times. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
You're ridiculous. And for the record, the Packers have Detroit, San Francisco, Detroit twice. They have Minnesota. They got Seattle. This show went to hell the second Kevin came in and addressed, man. Matt George joins us next here on ESPN 1320. Oh, my goodness. We got all these screens open. Close out some of these screens. Let's see. You know what? Where'd that question go? Someone just asked if Matt's going to come in and do it. I didn't even compute that. I wonder if Matt's dressed up for things for Halloween. Lashley on. Oh, really? I did not, Tyler. I did not. I was kind of wrapped up in that game and didn't really. Normally, I have the computer open for stuff like that, but last night just didn't really work for that. I had no idea he showed up. I don't love it, but I'm glad he's got a place to be. Hopefully they do right by him. I think he's pretty. He's cool. Okay, what the fuck is going on today? Look at your boy. No, wait a second. No, hold on a second. No. Let me explain what's going on. I don't even know where that feature is anymore. No, that's okay. Everybody's off today. This is fun. I don't know where that so you can see what you're actually doing. Maybe it's gone, but his name display says it's terrific. Hello, Matthew.
I work with a bunch of children. Bunch of jackasses. I love Sean Payton.
Oh.
No, this is good. No, this is good. No, this is good. This is fine. No, this is good. No, this is good. No, it's fine. I'm just a broadcast journalist. Just a broadcast journalist. No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Oh, we even got the juice.
Oh no! Oh.
No, everybody's funny today. Everybody's funny today. Matt George joins us. I believe I'm going to hit what button? This button? Yeah, he joined us in a sleeveless shirt.
Sleeveless shirt.
Some green juice.
The guns are out.
Some jewelry. He's got his glasses on. He's drinking green juice. And he's who are you as Halloween today?
Hi, I'm Damian Barling, D'Lo and Casey. Bunch of jackasses, all you. Bunch of jackasses. I'm just a broadcast journalist. I hate fun. All right. I went to Disneyland. Okay. I went to Disneyland. I only had a good time because Katie was there. Disneyland sucked. It was fine, but it sucked. I hate Matt George. The other station. Oh, at the other station. At the other station. You never. You know what they like at the other station? Aaron Rodgers. They like Aaron Rodgers at the other station. Jackass. I hate Aaron Rodgers.
All right, man.
Okay. It's the hottest costume of Halloween. Everybody's D-Lo. That's how you know he's a star, man. That's how you know he's a star.
Oh man,
Spirit Halloween was all out of Kenny Garraway.
I can't believe you said I hated Disneyland and only had fun because Katie was there.
She likes The Office. I was watching The Office. No, this is good. No, this is good. No, this is good.
Is that really my thing? Do I say that a lot?
A bunch of children.
Oh, that's a quotable. That's a D-Lo quotable.
Oh man,
This juice is made from my lawn, my front lawn. This is my grass on my front lawn that I blended up. I was up at 3 a.m. this morning working out. I went to bed at 8 p.m. because I'm a child. Left the Kings game at halftime. Don't matter. I don't care.
Oh my God. Come on, man. Wow.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh.
It's low-key good, by the way. Whatever this is good.
I am crying. Okay. Whew. All right, Matt. That was funny. That was funny, Matt.
Don't call me Matt. Don't call me Matt. I'm not Matt. I don't like that guy. Wouldn't play Prince songs when I wanted it.
Well, it was once. It was a long time ago, Matt. It's like 9 years ago. It's fine.
I like Sean Payton.
Stop saying that. Now you got to stop doing that.
Crazy.
Oh man. Sean Payton said I go to bed at 8 because I'm a child. Goodness gracious. All right, Matt. You got to legit laugh at me. That's funny.
Happy Halloween, guys. I was so pissed. I found out like Kyle. They said Kyle dressed up as Damon. It's like, well, damn it. There goes my bit.
Oh man. Okay. You got me, Matt. That was very funny. You got me. That's funny. Matt
You're
George.
onto something with this green juice, though. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. Well, where did you get it from?
I don't know. It's just naked green machine. I don't know.
There's probably a bunch of fruit and good stuff in there. So that's good stuff. Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10 with us here. Matt, I guess this is our first time talking since the season started, right? Yeah. Last time we talked, it was opening night. Teams now 4-4. They're headed to Atlanta. Overall, Matt, we've kind of been of the opinion, like even with a 2-2 record, not that we're celebrating that, but overall, it feels like the Kings played pretty well in all 4 of those games.
Yeah, I mean, you can essentially look at the 4 games and go, you lost close games to 2 good teams, and then you dominated 2 teams you're supposed to beat, which arguably it's funny because you see whether it's fans of other teams or interactions that you have on social media, and it's people going, oh yeah, you only beat the teams you're supposed to beat. And in Sacramento, that's a big deal. That's a good thing compared to how this team struggled over the last couple of seasons with bad teams. So I think you should overall feel more positive than negative. There are certainly some things that are concerning, but I don't think there's any, like, there's ways to look at how the Kings struggled throughout those first 2 games and say they could obviously get better. And then you look at how the Kings struggled and say, okay, I don't know how much it could get worse, right? And the offense itself it shouldn't be falling off a cliff for any reason. There's nothing that they're doing offensively that isn't sustainable. And in fact, it can improve. You can improve upon it by the 3-point shooting too. So like it was the first 2 games, I was a little bothered by those 2 runs that happened in those 2 games. I mean, 21-0 run, even if LeBron James looks like he's 28 years old again, that can't happen. You can't give up 44 points in the 4th quarter, regardless of who you're playing. That could never happen. So I was a little bothered after that. But what I liked is that the words that De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Huerter used after the Portland game that they also carried into the Utah game that I think is actually like a key to the success of this team this season is they played desperate and they didn't allow their opponent to outwork them. And that second part, the not allowing themselves to get outworked, like that is how this team can be the best version of themselves. Doesn't mean they're going to win every single night because shots have to fall and certain things, the ball might not bounce your way. But if the Kings refuse to let anybody outwork them, this is kind of what Mike Brown was preaching all preseason, right? If they crash the boards continuously over the course of a 48-minute game to where it exhausts their opponents. If they get out and transition to a point where it exhausts their opponent, you're almost like stealing the heart and soul, or you're taking the wind out of their sails. Just exhaust them, like beat them up almost in that sense. So if the Kings refuse to let any team outwork them, they should handle their business against the bad teams, and they should be competitive against any good team to great team in the league.
Now, see, I agree with everything you're saying, and I look at it like this. I think they're going to end up just beating the hell out of these bad teams a lot of the times. Obviously, you're going to have these games where it's going to be a close one, or they'll lose a game against a team they should. But for the most part, because of the way they go about their business on the offensive end, and I think what's going on the defensive end, especially when you can get Keon Ellis involved in there, I think it's the real deal. I think they're going to just kind of suffocate these teams that don't have the talent to match up with them, especially on the offensive end. And I think they're not only going to win these games against teams that are lesser than them. I think it's going to be kind of like what we saw against Portland and Utah on a regular basis.
I love the word that you used, suffocate. And I think you used that word yesterday too. And that's exactly how that Utah game went. Because the Jazz got off to a good start in that game. And then the Kings built a double-digit lead. And then the Jazz started the second quarter and got that double-digit lead down to like 4 or 3. And then the Kings built it back up to like 9 or 10 at half. And then the Jazz got off to a good start in the third quarter. This was after Lauri Markkanen went out, and they got it to within like 7 or 6 or 5. Like they're in the realm of it. Could potentially come back and make a game of it. And then the Kings put that game away, right? And I look at it in twofold. One, like you weather the storm. That's a sign of a good team. You weather the storm on the road, at home, doesn't matter. You weather the storm. But the second part of that too is, Casey, kind of going back to what I was talking about earlier. Like, remember when the Warriors would do that to the Kings? Remember when all these teams that would do that to Sacramento, to where the Kings would have, think about the third quarter of the Timberwolves game to open up the season. Kings dominate for basically the entire quarter, right? They build a big lead. We're feeling good. And all that hard work is erased like that. Just gone. One big run. And this was the Warriors' specialty when Mike Brown was there as an assistant coach. Right. You would be beating the Warriors for 35 minutes and be up double digits on them. And Steph would hit 3 threes in the span of 45 seconds, and it's a 1-point game where the Warriors have the lead. And that was just exhausting. And I look at how the Sacramento Kings are trying to crash the offensive glass, and I think back to how many times has Josh Hart grabbed so many offensive rebounds against the Kings to where you would hear, like, think back to the playoffs, Kevon Looney, and the amount of second chance opportunities he opened up to where the crowd was audibly groaning, like, oh my, like that frustration. Players feel that frustration too. So if the Kings can be that kind of team that suffocates their opponents, that frustrates them, that just keeps making those big plays and keeps doing those little things to where it, again, like takes the wind out of your opponent's sails, like winning the mental game as well as the physical game, I think that can be a key to success for Sacramento.
What do you did a podcast with Will Z yesterday?
Yeah.
Kind of breaking down, to steal your words, kind of what's real and what's not here with what we've seen from the Kings so far through 4 games. What really stood out to you in your conversations with the stat god, Will Z?
Well, other than that, Will is phenomenal. And he's great. And he also introduced me to his new like spreadsheet that he's doing, which you guys should check out on Twitter.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. It's dense. But what I told him that I love about it is as media, we get these media guides every time we go to games, and they have all these numbers since the dawn of time. And you have to know where to look and how to, and even if you go to NBA.com, all the numbers you want are there. You just have to search through the 10 billion categories to try and find it. Will puts it all on one page for you. So it looks overwhelming, but if you know what to find, it's there for you. Will does a phenomenal job with that. He does that all by himself. So 1, Will is fantastic. 2, like, look, 4 games is a small sample size, but I host a daily podcast talking about the Kings. What the hell you want me to do? You guys got to do it, baby. We got to break down what we've seen. Yep. So we've seen great stuff. We've seen some not so great stuff. What do we think is real? What do we think is not? A great example is Domantas Sabonis is leading the Kings in scoring through 4 games. Domantas Sabonis is shooting over 50% from 3-point range through 4 games. So we could talk about like what's real and what's not. I don't think Domas is going to shoot over 50% from 3-point range this season. I don't think De'Aaron Fox is going to shoot over 90% from the free throw line this season like he's currently doing. But what's real, I think, is Sabonis has this newfound understanding of how he can attack and be more aggressive offensively and score and when to do it. And De'Aaron plus the Sacramento Kings in general have found that while they aren't going to be the best free throw shooting team in the NBA, I guess I don't imagine you're going to go from worst to best in 1 year. That's one hell of a swing. But the Kings can carry themselves through portions of games like that first half against Portland, where that game felt like it was being played in the freaking mud. That game had no rhythm. The fouls were ridiculous. Like, it was an ugly basketball game. And yet the Kings maintained and sustained a lead pretty much the entire time because they hit like 17 or 18 free throws in the first half. And then their offense finally got going in the third quarter. So I guess taking from my conversation with Will and looking at the numbers, those two things right there, Domantas Sabonis' scoring and the Kings' free throw shooting is something that is off to a great start now, that even if it comes down to earth or back down to earth a little bit, it's not going to plummet to where it was. It's sustainable. What the Sacramento Kings are getting out of these guys and their free throw shooting is sustainable. And that was kind of the takeaway that we had from most of the good things about what the Kings have been doing, especially offensively. Nothing that they're doing is out of their mind. They're not shooting 55% from three every night. They're not. They're shooting fine. They can shoot better. And their offense looks this good. So pretty much everything that the Kings are doing right, it can still get better at times, and it's sustainable, I feel.
What do you think about the defensive end? Do you because I think there's numbers that point to them, being a really good defensive team. You kind of watch them and they look like they've improved on the defensive end. Do you think that's just a small sample size, or are you kind of buying that they're a better defensive team than they were a year ago, or that people are even giving them credit for right now?
I think, again, it falls into this like smothering your opponents or like taking the wind out of their sails. The Sacramento Kings are not going to shut anybody down, I don't think. But deflections, the high deflection rate, very, very very possible to continue. The Kings are forcing a ton of turnovers. Like every single team the Kings are playing, and this goes back to the preseason too, they're turning the ball over a lot. Now, I'm interested to see if that trend continues once we get out of the early stages of the season and teams get more settled in a little bit, if that trend kind of goes down a little bit. But if Sacramento can be disruptive, that's the word. If they can be disruptive by deflecting passes, even if the pass still gets through or they don't turn the ball over, but they just deflect passes. And Kevin Huerter's been doing a fantastic job of this, by the way. Or force turnovers and use that to get out in transition. Or at the very least, do what Mike Brown has been asking for years, which is guard with your chest. Don't guard with your arms, guard with your chest. What does that do? If I guard with my chest, you now have to work harder to go through me instead of going past me or around me. You got to work harder. If the Kings can just make a team work harder on the offensive end, then they're going to be better, I think, baseline. They're still going to struggle defensively. They're still going to have their issues. They got to find a way to clean up these big runs that they're allowing teams to go on that are still happening. And that was a problem from last year.
Yeah.
But I think, again, what we're seeing on the defensive end in terms of the disruption, the deflections, the hustle, I think Kevin Huerter's been playing fantastic defense over the last 2 games, and he's been doing it by not playing out of his mind, but just doing what the team has been asking him to do, which is guard with his chest. And then you have Keon Ellis, who honestly, the biggest concern that I have to start this season, guys, is Mike Brown's comments before the Portland game saying that Keon is going to be a situational rotation player. How? Every time the guy plays, he's impactful. Something happens. And you look at his stat lines, and maybe he's not scoring more than 3 or 4 points, but you'll typically see 1 or 2 steals, a block. You'll see a high or a low defensive rating, which lower is better in defensive rating. Like that, Keon just gets stuff done. So I think this Kings team is loaded with players that on the defensive end can just get stuff done. They won't be a great defensive team. They won't shut anybody down, but they have the capability to be disruptive. And that can be good enough with the offense to make you a good to great team in the West.
Man, there was a lot there talking about the defensive. No, it's good stuff. Let's center on Keon for a second, because I know the situational thing kind of raised a lot of eyebrows because obviously of what he did last year. It feels like, Mike has kind of gotten, and this is the way it should be, and hopefully this is the way that the next couple of games look, is the Kings got up 20 plus on Portland. They got up 20 plus on Utah. and Mike talked a lot about rotations, and he's got to figure out his rotations and how to do certain things. And you can do different rotations when you're up 20.
Right.
And I wonder if just getting Keon out there on the floor and giving Mike, I know it sounds crazy, a reminder of what Keon can do out there. Yeah, maybe that does change the situational thing into, yeah, we probably do need to get Keon out there. He could do some things for us on the defensive end in small spurts. And as Keith Smith pointed out when he was with us earlier, what the Kings do on the offensive end is probably not going to lack with Keon out there. You're not going to be asking Keon to do a ton offensively. He's got to do a lot, in my opinion, of what Keith said Keegan's got to do. Defend and hit the open shot. Yeah. We know Keon's capable of hitting the open shot. He just doesn't get as many as everybody else.
Look, you're starting the season, and your big threes, they're all averaging 20-plus points per game. And I don't think that's absurd to believe. I think that's going to be necessary throughout a vast majority of the season because if we're being honest, like the Kings don't have a ton of offensive depth. At the top, they're extremely offensively gifted. But when you get into past like Malik Monk, the depth offensive rotation is not great. I mean, Keon is over 40% three-point shooter, so he can space the floor. Trey Lyles is probably the best other offensive option the Sacramento Kings can have, but we know it can be kind of come and go. Plus, Trey is being asked to play kind of an enforcer role. Trey's being asked to crash the glass a lot and be kind of aggressive offensively. So Trey's being asked to do a lot in addition to space the floor and score. Then after that, I mean, Jordan McLaughlin, Alex Len, like these are guys that play a role. Doug McDermott is a straight scorer, but I don't think he's going to play regularly enough to make that big of an offensive impact, right? For the most part, outside of the top 6 of this roster, they're not known for their offense, which is fine. So that's where I don't buy any sort of concern about Keon's offense in his playing time. And funny enough, I'm using Mike Brown's words there. Because if you go back to preseason and training camp, Mike Brown is the one to point out, yeah, Keon Ellis works because Keon Ellis doesn't require the shots that these other guys require. Again, like to me, from Mike Brown's words and Mike Brown's actions don't always mix. And I know Mike Brown is an incredibly bright man and an incredibly bright coach. I also think Mike is playing the game a little bit. And I think back to before the Golden State Warriors playoff series, the amount of times we were at, this is like Chris Biederman's thing with the Sac B. The amount of times we would ask Mike, hey, do you feel like you have any kind of advantage because you know this team so well? Mike would downplay it all the time. Nope. I had no. I'm just, they're a great coach. I'm focused on the Kings. No. And then like Biederman would kind of ask him a follow-up, or when we'd get out of the scrum, Biederman would say like, really, coach, really? And Mike would kind of give him kind of a smile and a little slap on the back or something like that. I think Mike's kind of playing the game a little bit too. I think Mike knows he has egos to manage. I think he knows that Kevin Huerter is a very important piece of this team and wants to make sure that Kevin feels like Kevin has a place here and that he can get Kevin back to the confidence that Huerter had 2 years ago. I think he also knows how valuable Keon Ellis is just a throw him in there and kind of let him go and kind of Tasmanian devil almost in that sense. So I think Mike is playing the game a little bit, balancing some things a little bit, but I don't see a scenario. Like, to me, Keon Ellis not playing in the Laker game is inexcusable. If Keon played, does LeBron not go on a 21-0 run or 16-0 run by himself? No. Like, Keon's not stopping LeBron James. So I'm not saying they lost the game because Keon didn't play. But what's the point of having this piece that fits so well with what we believe the Mike Brown style to be, and you don't put him in there?
You know what's funny about what you just did? You can't tell me LeBron didn't score all 21 of those points.
Felt like it.
Like, we credit it. Yeah, it was a Lakers 21-0 run. It sure as hell felt like it was a LeBron 21-0 run.
Which, by the way, AD needs to be
perfect in that quarter too.
AD needs to buy LeBron a drink for helping him end that streak. I know AD hit that big three, and it was a hell of a shot because Sabonis closed out on that three actually perfectly. It was a hell of a shot that AD hit that three to kind of ice it. Although the Kings were still in it after that. But LeBron got them back into that game when De'Aaron Fox hit that look away pull-up three to end the third quarter. Whew, I thought like, oh, you just stole the heart out of LA. That was cold. Jason Anderson got a video of that. If you haven't seen it, go and look at Jason Anderson's video. That ball is just starting its arc, and Fox is turning around and walking up the court. Oh, nasty work.
Yeah. So, but you mentioned, and I was thinking the same thing before you mentioned it. You know, if Keon plays in that Lakers game, I'm not even sure. Well, he Mike talked about it after, and that added fuel to the fire as well. But if he plays 10 minutes in that game, it doesn't feel like we're having this discussion. And I'll give Mike a little leeway. Like when you talk about playing the game, I give him a little leeway where in that
video's nasty.
Yeah,
I just saw it for the first time.
Yeah.
That video is
Check it
nasty.
out.
He's shooting it from the opposite side, so you see the back of De'Aaron. You see the ball in the air, and De'Aaron. Oh, that is nasty, J.A.
Can you put it up on the screen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring it up on
absolutely.
screen. Chatty House got to see it.
Give me a second as I interrupted Casey there talking, but let me pull up Jason Anderson. That's a good call. I don't know how I missed this video. Jason. Yeah, Jason kind of bodied this one.
See,
perfect angle. I thought for sure. Oh, Kings won the
Curry
game.
does
after
that.
that.
It's all over the place.
Yep.
Right?
It's the same thing.
Right? Hold on.
It's amazing when Steph does it too, but it's just
I'm ready. I'm not prepared, Matthew.
That's okay.
You could work that into next year's impersonation. I'm unprepared. Nope, ignore that. Now I'm just pressing buttons, Matt.
I don't know how to run my show. I don't know technology.
Thank you. I think
I'm just a
not-
broadcast journalist.
That's it.
This is the
That's
Aaron
it.
Rodgers of computers. I hate it.
Oh.
Here's Fox's 3 from JA's view for those who hadn't seen it. Woo!
Oh, nasty.
Yak.
Runner, I'm sorry, man. We're gonna watch it one more time. Bop, bop. Bop. Turn around.
Yak.
Come on, man.
He knew it.
Don't mess
He
with
knew
this
it.
boy.
He knew it.
Mess with that boy. Man,
That
De'Aaron's
was
cold.
nasty. Yeah, I thought the
that's-
game was over when he hit that too.
Yeah, I thought so. And then LeBron said, "Nope, we're not doing that."
LeBron James, real quick. But what I was saying about Keon though, and Mike playing the game and talking the way he talks, it was the second game of the season. You signed this guy Jordan McLaughlin. Let me see him real quick.
Sure.
Let me see him. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's ever going to be, shouldn't say ever, but more times than not, it's going to be tough to get both Keon and McLaughlin in a regular game, like not a blowout, right? So second game of the season, I played Keon in the opening night. I didn't play Jordan. Let me see what Jordan's got. And I think that might have been where Keon's minutes went that particular night. And it just so happened Kings lost. Keon got no minutes. But I say all that to say, maybe Keon's part of this. He's part of the rotation. He is part of the rotation. Mike just had to get Jordan in there to see what it looked like real quick. And maybe he didn't like it and is ready to go back to what he was doing.
And this is like one of the things I genuinely believe with Mike. I genuinely believe over the first week of this season, he's had a hard time with his minutes sheet. And he's talked about that a lot. Like, I know nobody wanted DeMar DeRozan to play 40 plus minutes that first game. Keegan to play 40 plus minutes. I think he kind of did that out of desperation of I don't really know my roster because of all the injuries and stuff. But I'm just of the belief, like I know you have a log jam of guards. Like, and I think a fun question to ask too. And I posed this actually to the media before, I think it was the Portland game. And I'll ask it to you guys. Like if Devin Carter was healthy right now, completely healthy, went through all of training camp, is Devin Carter in this rotation? No. Like if you're having this hard of a time with Keon and Kevin and everything, like how is Devin Carter in this spot? My response to what you said, Casey, it makes complete sense. And it was a one game and one off out of 82. So it's really not that big of a deal. I don't think Keon Ellis, one of your most known commodities on the defensive end, is the guy that you should be playing with his minutes to get a look at somebody else. But you're sure as hell not taking the minutes from Fox. You're not taking it from Monk. Like I get all that. I just think like, sorry, Jordan. Like if I can't find enough guard minutes, I'm not taking him away from Keon because I just know, you can rely on Keon every single night to make the right play on defense, which is what this team I think needs more of. So that's just my feel on the situation.
Can I steal some of your thunder? Can I ask a different question?
Please.
If Monty had drafted Dalton Connect, would he be getting minutes?
Yes.
Because he can hit a shot. Like he's not shooting at like a crazy clip where you're like, whoa, but he is shooting to where it's like, huh, okay.
And we knew in the draft this kid was nice. Like I don't think anybody knew, like you never know how a shooter is going to translate to
And
the
he's
NBA.
like 40. That's like right up Monty McNair's alley, isn't it? That's a grown ass man. Yeah.
Just why to the Lakers? Like, how does he fall to the Lakers? That pissed me off. Whatever.
I got to be honest with you. I don't know where Devin Carter plays.
Yeah.
I don't think he
either.
plays above Keon Ellis. Maybe in certain lineups, maybe when you have Trey Lyles at the 5, you go with Devin off the bench as a backup 3. But I don't know where those minutes come from.
Yeah, you're going small. Devin has to be like a eye-opening defender and rebounder to the point where you're just like, God, I can't keep him off the floor.
Which is what he was in college. But we'll see how that happens in the pros. Yeah, I don't know where he plays though.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But are you confident? You talked about the Kings being able to hit, as runs happen in these games. They happened in the Portland. Obviously, they happened with most negative consequences in the Timberwolves game and the Lakers game.
Mm-hmm.
They happened with a little bit less consequences in the other 2 games. And I asked you, you think DeMar is a big part of the reason that was able to calm down, chill out?
No, in the sense that I think we talked about it this offseason. During those runs where I was looking for DeMar to be kind of the guy to stop it. Or help the Kings kind of put an end to that. Like, okay, the Lakers are on a 14-0 run or whatever. DeMar, go and get us a bucket and settle things down. Or the T-Wolves are on this big 20-7 run to get back into the game. DeMar, go and get us a bucket to slow things down. And DeMar tried, and I thought at times forced up some pretty kind of crappy shots. Now, I think he was also trying to draw fouls, which he's been an unbelievable master at so far to start this season. One thing you can expect from Kings games are going to go on average 30 minutes longer a night now because DeMar DeRozan, because of how much he draws fouls.
He's going to be at the foul line.
Yeah. So I wouldn't point to DeMar. I think there's a feeling out process. And I honestly think too, I think the biggest issue that Mike Brown has to still figure out, and I don't know if the answer is on this roster because I don't know if the answer exists outside of a guy in Denver. When Domantas Sabonis comes off the floor, this team has to figure out something different. And it's not that Fox and DeRozan aren't reliable in that spot, but the Kings run their offense so specifically through and with Sabonis' skill set that when Sabonis is not out there, and this is not, I'm blaming Alex Len. I don't think there's only one guy in the league that can do what Domantas Sabonis does, and he's a 3-time MVP. I think those runs are happening, and the Kings are having these scoring lulls at times, I think, when Sabonis is coming out of the game. So it's figuring out kind of how to get through and be able to maintain yourself offensively through the 15 or so minutes a night that Sabonis needs to get a break because he's already playing damn near the entire first quarter.
Hey, Matt, we were talking today about Keegan Murray and his numbers of 14 points per game, 7 rebounds. A lot of people had expectations for him to elevate his game even more. He had 15 points per game last year. Like, he might be 17, 18, 19 point per game score. I ask you the same question I asked everybody else. If his numbers stay where they are, 14 and 7 for the year, are you okay with that?
100%. There's nothing that Keegan Murray is doing wrong right now. He's taking the toughest defensive assignment, whether it's a guard or a forward. Keegan's taking that assignment. Keegan Murray is making the right play with the basketball, and nobody has embraced the offensive rebounding initiative better than Keegan Murray has. The words he uses, reckless abandon. That man is flying to crash the offensive glass to the point where he had an offensive rebound against Portland. And honestly, truth be told, I still don't know. You guys might be able to help me with this, or the chatty house will. Should have asked Will Z this. If you bat a ball out, are you credited with an offensive rebound, or do you bat it out to someone and whoever takes the possession gets the offensive rebound? Because I don't know if Keegan was credited for this, but against Portland, he went flying in amongst 3 Trailblazers, including DeAndre Ayton, bats the ball out to, I think, Malik Monk for a wide open 3, and Malik Monk cashed it. Is that an offensive rebound for Keegan or an assist? Does he get something for that?
I think it's at the discretion of the person who's keeping score that night.
Well, give it to Keegan every time because
Great.
Like I don't because I think there's
that old
arguments-
Jaren Jackson stat collector again.
There's arguments for both. Like that, I've seen that as Keegan Murray's offensive rebound. I've seen that as Malik Monk's offensive rebound. You know what I mean? I think
What
it's
constitutes a team rebound? Okay.
I have no idea. Somebody's got to get the rebound.
Isn't team rebounds is that a thing? Did I just make that up? I thought that was a thing. Maybe it's not. What do I
don't
know? I'm a broadcast journalist. That's what
I wasn't even watching the second half. I was in bed. I was asleep. I went home. I leave at halftime. I got to watch The Office.
Now the level of control
Bunch of children
of the tip, like if it was a controlled tip out by Keegan, they may say he had an offensive rebound and he knowingly tipped the ball to Malik Monk. Might even give him an assist on that. But it's a lot of times it's up to interpretation.
new stat: rebound, assist, basket. Let's go, baby.
Either way, to answer your question, Casey, there's nothing that Keegan Murray is playing winning basketball. Like that's how I look at it. And I can kind of say the same thing about De'Aaron Fox. Like Fox's shooting percentages haven't been the best, and really it's his 3-point shooting that's dragging his percentages down. But De'Aaron Fox being number 3 out of the big 3 in points per game right now is not concerning to me. Maybe it's concerning in terms of if he'll be able to actually truly win all NBA and become a Supermax eligible player. Like, I don't think the numbers are good enough for that. But he had 11 assists in game 1 and 10 assists in game 2. He's still playing great defense. He had phenomenal defense, I thought, against Colin Sexton in Utah the other night. So I think both De'Aaron, what we're seeing is the Kings are very clearly offensively emphasizing early on getting DeRozan involved, Domantas Sabonis, his new like aggressive trying to score initiative, and getting Kevin Huerter comfortable. Keegan Murray and De'Aaron Fox, I feel in a lot of ways have kind of filled into a support role. Suggests they're being passive, or it's not. They're making the right plays. I just feel consistently both those guys are making the right plays. So I have no issues with the numbers that they're putting up. And certainly if Keegan has a 14-point and 7 rebound night or 8 rebound night and 4 of them are offensive, especially when you go to second chance points against Utah and you see 24 second chance points and they converted 11 of 12 second chance opportunities. Yeah, Keegan Murray's directly responsible or directly involved in that, and he doesn't get the individual credit for it. I'm 100% okay with how he's playing.
Concerned at all about De'Aaron's finger?
No, because De'Aaron perpetually plays banged up. I can't remember a time where De'Aaron was completely healthy, genuinely. And I also think this is one of the reasons why we see more of a reliance on De'Aaron's 3-point shot, because every time he goes to the rim, dude gets clobbered. So I'm not too concerned if he starts telling me it's a problem, or if we start seeing that like something's really off, or the Kings start like limiting his minutes or talking about, hey, we might need to rest him tonight because of it. The alarm bells will go off a little bit more. But I've known an entire career of De'Aaron Fox playing through something, and he's still been great. So at this point, no, but something to monitor for sure.
Okay. All right, we got Atlanta coming up, Toronto coming up, and in Miami, who's certainly a little bit of tougher squad. You're confident in the way this team is playing that they should come back feeling good after this road trip?
If they keep approaching every game with this desperation, and maybe not as desperate anymore because they've gotten a couple wins under their belt, but if they keep approaching every game with the not going to get outworked mindset, I think they're going to win a majority of these games and come back home with a winning record.
Matt, you made me laugh today. You made me laugh. I appreciate you.
No, this is good. This is good. This is good.
Clearly, I have to stop saying that because that made the rounds today. So I have to do better with that. Matt George, ABC 10, Locked On Kings. We're gonna run it back. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
What specifically are we running back?
Halloween's a holiday.
Please tell me the 30-minute Halloween debate is somehow gonna run back in prime time.
Yeah, no, it is.
Okay, terrific.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
You think we're going to talk normal for 2 hours?
No, of course not. That is not representative of who and what we are. Matt, we appreciate you again. Locked On Kings, ABC 10. We're going to run it back next here. We'll see you at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody. I almost said Vamos Thug.
Well, how about
But
that?
Vamos, Sean Payton.
That's a lot.
Oh, he's
15
home,
years
right?
yeah, he's home. 15 years probation.
Well, it's just fucking could have been worse, pal.
Nah, that's
Could have been worse.
Wow.
Good stuff, man. Oh, appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for being with us. Come on, man. I hate when they do that. They threw prize picks in at the it's like buried into the stop set.
And like
I mean, we
now-
mentioned prize picks 10 times today. Jesse, you got that bubble? Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. I was looking. I was like, I don't see it. All right, y'all. We gotta switch stations. Be safe tonight. Have a great day and great night, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.